Oh, why are you all dressed up?
Yeah, I had an event. I came directly from there.
Oh, nice. What event?
We were getting letters from Marco Rubio and Rick Scott.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they sent someone down to deliver them. So.
Oh,
How are you?
I'm good.
You're
Busy.
prompt, huh?
Huh?
You're early.
Oh, yeah.
I came early, not by choice. But
No, because the traffic on the way over here
it's bad.
is really bad. My community only has one exit. So, and there's three.
You
Three
think we'll
communities.
have quorum?
I don't know.
It was very last minute.
I almost didn't make it because the thing is, I had 3 kids today.
No, es que tú tienes. What are you?
Yeah, I had 3 kids
What do
today.
you use for fun?
Corsico. It's a website. So I had 3 kids today. Andres and Sophia, they both canceled because they wanted to, or they like Sophia had a dance class and she
Yeah.
was like, move it to next week. So we were doing
I
4
see.
times next week. And then Andres,
So they really need help. Like, I mean,
well, Sophia, she's 6 and she's still learning how to read. Before she didn't know after L in the alphabet.
I see. So are they like behind? Are they? So what-
She's behind. She's behind.
I see.
Andres, he needed to cancel. His mom didn't tell me why, but we're doing twice a week next week. So next week is going to be full. But I was able to move Annalise up and be
I-
here with me.
Well, nice seeing 4 people. We should have at least 5 people. We should have for sure.
Okay, so Ernie, you, me. I heard Brian's not coming.
Oh, I was counting him in. I thought he was in.
Apparently not. Eric told me that he's not.
Well, I'll be back in a minute. If we don't have 7,
Yeah, it's gonna suck.
there's a lot of cars in the.
It's saying.
Oh, that's fine. Yes, I mean, we're live. I like the subcaptions. The captions.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're wrong. For example, okay, you got that. Proclamation, town of ways.
I look.
It got something's not.
Yeah.
See? There was like. Did you see we got a telescope?
Yeah, I heard.
Let's see.
Oh, you're watching.
Yeah.
I hope not.
We have not violated sunshine.
I got so much good news today.
You have so much more?
Good news today.
Really? What's happening?
So with my kids, like recently, I have one of my kids, she just started with me last week. So we did 2 classes with her. And today she got results back for both of her tests that she did. She got an A+ and a B. And then on Monday, she also had 2 tests, like spelling and vocab. She got 2 A+. And her mom was telling me, like, she's so surprised. And I was like, why? She's like, she's getting B's and F's. And literally after 4 hours of
Oh, wow.
She got it.
Really good. Congrats.
oh my god.
How much do you charge?
Depends.
Really?
Depends
Depends on like the kids' level?
Yeah.
So they're like, it's more?
Yeah,
They're really behind each other.
yeah. Because it depends on how many times a week too.
So the more times a week, the cheaper?
Depends. Because if it gets excessive, like 4 hours, it can
I see.
that's it.
But like, so you just go on case by case basis.
Yeah, like I also have package lists depending on if they're siblings.
Okay, so you can do both at the same time. But both are not at the same level, so you can.
No, not both. I don't do group training because group training is horrible. I tried to do it once with like the 2 siblings. I was like, I can't do it. Like after 1 class, I was like, I can't do
So you have to do them individually.
it. Individual, but it like really depends on the parents too, like if they can afford it, or which one needs to be more than the other. So that really depends on.
Because there's some kids that don't need it.
There are some kids that don't need it, but who still need like some reinforcement. So I have a piano kid who also needs help with math, and that was the other news today. He tends to have some like issues with it. He can be kind of aggressive sometimes, like he has anger issues.
To you?
It's not everyone. Like he just needs to work on himself in that sense. So he called me today. He was like, "Oh my god, thank you so much." And I'm like, "That's right." Since when did you say
Right.
thank you so much? And he's like, "Yeah, it's just that the window method you taught me was really good, and I got an A+ in the quiz, and it was like 20 questions, and I've never gotten an A+ on a 20-question test." And I was like, "Oh, really? Like that's great. I'm so proud of you." He's like, "Yeah." And the thing is, I had a fight with my teacher because my teacher told me that the way that I was doing it was wrong. And I was like, "What do you mean it's wrong?" He's like, "Yeah." And I don't understand why. Because I'm getting the right answers. And I had an 100% on my test, so I had it wrong. And he's one of those teachers that if you don't do it his way, it's wrong.
Which is actually surprisingly a lot of teachers.
Yeah, especially math teachers. So
Yeah, I
he
agree.
had told me, and he told me you can't do it that way, or else I'm gonna mark a 0 on it. And he's like, "Well, I'm gonna keep doing it this way because this is the way that I understand." So then, because of like the talk back, he called. The teacher called his mom. The mom came. They had a parent-teacher conference, and my son understands it the way that he was taught. And okay, it's not your way, but if he understands it, he gets the right answer. Then what's wrong about it? And he was taken aback. He's like, "Okay, well, whatever. But for next time, just try to do it right."
How old is it?
11.
How high do you go, like, tutoring wise, like grade level?
To the seniors.
Really?
To the seniors. I also had a college student.
But like, you teach any math, like you would do calculus? Really?
I'm trying to get my certification soon.
Like teachers?
Like an actual
Nice. You want to be like a sub, like part-time?
well, no, not a sub. Like I think that's too much. I'm very good at like individual.
Like a coach? Like a reading coach?
I mean, yeah, but just
So you would never do a teacher, like whole classroom?
no, because my goal is neurosurgery, not
Right.
teaching.
I know my psychology teacher is, I hope. How are you?
I know I owe you something.
You do. I think you're right.
And I'm sorry, it's not, no. I know, I know. Yeah, everything went well.
It went super well.
Susie told
It
me.
went really well, yeah.
I'm very proud.
Thank
Give
you.
me some time.
No, thank you. Take care. So you will do how? You will do how?
Health,
So,
algebra, APs.
I was telling you, I have my psychology teacher. She's taking a couple gap years, so she wants to go to law school. But she's taking a couple of years and she's being a psychology and government teacher.
Yeah, I mean,
You wanna go to med school,
med school,
which is,
very costly, yeah. So I'm just hoping to get a scholarship. It's not, the thing is, when, starting wage for neurosurgery is $500,000. Starting,
like,
literally,
after residency.
after residency, it's
But
starting.
during residency,
During residency, it's like 50,000, which is kind of like a teacher's.
you said $500,000
Start.
a year starting.
Start.
You talked to Gina?
Uh-huh.
Gina, she was walking out.
Yes, she was right there, I just saw her.
You tell her
Yeah,
about-
we've had David.
She knew, she was,
The,
she confirmed. she had
the
already-
young
And she did.
No.
council people of the future here.
How are you?
How are you?
How you doing?
Mr. Town Manager?
How are you?
I heard you guys got an award or some kind of recognition today
Yes.
by the state?
Yes.
Oh,
sir,
by the US senators.
US Senators, that's right.
Oh, nice.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good.
Nice. Congrats, guys.
What time is this meeting going
Yeah,
on?
at 6.
At 6 now?
No, until what?
Oh, 7.
7, okay.
I had to-
Yeah, because I think there's
And I
another
went to
one,
the
an
Pumpkin
HOA
Fest.
meeting or something later
For
tonight.
work?
Oh, okay.
No, pero hicieron, no, porque a veces pasa gente
I don't have anything. How are you?
Good.
How are your kids, family again?
Everybody's good. I'll be joining us on Friday for a little bit. Yeah, because the kids, the thing, my daughter's afraid of everything. So I already told her it's a haunted house, but it's away. You can be over here. you can be-
Even then, it's not that scary.
What do you mean it's not that scary?
The haunted house can be, but especially since we're not sure like how it's gonna.
How
just-
I was gonna look.
How big is it?
This room?
No, I
The
think
haunted
it's
house?
a bit
No, it's
bigger.
more, it's more.
Really?
Because
a bit
it's,
bigger. It's like a maze.
It's a
So
maze.
You go in.
It's a maze.
and then it's like-
and it's all like, pallets. They make them out of pallets. I mean, if they're still doing like that, it's pretty cool.
Right.
A bunch of pallets everywhere.
Very.
So it does look kind of
I'm
more
a scaredy
creepier,
cat,
yeah?
so.
Yes.
It's got like that,
Now you gotta start from the
like
bottom.
barnyard,
I
old
had to do that.
barnyard,
I
like,
didn't
you know,
come
you're gonna
like this
find
for
type
this. I
feel.
haven't.
So
I
it-
went to a haunted house once,
Yes.
and I've never done it again. I cried during that one. And it was even smaller
Yes.
than this one. It was like a little haunted house. But the thing is that they had live people. They had like people working
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah.
So at the beginning, it was like the Walking Dead location.
sure
Like
it's
some
Oh
kind
my
of-
God.
There's this room that was like a hospital room, and everybody was laid down. You reach the middle, everybody just rises up, and it's like,
Oh, my God.
Like what?
Yeah.
Let me tell you, the worst place
You know what?
is,
Talks when he should.
in Universal,
And he should when he does.
Halloween Horror
Doesn't
Nights.
make sense.
Because, I mean, I went a few times
There's
and they run after you.
Some things that
Like they run
happen
after you.
that
Like you're out there and you're like, uh-oh. And then, you know, it's like some big, huge guy with a chainsaw.
Yes.
So it's a
I wasn't
real
going to,
chainsaw without the
because I've been
chain.
spreading
So you can
myself.
hear it
Then
and
you
it
was
sounds
all
like
the
you
other
can smell it.
committees.
Oh.
So you're like, oh,
And.
it's real. It's not a prop. You know, I mean, they're in a company, but oh my God. So you smell it, like get the whole reaction.
yeah.
And I always
have But I mean, I don't care for them. I don't get like scared, but I don't care for them. I don't. So I like, I don't.
I just
Like,
make
why
pretty
not pay for
cookies
people's
for
food?
the.
Exactly, no, but also the
Tomorrow,
thing is, everybody's like, you just have to think,
um,
it's not real, but at the moment, it feels
It
very
feels
real.
real.
So
The
you-
other day I was watching a video and it was the best haunted house because they had the people come in.
She looks familiar, but don't ask me to remember names. Yours don't remember.
You got to.
He's the biggest pain in the neck. He's always phoning me about some damn accident. Listen,
I serve.
Oh, what happened yesterday?
You didn't watch? Did you, excuse me, did you get to watch? He's the one who
I
cried.
watched the whole thing.
So you saw how I almost forgot it and it was
I
at
know,
the
I
end?
saw.
Did you have to wait that long? I'm sorry.
No, but I enjoy watching the movie.
But he also thanked me for getting it cleared up and explaining, but he was on the scene.
You were on. set.
I was
He
there,
was doing the,
not
you can
related
tell him.
to the accident.
You were just there.
I was there because I was directing my traffic. I mean, after that accident happened, at the corner of 7th Court, that's where I was directing my traffic, not related to anything that's going on, but I saw what was going on, you know, when I got there, oh, you know, I'm trying to figure out how I can help too, but it was perfect, like, it was perfect the way that they handled it, because they only blocked one lane,
Uh-huh.
and then the second lane because they had to. And then they left it like that until, the tow trucks showed up. So it was,
That's why I wasn't moving.
But did you tell them that they couldn't move the vehicles?
oh yeah, they were complete, well, normally, if the cars can be moved, even if by pushing them, we'll push them out of the road. So that's, you know, you don't wait for a tow truck. Let's say the car won't start, but it'll roll, we'll put it on neutral, and we'll get as many people as possible, push out of the road. That way we can get traffic flowing.
But
This was so bad, I'm gonna show you a picture of it too. This was so bad, and I hadn't seen this in a while, that when the tow truck showed up, he was able to pick up the front, and then normally you can roll it out. Well, it wouldn't roll, even with the car being lifted from the top, from the front. They had to put dollies on the back. So now,
Now
during
you
that
had to wait for
time,
the dollies, right?
well, the problem is,
Put on.
to get to the car, you had to block all the lanes. So now all eastbound lanes were blocked completely.
so you couldn't get to the cars until you have to block it off to get to the cars.
To get the car out.
So that's why I wasn't moving.
Well, initially, because there was only one lane open.
Was there an accident?
Huge accident, yeah, huge accident. And the car, Miami Express 774. That I took, because I hadn't seen that in a while. So I was like, what?
I see.
Okay,
No, I
so
cleared that up with the person.
This
I
was,
just counted off, I'm helping.
I mean,
And I'm on two.
this is from where I was.
You
You can see on the
Just
screen, you
meetings,
see
I got two
the,
meetings Monday,
tow
two
truck and the
meetings
car,
Tuesday, last
and
one I
then
came today.
this
Only
is,
because
see
I
the,
wanna
the, tow-
hear how
the car being
things, so
lifted with the
I can tell
dolly.
my guys.
So normally, see,
whichever
right,
one
like
should
right
know.
here,
Omar's the only one so far.
right here, if they.
Yeah, so-
if they left here,
else.
that's it, you should be able to put
Let
it
me
out.
know.
But as you can see, it's all
Because what
blocked
I'm
during
gonna
that
do
time.
is
So the
so
cars
that
are all
get
over
my
here,
guys
lined up.
together Somewhere.
The
somewhere.
eastbound?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the other side of the.
So you guys cut it, you guys
Yeah,
cut
just
it
keep
down.
an eye out.
Yeah, initially,
And.
before the tow truck got there, that lane was open, that inner lane was open.
But this one was closed.
The other two were
If
closed,
you want
because
to
that
come
car
tomorrow,
couldn't
you
move.
can to the volunteer meeting.
And then you see here,
This
this is with the dolly,
Thursday.
right here, this is how bad it was, you see how it's all like completely
is
mobile,
this
that
mean?
these dollies, they don't normally
Emergency
put them
call.
on, you see that right there?
For
Let me
Halloween.
see it. Oh, okay, so this one at night, one.
Yeah, you
time,
see?
right?
So, This truck was also involved and that was immobile, so let's say if this car hadn't been there,
Then it couldn't move.
then it would have been
We'll
one
meet
lane
them on,
closed, two
we'll meet
lane
them
open.
on Friday.
Because the car was in the middle, it was two lanes closed and one open.
Can these lanes merge into
Trying to
this
work
one?
it out where I,
Yeah.
So then what's
bring my
the,
grandson.
We want you to
Before
enjoy the event.
the tow truck showed
I'm
up,
sorry.
If you're at the Halloween.
once the
event, I
tow
want
truck
you to
showed up,
enjoy it.
all lanes.
all lanes were closed, right?
Yeah,
But
I
I didn't
now,
understand that
understand
you
this.
have one.
Before the tow truck showed up,
Wait.
even though that one lane was
We used to-
open,
There's
I
so
was
many
there
that
for,
it's no
there's
good.
so many.
we had the building.
People were back up to 87th Avenue.
That's why I
See?
dressed up as.
So it was impossible to,
By the way,
Kids.
Yeah.
I watched on YouTube when you guys did
And
the,
everything
the
was
honor guard.
outside.
Uh-huh. yeah,
You know, I took some inspiration from that. We had an
We
event right
used
now.
to have
like,
Blockbuster.
At Miami Lakes Middle
It was
School,
Blockbuster.
we had some
That was
people from the
inside,
offices
and
of,
the only one was
the
inside.
Well, there was one in
state
Mason
senators,
too.
two senators,
I was-
Rubio
No, I
and
didn't
Scott.
make it.
And so we
I
had this
remember
girl
being inside
was a Girl
and going
Scout.
through the-
And
Black Disc-
I
Yeah,
was
that was
looking
amazing.
at the flag.
I mean, that was
the other
Blockbuster.
day, looking at the flag there.
Wow, that's a long time ago.
We're gonna do the pledge of allegiance at the event, what else? And then she goes, oh, you know, I did color that. And then I remember you guys, I go, can you do the thing?
You hurt my feelings.
Why?
So I'm like, okay, get two girls with you, do it. And she did the thing today. It looks so good.
nice.
The mayor's there, the council members, they were like.
There was,
"Yeah."
that's awesome, that's awesome. Good. That's awesome. It's always nice. you
It's
know,
always nice, and
because
it looks, you
it looks
know,
very professional
100%.
and it's nice to give homage to the flag, you know, to
Yeah,
our flag and all that stuff.
So, no, it came out really well. It was really last minute that we let her know. But she spent this lunch today during lunch training them because the other two girls aren't Girl Scouts, so they didn't know.
Oh,
They're like,
wow.
this is what you gotta do, and then she let it and it came out good.
Oh, wow. Cool, man, cool.
Right.
Yeah, but the whole thing with the accident happened because somebody called and somebody said that like the traffic and then like the police weren't doing anything. I was like, no, you were not gonna say that because everybody did what they could, you know? And then, Nancy told me about it. And I said, look, you know, I don't know if you wanna talk to the people or not, I mean, it is what it is, you know?
Pero no, mira, ya.
Yeah, so procedural wise, that's why I was telling you, if, just so you know, in case anything comes up, because a lot of people talk to you guys too, you know? If there's an accident, there's no fatalities, right? There's no fatalities, because if there's a fatality or a possibility of a fatality, then the whole scene has to be maintained the way it is. There, it doesn't matter, you have to close on the street, you have to go on the street. When the girl was run over and she died on Miami Lakes Drive and Fairway, everything had to be shut down all morning.
But if there's no fatalities, you can move it.
If there's no fatalities and we can move the car, we will move the
My
car.
question is, if there's a fatality inside the car or something, why can't you not move it? Why does it have to stay?
Wouldn't it be? like a-
Because crime scene has to come
Yeah.
and they have to document everything. Because remember, this is not just that moment. This is a fatality that has to be
Examining what
investigated
happened, right?
further. So they come out, they have to, everything has to be done perfectly. So to include, like, let's say you have the cars and the car ended up here, this one ended up here, you have to figure out, and this is the street, and this is the sidewalk, right? There's a sidewalk here. I need to know how many feet are from here to here and from here to here, exactly. So if I move this car over here, my scene is gone. I need to know exactly everything, not me, I mean crime scene. Crime scene has to know exactly what happened, so that they can piece back what occurred in the accident, because now you have a fatality.
Now, let me ask you a question. Is this where we save a bunch of money by having county resources?
Absolutely,
Nice.
absolutely. There is the main one.
Because the crime scene people, you guys would never have that.
Okay, so moving to something else. We were talking before about how much it costs to have a police department, your own police department,
Okay.
and not have your own police department, have us as here in the municipality.
Right.
Those are the things, right? Crime scene comes out, right?
If this a local station, if Miami Lakes were to have its own police department, would they have crime scene?
No, they would not. They would have to.
So they
call
would
the
have to
county.
go county and then county bills them.
The county's gonna bill to the exact amount of
So,
that day.
now that you guys have this contract going on, it's a flat rate each year, we give you 50% of our budget. You take care of it.
It's
If
a flat
it's
rate.
2 million, tú lo haces.
If
igual.
crime scene comes out every day, they come out every day. If they come out once a month, they come out, it doesn't matter, it's a flat rate. Just like the helicopter, like at
Helicopter.
night, if there's a call where, a lot of times, the officers go, hey, listen, we need the helicopter to check the roof, right? Because we can't get it to the roof. Helicopter comes by, they check and they go. Now, municipalities, they won't even call, because they know that if that call, when they come out and do that, hey,
So
that's your $5,000
So
bill.
that negatively affects, like, the
Some
people
time,
then.
that's right.
Because the county, the
And then
town
they
doesn't
have-
want to spend more money,
Did
so
you
they
hear
don't
what
have the
happened
best
at our meeting?
service.
Right.
Now-
What was it,
Another
elderly
big thing
affairs? Supposed to be
That
at 8:30.
is, how do I say, it's not something that was
It
planned, it
didn't start.
was never
till
planned like this.
here.
But the district
For whatever
station,
reason, this thing
Northwest
didn't
District
work,
Station is
and I
on
don't know
Miami
what
Lakes,
else
right?
didn't.
that
Right.
station, when the
They
town
had to bring
incorporated,
in, and it's probably still not.
They
working,
never
because
moved.
look, the little screen is here.
so what
So,
happens? You
Because I'm
have
running a meeting,
a
if
whole
you sit here,
station
your back is
inside of the
to,
town of Miami Lakes.
if you don't want that.
Everybody that's in that
That's
station
what
has to come to
Yeah,
the town.
I parked
to get to the station.
station.
So if let's say you have
To let you know,
10 officers from
But
the
you
town
are
of Miami
far
Lakes
away.
working,
Oh, yeah.
you barely see you.
it
So you
seems like
sat
now you
here,
have 50.
we're here.
Because
these people
everybody's
work
coming and
for
going
I'm
through,
just letting you
But
know.
the station is Miami Lakes,
Ahead of time.
the station is out right there on Miami Lakes Drive.
so Miami Lakes has 2 stations, but only one is truly Miami Lakes, the other
Exactly.
one's county.
Exactly.
Alright.
Our station system,
All
right
these
here,
things are
on the other
so
side of the
powerful.
wall,
Right, how big is it in?
which one? Our station?
Is it-
You guys haven't been to our station?
I've never been.
No.
We can take a tour after,
Mr. Chair.
No,
after the,
Oh, yeah.
after the meeting,
Yeah,
I
we have
can,
four.
I can take everybody.
They might come in a little late, but.
Eric's
know what I
coming. He's
found?
almost
Eric's
there.
coming in,
You
Daniel
know,
said he's coming.
I didn't realize, but you kind of close up
Where
at
were you at?
5 PM.
Yeah.
Number one, and number two,
No, you're good. There's so many.
how it's set up, if you're gonna make a call. Like, one of these days I'm gonna get the right timing, but it's later at night and I have to go through the official Dade County call center at night if I have to make a call, whereas only until 5 PM, you can call and get this area here, this substation.
Right.
You're called a substation to a degree, aren't you? Or
No, it's a district station.
it's a district station
Yeah, it's-
because you're with Town of Miami Lakes.
The thing is that, Nancy, the only thing is that if you call the non-emergency or 911 at any time, you're gonna get the dispatching service regardless from the county.
Mhm.
If you call the station directly, then that's a different story. But if you call the station directly, most likely they're gonna tell you to call the dispatching service because then it's recorded.
I see.
And then they're gonna ask the pertinent questions, because if you call a station, it's not recorded, and that's a big deal, you know, because you call.
Bring us
I'm having
almost
this
here,
problem.
so we need 2 more. I know Daniel said he's coming, but he said he'd be here at 6:20. This is the latest time they gave me to start this meeting.
Oh,
Don't we usually have like some?
because there's something at seven.
There's another meeting at
I'm
7.
looking forward to Friday,
I better see you there on Friday.
100%, I'll be there, I'm really looking forward
Are
to
you
it.
bringing the boys?
We'll be
The
there,
boys.
I'll see you guys Friday, thank you for everything you guys are doing. Everybody's super excited about it, so it's like the first time, you know, COVID kind of, COVID was nice, drive through, but people like that in-person stuff, so. No,
Oh, yeah.
but great job, guys, thank you for everything you do.
Be
Thanks,
safe,
buddy.
guys.
I was thinking about the physics perspective, or like a crime scene, because you can actually tell the angle of what, like where a crime is heading, and the speed using like a ton of formulas. And
Mhm.
I took a physics course last summer, so that kind of like really helped me, and I used like some in-person tools to tell whether like someone was lying and like, oh, I was switching to the left lane, but in reality they were like actually swerving, which is why they had to crash. So I guess that's why like the position
How's work
is so
going?
important for crime scenes.
Work,
We take a class as, for splatter, for blood splatter,
Mhm.
and it's amazing how when you look at something, physics is physics,
Yeah,
and the way it falls, you can say, oh, the way it fell, now I know that it came from this angle, or it came from this angle, or it was this speed or that speed. So just by what was left, that's why you have to preserve the scene. So going back to that, if the car can be moved, it will be moved as quick as possible to be able to facilitate traffic.
Right.
But if not, and then
It
it's
stays like
just trying to preserve it. And then another thing is on a light at an intersection, if the intersection is doing a better job, how's it going? Then nobody's gonna take over the intersection. That's another one that you need to know.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
so if,
in this
if the
case-
stoplights do the better job themselves, then there's no
Right.
reason for a police officer
right, like this case was like that.
to not.
You would have needed 3 officers.
By the way, that's recording everything.
Yeah. You would have needed 3 officers to have taken control of the.
Yeah, it's not- We were
It's
supposed to
been
start at
like-
6.
It's been live since like 5:45.
Hey, Tony.
And it's really good. It records, even like the side talks. Like, let's say you have 3, for that case, you would have needed 3 officers to take over the light. And those 3 officers were not gonna do a better job than the light because of the circumstances that we had.
Now, that's a
We'll be out
question.
here by 6.
Robin,
You guys always do the light,
Waiting for one more.
or you guys do like manual?
It depends.
Which one, why, what,
I don't know if
It
you remember
depends. It
Daniel
depends on the
was-
situation.
and how do you guys control the lights? You open up
The box.
plug in something?
Yeah. The
You
box.
see her
Is it
convenience
user friendly?
every
Um,
time? 'Cause
Yeah, the only problem that it has is
Well,
that it's not, you control the light to a certain degree.
we never-
It has like a delay?
It has the button that you have is one button that cycles the light.
Okay, hold on.
So you don't have like, let's say I want these people to turn first, or these people to go first, or that, it's gonna just cycle the way that it always cycles, but I can control when it cycles, that's all. Like I can,
Like the amount of time it takes.
Yeah.
That's what you control.
right, the amount of time, so if it would have taken 20 seconds and I just
But
press it.
either way, this one and this one are still gonna go on the times program.
I'll tell you now,
not at the times, at the way that is programmed.
So if this one goes first and this one goes second, it still will be like that.
It
You
always
can't
will
make
be
this one go first and be this. I see.
I can control how fast
Thank you.
it
How much,
turns to the next
but
one,
not how much.
but not how much. That will be controlled though.
Well, so,
I
kiddo,
like
you're sharp.
Thank you.
One time a guy did that to me.
How you
It
been?
would be improper. But you know what I'm saying. You got who I am. Robin,
One more person.
what you were talking about, blood spatter, I got a smile on my face because I never had to take all of those classes,
Keep it PG,
So,
Nancy.
I
Keep it
will.
PG.
but
It's recording, by the way.
we were talking about the accident that
The
occurred
use
the
of
other
Miami
day.
Lakes is watching.
I'm being nice.
Who's
Another
going-
story's on
What
me.
kind of meeting is this?
This story is on me, but you had mentioned that, and I smiled because I had recently, well, not, I won't say recently, because I've been watching this program forever, but in order to go to sleep at night, I put forensic files on, and many, so you know what I'm talking about,
Yes,
right?
I like that.
Many times, the blood spatter direction proves that the wife really killed her husband, he didn't, commit suicide or whatever because of the angle of this. And the other thing I just learned the other night was and I should have remembered it, but the trajectory of the bullet casing goes a
Yeah.
certain way. Did you see that one the other night? It was so fascinating. It was
I
like,
actually love
wow,
that.
I
stuff,
remember
like,
that.
with Criminal Minds because it makes me think as like through psychology, like the behavior behind the person
Mhm.
and what kind of like led them or leads them into doing something like that. Because it also like it connects to the way I would like operate as a surgeon because that's my goal. So it's just like so interesting figuring out the different perspectives and that's why like I can adapt to different types of people very easily because it's just different perspectives. So,
Yeah, it
I'm a-
teaches
I'm
how
a-
people think, regardless of what the incident is.
right.
Your angle to watch it and whatever and focus is a certain thing. Mine is still the forensics because that's one of the cases I remember a lot from when I worked at the police. And it was an elderly gentleman and it was a whole big thing and whatever. And, I always come back to that one. But nevertheless, it's funny, it's a fun show.
Is forensic files fiction or not fiction?
I know it's true. It's all different cases.
But
And there's
is that
another
like
one-
what, is that a scripted show like Criminal Minds or is it like a,
No.
A lot of
No,
Criminal
no.
Minds things on the
But like-
events actually.
No,
no, like
it's not
Criminal Minds is
scripted.
like a drama with actors.
No.
That was,
Forensic Files takes mostly cases that probably I would say are 10 years old because they don't want them too current.
To protect the privacy and stuff.
They've done some ones from Florida. They've done some ones from Dade County, as big as this county is.
Yeah,
It's interesting.
the one that's completely not true and it's, well, I don't watch it, it's CSI.
Oh,
CSI
yeah.
Miami.
Yeah.
99% of the stuff they say is not true, it's all made up. They can't, the format, the way they do it, and they come out crime scene with the big Hummers and they found a piece of hair 3 weeks later, oh, we got the DNA.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, you can't.
I'm so pissed.
A lot of stuff doesn't hold up in court and it doesn't. it's not-
But if that's the case, how come you know so much?
Well, I started watching when, and I'm like, what the heck? That's how it goes. That's how, and then it's like, wow, come on. What is this?
I have to.
It's just like, get tired.
Your hearing, right? Well, my age anyway, we check our hearing.
We're gonna get this started right away.
Well, that thing goes by like 6 times a night. Hard.
We have 14 right now in the committee, which is only 7 for 4, so we have 7 right now. Before we get this meeting started, I do need someone to be the secretary, as the secretary is not here. Would anyone like to volunteer as secretary for this meeting? Thank you. And we are going to call this meeting to order at 6:22 PM. If we can have a quick roll call,
Brian Rodriguez,
present.
Eric Malerni, Flavia Nunez, Erika Quintero, Ariana Teja,
Present.
Juan Rodriguez, Eddie Sedano.
Here.
Mark Gomez. Marissa Costa is present. Daniel Gonzalez. Leila Codiella. Mario Pineda III. Robin Amador.
Here.
Gabriela Bacon.
Present.
Yaquan.
Perfect. And we'll get right into it, and we'll start off with public comments. And you can talk about it when we go through Halloween, if you want. But if anyone has any other public comments, we do have Councilman Hernandez here with us today.
Just here for moral support.
So yeah, is there anything? No? And we'll move on to the adoption of minutes. We do have the minutes from the previous meeting on the 20th, last week. We could go ahead and approve those now, so we don't have to do it at the next meeting. Take a look at it really quickly. If you see anything that needs to be changed, please let us know. If not, you can go ahead and make a motion to accept the minutes. Do a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
A motion to accept the minutes.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second motion by Eric, second by Ariana. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So we'll move on to order of business, item 5. Is there anything that anyone wants to add or delete from the agenda? There's only one item on the agenda today. Seeing none, we will move on to old business item 6, Halloween. There are some updates, and I'll let Ernie go first and before we get into everything.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for making it out on such a very, very short notice. I really, really do appreciate this. I wanted to bring this to light. This is something a little bit bothersome to me, and I wanted to make sure you guys were made aware of this. Apparently, there was a phone call that was made earlier this week about a haunted house being built on Mary Collins Community Center that needed permits. And right now, the Danny Angel, who is the department head for, I forgot the
Building director.
the building director, thank you. And William Sanchez and myself and Jeremy Bagdon, we're all pretty much scrambling to get a lot of these permits approved last minute. I was never told or mentioned that this had to take place. And apparently, production was supposed to start today for the haunted house. It has not started. It's going to start tomorrow. And they are going to begin the inspections. And if inspections are not met, they are not going to allow us to move forward with this. And it's a little bit bothersome because I was never once told from the very beginning that permits were supposed to be, I guess, viewed or controlled by us. Was never ever told. And so this is a huge issue. They're saying that one of the main problems is that there has to be some kind of fire retardant spray that's supposed to be pretty much put inside the entire from top to bottom, wall to wall inside the haunted house. And it cannot be done by any one of us. It has to be done by a professional company. So we're actually trying to scramble. We're supposed to gather as much of the information that was given to us by a fire inspector today, and that was not met either. And simply because everything is being I guess held to the very last minute. And as you guys already know, nothing works like that. Okay, everything takes its time, and when you take your time at the last minute, you're rushing and nothing ever comes out right. So I will keep you guys I will keep you guys, I will advise you guys tomorrow, by tomorrow afternoon, what is going on with this. Okay, just letting you know. That's all I have for right now.
So a few quick things, and I wanted to invite Councilman Fernandez as the previous chair to join in this conversation with what he just said. Do you know if we had to pull permits in the past for this haunted house?
Not to my knowledge, it's the same haunted house outside on the floor.
And it
same-
was never, it was always passed by the fire inspector because it had an open roof.
Yeah, I don't remember any kind of permit process. That doesn't necessarily say that there was none, but I certainly wasn't involved in.
I don't remember it either. I don't recall. I don't recall.
Is it the same vendor?
Yes,
Light
and,
Effects Pros, and they've actually sat into these Zoom calls, Tony, with the fire inspectors. And they're telling the fire inspector, they are not running any kind of electrical inside. All they're doing is, all they are running are power cords. That is it. That is it. The top, they have slits running through them because it's breathable.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
that's what I was saying, it's open. It's
And,
open and
and they even mentioned to the fire inspector, they told her, they said the walls are breathable. And she mentions, how can they be breathable? And these walls are created by pallets.
They're not permanent, yeah.
Okay, we have exits, we have entrance, it's ADA approved. This
We
has
have fire
never been an
extinguisher.
issue. Apparently, someone called it out and made this an issue. And again, we're scrambling, there are approximately 5 to maybe 6 heads trying to get, information from anywhere, trying to grab that to make this possible. The inflatable screen, the inflatable movie screen and the stage were provided by Renee Garcia's office. And I'm very, very thankful with that. Now they're asking if it's, does it have railings? Is it one of those those closed shell stages? If it is, I need the measurements, I need the height, I need the
But
weight.
hold on. You're talking about a portable stage that no
A
one
portable
goes up
stage.
on except for the DJ.
Correct. That's what they're asking.
And that's the county's fire department? or-
Yes.
Something's not right.
This is, and it's just a whole lot for something where we only have a day, literally a day. Something had to be given, something had to be emailed today, and we were unable to because it was incomplete. Okay, and this is a huge issue. All right, and I was explaining to Brian, this is, this really annoys me because we've worked hard, really hard to try to get this going, and I can't. I just want to leave it at that. It just it's bothersome.
Go ahead.
Hi. Do you know specifically when the original complaint came in? Monday, and you don't know who made it? Is the person identifiable, let's say, but they're keeping it a secret, or it was just anonymous from the get-go?
Ms. Rogers, I asked the gentleman who came in, and the gentleman says it was, they did not want to say.
And the gentleman who came in and spoke to you
Yes,
was a town official
no,
or a fire official?
one was a fire inspector, so we're not speaking to him any longer because his initial duty was to go there and inspect the actual production. But we had
So,
nothing going
My
on.
question is, are they under the impression that it's inside that building?
No, they are not. I've already spoken to them. We've already explained what's going on. Again, Orlando and Ernie Ruiz from Light Effects Pros were on the Zoom call today and clearly stated that this is not inside, this is outside. They are as they've done within the past, 2, 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah, we never had an issue.
That's what I was told. And that's where we're at right
Because
now.
we've spoken to the fire inspector in the past for this event with the haunted house, how it is, and they've never told us any of this. So
So this is a fire inspector who's been coming around, not a division chief, a battalion chief, or anything like
it's a fire
that.
inspector from the county.
from the county.
So,
Well, like I stated, this gentleman, we are no longer speaking with, we're speaking to, which is, her name is Kelly, Kelly Bennett.
The only thing I can recommend off chance and there's such a short amount of time between now and the time that the event happens, and so many things that can go wrong during that process. I would try asking them to see if they're willing to accept it with a fire watch as a condition.
Yeah.
Fire watch means they would have a firefighter on duty that we would pay for, and we'll figure out how to pay for it. On site with a radio, if something happens, then
About that.
that one, we can.
That's a great idea. However, we are now put in a situation where money will become an issue. Because not only are we in need of paying a professional company to come out and do that, we have no idea how much the cost is. I tried calling today 3 times, no answers were,
But
nobody picked up.
What I
Trying
think
again.
Tony's saying is,
tomorrow
we may not need that company to come out if we have a fire watch.
I would float it by them and see if that's sufficient. I mean, it seems like we're going through a lot of effort for
Because that's been an
something,
option in the past.
for something that's gonna be open for 4 hours. You know,
Words.
Through the chair, regarding the money issue, would a fireman who volunteers his time there, act
probably,
as a fire watch?
probably not. They're probably gonna want
Okay.
to do that through the proper channels. If that's acceptable to them, rather than, right, yeah, firefighters galore, but I'm sure they would want a, Miami-Dade firefighter. If that was to work, then we'll find a way to fund that. I mean, it's 4 hours is not a huge, firework.
I do have a question with regards to, and please correct me, Brian, if I'm wrong. Tony, you're more than welcome to chime in if you like. Have we in the past ever had a police, not an actual police officer at the site overnight? Didn't we have at one
We had
point,
security.
Right, security,
we had security given by Light Effects
by side effects.
and at their cost?
Yes,
Yeah,
well,
it
it's
was
not
part of
our
the- it was
cost,
part of the
but
package.
It was part of
it's
the.
part of the package.
Yeah.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, that was really more to, because we don't really have a lot of skin in the game Thursday night to Friday. It's all their equipment that's really, at risk, so it's more to protect, for
Right.
them to protect their equipment.
This is, I apologize, but if you guys seem a little bit, frustrated because I am. You have no idea what I've been going through all day today. Aside from the fact that I have to go pick up, certain items that we need. I know that you and I were looking into possibly purchasing those items at Home Depot for Friday. That's not gonna happen,
Yeah, so.
because they're saying that we are not allowed to put that on.
which
Plastic burns really fast apparently.
We're gonna try to, which I'm sure we can buy. I think they sell fire retardant tarp at Home Depot, so we can look into that. Because if they sell fire retardant tarp, then we don't need to hire a company to spray. There is fire retardant tarp.
They are looking to spray every ounce, every foot, every inch of that, including any props, decorations.
So destroying our props.
Spray with what?
How does that make, that doesn't make any sense.
What's a spray?
Because the spray's like white.
What is it?
What is
It's a fire retardant spray, which is white. That would make no sense at all to spray everything.
The spray might be clear.
Or is it clear?
The one that's on the. Yeah, like the.
No.
That's a fire extinguisher.
I highly doubt, that it's going to ruin. If not, they wouldn't even bother doing that.
So. as a
Either way, I
backup
have
plan,
to, this is something what Tony mentioned, I'm gonna look to see if that's a possibility.
Why don't we open it up, open the whole thing? Then what? There's not,
Yeah.
almost how it was last year at our drive-through, like a scare zone.
You mean without a roof, like without.
Well, it's never had a roof.
Right, no, but without,
You're not walking around, just walking by it.
I guess scare zone. Yeah. And I'll talk to you more if we
A,
have.
a scare zone.
The thing is, we don't have enough volunteers at that point.
It's not even that, I don't even think we have enough time. You guys have to take into account that Light Effects already has the materials that they're gonna use for, you know.
Yeah, they have it ready set up.
Yeah. The invoice has been submitted.
Okay.
What
So
time?
we just have to
you know,
pray and hope it all works out.
I would-
and-
I would maybe talk with Light Effects to see if they, because maybe the same type of setup that they did last year, maybe they still have that same type of material available. And they could do that same setup, but instead of, you know, we did it here and everyone drove through, it could be sort of against the walkway of in the park, that circle. And people could walk around, or I guess opposite to that, so that people walk sort of through it, but it's not seen from everywhere else. If they have that same material from last year, they might be able to
Move it
enable
around.
it
So
for now.
are you referring to maybe, just an example, if this is the pathway, you're talking about maybe provide a wall here and a wall here, and then people go through it, and that's your
Well,
scare
with
zone?
cutouts, so it's like a wall, but cutouts, right? It's obviously it's not enclosed.
Yeah, no, but I mean, ideally, I mean, yeah, you could do it either way. It would just be like the sections, how they had it.
Oh,
in
you're
the-
talking about around the area of where the haunted house is now. They have it
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, just do it open so that then basically use the same material, but just like open it up. I mean, the thing is you'll be able to see it from everywhere, but
We have to
it's
see.
what it is. It's what we
But
have.
if
you
we
know?
could, we'll have to talk to Light Effects and the fire inspector and see what's going on with that. But if we could have it how we always have it, I'd say we keep it there, and then we go to plan B and we'll talk about that more. Technically, we already paid, and technically, we have a subcommittee meeting tomorrow. So if we have to, we can change things around. It is a plan subcommittee meeting for tomorrow,
The one on America.
America.
Wasn't the, I'm sorry, wasn't the, Citizens Day on Saturday? Like if we had.
A backup day is Saturday. So it can turn into a Saturday event if it doesn't happen on Friday.
We have
It's
more
the
time
day
for the
before
pregnancy.
with,
That-
without a weather issue, I mean, that's. where that
You're also
is all used.
taking into account that if it's canceled, you're not guaranteed to
Exactly.
get the volunteers that you have on Friday.
Right.
Saturday.
Yeah, so I'd rather keep it Friday. But we'll move on from that for now. There's not much we can do at our end.
You don't understand how much this hurts to say. I sincerely apologize, but I don't want to keep anybody here in the dark. I don't think it's fair. And you guys had to know. And it just, and, you know, really have to watch what I say. It sucks that this is happening. It really does. Unfortunately.
Just know whoever, if you're listening, whoever did bring in that anonymous comment, I don't care to say it, you're ruining an event for kids that are less fortunate and haven't had an event in a while, so. And you're just ruining your taxpayer dollars, unfortunately, if anyone is listening and they didn't make this report. So unfortunately, that's all I have to say to them. We just have to keep going with what we have and what we can do. So we'll move on now with Halloween. We had a meeting last week with the volunteers. Everything is going good so far. I know Ernie's been purchasing some stuff and trying to get everything done. At one point, at the last meeting, we did talk about how we were low on funds. We are still a little bit low, but not as bad as before because we do have a title sponsor for this event. And the title sponsor for this year is Layer 8 Solutions. And that's why I invited Councilman Fernandez to our meeting, so thank you. Some conditions from them being a title sponsor. This event is not by Layer 8 Solutions. This event, yes, it's sponsored by them, but when it comes to the event itself, it's going to be almost like I guess an honor to honor Officer Juan Rodriguez, which isn't here with us tonight, but I believe he will be there on Friday to kind of honor him on his retirement and his farewell from our committee as well. I think that was the biggest term and condition
That was my condition.
Councilman Fernandez gave us.
I appreciate you. I really do.
So we do have a little bit of wiggle room when it comes to money from there. What I really did call this emergency meeting for is we do need to move some money around. Meaning as a backup. Doesn't mean it's gonna be used. And if it's not used or whatever we can get, we can always put it back. But we do need to move some money around in our agenda, in our budget, so we can at least have a airbag. Just in case, a backup. So at this point, and if anyone has any suggestions on what events we have to move it from or things like that, please feel free to speak up now before we move anything. Just keep in mind that most of this money will be put back. Okay. So I'm actually just gonna go for it and motion it just so we can finish up here. I'm gonna motion to move $200 from the back to school event as well as $500 from spring fling to Halloween.
I'll second the motion.
Second motion, any discussion?
Just so you know, for those of you that don't, $700 is the max that we can get.
We could only move $700 out of per meeting without going through council approval. Also, for those that are new in the committee, if you're under 18, you cannot vote on this one motion because it has to do with money and sunshine law. All right,
Motion was seconded by them.
I motioned it, second. So it's just to make sure it's 200 from back to school and 500 from spring.
Member of public.
And any more discussion? Seeing none, anyone have any questions before we vote? Please remember, you have to be over the age of 18 to vote on this issue, and it will be a roll call vote. So go ahead and take the roll, Mr. Secretary.
Brian Rodriguez,
Yes.
Eric Valerdi,
Yes.
Ariana Graham,
Yes.
Daniel Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Robert Amena,
Yes.
and Eddie Sedin.
Yes.
The motion passes, I'm sorry.
Sprinkling?
Yeah.
500?
500. Yep. So we did go ahead and now move that money, so now we have that $700 to work with this event a little bit more. At this point, before it was around $20,000 to make this event a bigger success. With the $3,000 sponsorship, we're about 19.5 right now, and all the other sponsorships. And then with the 700, it makes us at that around 20,000.
Right, if it helps, since we did it with a check, and the sponsorship was for 31.85.
That's true. Yes, it wasn't 3,000, it was
Rather than-
31.85.
Then pay Eventbrite fees, and
Thank you. Again.
so you gotta.
Of course, of course. So any other questions right now before we continue here? Okay, a few things when it comes to safety. I did go ahead and reach out to the Public Safety Committee. That's why Chairwoman Nancy Rogers is here, Mama Nance is here with us
The brownie
tonight.
lady.
Uh,
The brownie lady.
We did invite them out to our event just to help out. I know we are going to have police officers there, but it's always good to have extra hands on. They are coming with their town committee shirts. So they are easy to identify. Most of, or all of us, if we are going to be there, are probably dressing up tomorrow or Friday, sorry. So since we are dressing up, it does give us another opportunity to have other volunteers from another committee that are there with their town shirts, especially a committee that focuses on public safety.
Just so you know, we've only heard, as far as I know right now, we've only heard from myself and
And
Omar.
Omar, yeah. And hopefully we could hear from.
I also have 2 police officers on my committee who could possibly be working and not be able to make
wow.
it. But we just sent out the email today asking for them to respond. So I will text you in case I hear from them.
Of course, and honestly,
You know,
the
just so
more
you know.
manpower we have, the better. We can get what we get, and that's why we always invite you guys out, because you guys help us with everything.
Do you still have your radios?
Yes.
We do.
We need those, I was gonna bring those up, we do need those charged for Friday.
If, you know, if we do come up against something, I just want to be able to
Yeah.
communicate. I do have 3 radios, but I just haven't had a chance to test the distance real well.
Ours work pretty far.
They're supposed to go far.
I know,
but-
I've used them from Mary Collins to Anna G. Menzies University. So They're pretty
Maybe I get a
lightweight
chance to
radios.
to test them
Yeah.
out before then.
Okay, of course. So yeah, so basically that's one of the updates when it comes to public safety as well as special needs advisory board, I believe will be there. I'm gonna contact the chair from special needs to just confirm with her tomorrow. Keep in mind that our committee did vote to invite them to our events as they don't really do their own events. And I think it was important for us to include them in our events, so I believe they should be bringing their own tent, so we do not have to.
Who is this? I'm sorry.
This is special needs advisory. board.
You have to verify with them because I think they think that
I
There's
made
one
it very
provided.
clear at the chair meeting, and Mama Nance can vouch for me. I made it very clear that if you're a committee that's joining us, you do have to bring in your own
Were
tent.
they there?
Yes, they were.
Oh, okay.
So I
I know we
will,
held that at the.
Yeah.
At the
the
chamber.
chambers,
Mhm.
they
I
were
was, I
there
was
for it.
there, I remember.
Yeah. So I did make it very clear, and we will tell them again tomorrow. If anything, I will go home and get my own tent and bring it. If they break it, they buy it. But you know. But we'll go along with that for now. A few other things. I did talk to Ernie about this. We never set up a time for the introduction with the council members. We are inviting the council members and introducing our committee and the event as well as the costume contest. I believe I told Ernie that the best times right now is have 7:15 PM that night for the introduction for our event as well as, and we could always do one at 5 or at 6 when it starts, just like really quick one, welcoming everyone. But the actual more in-depth introduction for our committee and the council at 7:15 PM. And then the costume contest starting at 7:30 PM right after. Just so it's not too late. But it kind of gives people time to enjoy the event. once again.
If I may speak again, because I came here to be educated, so I know what to tell my guys. So that's why I'm asking so many questions. Two things. I understood you to say that you were going to have a stage or something.
Yeah,
Correct.
And that's going to be where, like usually where the movies in the park stage
in the
goes.
same place as it's at
The
every
other
year.
thing is, thank you, and the other thing is, what is happening with the two pavilions? Are they being utilized for anything?
One of them is, at this time, it is being utilized for pumpkin decorating.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, in the past, I know we utilized it for things, but I don't think we're utilizing it this year. I believe in the past it was utilized for, I think it was actually the plaster crafts. at one point, But I think we stopped the plaster crafts and then after that, it was that pavilion wasn't used in that event. Because one, that pavilion was a little bit farther from everything else going on in the event. We kind of said, let's just use pavilion, I believe it's B.
A.
For A, use pavilion A, which is right in the center
Mhm.
there, and it's closer to everything.
The one that's not closest to the bath,
Yeah, the one farther from that,
further south,
Mhm.
okay,
closer to the basketball court.
right. And the other thing just came up, if you cannot do anything with the building, the center itself, is there anything that you can use it for?
Well, we don't use the community center either way,
I see.
We use it just for the, sorry,
Just for the
we use it just for the volunteers.
and our props and our.
get
That's what I meant. That's where I was going with it. So it will be open
Well, only
for the
to,
volunteers.
yeah,
Correct.
Does
it
that
will be
include-
locked to the
Yeah.
public, but open to volunteers as well.
And
as
their committee.
Thank you.
And
They're welcome.
But yeah, so I believe because of the sponsorships, did we ever book DIF?
I don't want to run the risk of.
That's fine.
Through the chair, so I wanted to
do
see, I mean, we would need to be kind of close to electrical, that's the only thing, because we need to run, I have extensions and all, but
That's
we'd
fine.
have to be probably close to, typically we've been closer to that pavilion when we're doing that. to be
Yeah,
able
that's
to
fine.
Plug into there.
Just because I was a little confused. So in the past, Brian, we used, and I wanna clear it up. Pavilion A is the one that's closest to the bathrooms.
Yeah, Pavilion B is
So
the,
Pavilion B is the one we've used pumpkin decorating?
Yeah.
Okay,
Pavilion A kind of stays idle because it's farther away from the event. We kind of keep everything centralized. in that area.
actually, no, B, it would be for.
B, yeah. Sorry, whichever one's closer to the basketball courts is the one we use.
The one in the middle of the park.
That would be, B.
away from the playground.
Correct.
Yeah, so we will utilize that one for the pumpkin decorating area.
Sure.
Enough.
Do we have a map? Could we get?
Yes,
one
yes,
sent out
there
to
is a site map. There's a site map that
I know you guys have a lot.
I revised today 6 times because they asked me to revise it 6 times. I do have it and everyone will be getting one.
Gabriella?
Thank you, Chair. I remember at the special call meeting, we never set an official time for the volunteers to come on Friday. We did?
They're coming at you.
And until what time?
So we'll be back.
Okay.
What time should I be there? What time is it?
We'll be there.
It starts at what
It
time?
starts at 6.
Starts at 6.
You want to be there early? You can be there early. You want to get there early? You can get there early.
No, so I want to be there in the daytime when I can.
What are you guys doing for the volunteers for food?
So,
I already took care of that. Holiday Bakery is providing boxed lunches. Biggie Bakery decided to do an in-kind and provide, I guess, more finger foods to add to this. And I will be based tomorrow, as a matter of fact, with Mr. Lee from Papa John's.
awesome. That sounds awesome.
So we're taking care of that.
All right, so we got that going. So right now, we kind of have to decide how we're going to announce this event. I know because now we have a title sponsor. We need to talk to them if they are going to promote this tomorrow. We do have a title sponsor. We need to put it on the flyer. It doesn't, I know we wanted to put layer 8 on the flyer, but in that time, to change now. It's gonna still be Nightmare on Montrose, the return,
So what would you like?
but it has to be something we have to put in because part of the package of being a title sponsor, you get naming rights to the event.
I asked, and I left it up to, I met with Clarissa earlier, and I left it up to her, whatever. She knows what the intent is, whatever phrasing
So we
she
can
wants,
talk
because
about
what I don't want it to sound like is, like,
I heard,
in honor of, you don't want to make it sound like something happened to
It's like a farewell.
Like, exactly, like, so I asked her to come up with something, and whatever she was.
Still sounds like you're gonna put them on a boat.
I don't know. Whatever we say is gonna sound bad. So
Yeah.
as long as we have them there, it doesn't sound bad. It's fair. But yeah, so I guess you can catch or touch base with Clarissa, check. All right, I'm trying to see if I missed anything.
Set them off in the lake.
With whatever small funds we have left, can we get something for Officer Rodriguez?
That's if we have anything left.
If we have anything left, something small, just to give him a leader.
I mean, what is he retiring?
I have no.
At this time, at
That'd be
this point,
valuable.
I don't think there's anything really that we can get for him. I would say like a little plaque or something. But we can always present that to him another day.
I have been back and forth with Clarissa, and she stated in one of the emails, I reviewed the sponsorship ordinance. Please know that I do not see an issue with renaming the Halloween event as Nightmare on Montrose, the Return, in recognition to Officer Juan Rodriguez.
Yeah,
Which is, and it says as requested by this, the title sponsor.
That's fine. That's good with me.
He's gonna be recognized officially by somebody there.
Me.
There will be an MC if you want.
Yeah,
unless you wanna do it.
I'll probably do it in as the chair as well as with the mayor and the council. Wanna do that?
My I'm just coming up with arbitrary conditions. This was not a condition, this was a request. Whenever you do that, I'd like to be up there,
Of course.
and it would be nice if you extended to former Chair Lynn Matos as well. Because it's really the three of us that chaired during his tenure, so we can
All three, yeah.
kind of recognize it
I
together.
can call up all three. That's fine. All right, at this point, are there any other questions before we end off this meeting here?
One comment that I wanted to make, I'll probably say it again tomorrow, but during these events, every time we have lost kids, not that they're lost on the park, but the parents, lose them or they run away, whatever. If you guys have a parent or the child, stay with the parent, stay with the child, wherever you have. Stay with them, stay with them. What happens is, we tend to, we're looking for Johnny, he's this big, he's got this clothes on, okay, perfect. We turn around, mom is gone.
Then you find the kid and
We
then.
find Johnny.
And now you
Alright,
lost
but
one.
mom thinks that Johnny's gone and mom is going crazy. So stay with mom, that way, when we
Yeah,
find
then let
Johnny,
someone
we can
else know,
tell him,
yeah.
yeah, we can tell him, okay, we found him, and then we reunite.
If I could make a suggestion, which is dovetailing what I was originally gonna ask, where would you have my guys meet or assemble, number one? And number two, if you find a child or you find a parent, bring them to that pavilion where the pumpkin
It's actually the
things
stage is
is,
probably the best.
The stage might be better.
or the stage, that's even better.
That's how we used to.
But-
do it.
Yeah.
Make sure you have a place to send them or whatever, whoever has the kid or the parent or whatever, but a specific place.
But I think to his point, don't send them,
Yeah, don't
Take
send
them.
them.
Yeah,
Take
yeah.
them.
take
Yeah, that's
them,
fine.
do not let them.
Well,
out of
yeah,
their
you're
sight.
not gonna send
Yeah,
it.
I mean, we're gonna have radios and
Right.
stuff, so everybody will know what's going
And
on.
we'll
And
talk
they-
to our volunteers
and
about that
everything, yeah.
too.
And the volunteers. you
We'll
can
tell
tell us,
them to come to us for that,
Mhm.
because they're obviously high school students.
Mhm.
We'll have them come to the committee members for that. They already know who most of us are. So
Yeah, one of us will get involved, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Police
if
officer.
one of you, either you or Juan could come out to the volunteer meeting tomorrow. we could talk.
Yeah, I'll get it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to tell them. And it's just, again, the same thing. Don't send them.
Right.
You know, take them, come with them. Okay, look, this person is saying that, whatever, and stay with them the whole time. And then we'll
Oh.
give them instructions.
Christina's here. Christina, I have a question for you. Did we have permits when we did the haunted house?
No.
Did we need permits?
No.
Did we need a fire retardant spray because it was open on the top? Nope. There we go. My point proven. Thank you.
But I know, new year, hopefully everything gets passed easily.
That's what I was saying earlier, is that we never had this
Yeah.
issue where
We didn't.
we've even talked to the fire inspectors. I was there with you one time and we talked to fire inspectors. It's like, we don't need it.
We didn't need any of it because it
As long as
wasn't,
there's no roof, we're good. As long as this, and this, it's a temporary structure for 4 hours. So we don't need the permits. So it's not permanent. They're not digging into the ground. Thank you. I just wanted to.
I know, I'm like,
But yeah.
we'll talk right after though,
I
I
know we have a
know.
meeting coming up right now after us, so I'm gonna go ahead and, is there anything else? Any announcements?
I will be coming to the meeting tomorrow for the volunteers. I think I keep learning the more I come back, if you don't mind. Can you just tell me here, what time?
So it's actually gonna be at Mary Collins at 6:30.
It's 6:30.
6:30, yeah, if everyone in the committee that's going to be at this event can be there tomorrow at 6:30, it's all hands on deck.
I'll be here at 7. But I'm going.
6:30, all right, thank you, guys, I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 7:01 PM.
Thank you.
Hope to me, would have been better to me.
You can get me, I'll email you, you can send me the that's probably how long if you just send me a final version of the flyer. You can send- Hey, guys, just make sure we share the post for the event. Let's try to promote it. Yeah, when it comes out, just to get more people to go to it.
Do you want me to talk to Lynn?
Yes.
My best friend. And I will let her know about tomorrow's meeting as well. And I will let her know about the officer.
I'm sorry, we're waiting in the hallway to meet you. It's good to see you all. How are you? What the heck, Nancy? And you don't come and visit, you don't call, you don't
Jesus Christ, I feel like I'm gonna put a mattress in this
Yeah.
building.
Just
I've
live
been
here. All day long.
Two meetings yesterday, 2 meetings the day before, this one, and then another one tomorrow night for this one. And I miss you.
I miss you.
What did you do?
The special tax division.
I guess.
Yeah, well, send them a video.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you know, and it was unfortunate.
Check just to make
I'm
sure.
gonna verify.
Yeah.
I'm almost sure, I know that there's one Friday where you can.
Got it.
Not sure. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, come on in.
Sure it is. Are you looking for me? I didn't do it.
No, no, I went to, middle school in Orangewood.
I'm not sure this is our home.
He's not into that, so.
I look like this.
Very much so.
You can give me tax work.
I was on stage 25 times.
We're televised.
You're afraid?
So your last name was? She's at the head of the table.
You're my bodyguard. You have to guard my body. Oh, what did I write? What did
Frank's coming back.
Next year?
Yeah.
Am I okay?
He's running his chair.
Carlos Álvarez and Jeff Lowe. Come on.
Well, I know it's like, I just had you on.
No, Jeffrey.
Okay, so I don't know if you're, these are things that pass out later.
Jeffrey is.
I have. I don't think that's such a huge.
We
We got enough.
I'm just gonna talk about.
Are these all
No, that's what's back.
just the last? Well, it's all on one.
One page, I can probably look on the policy.
Yeah, these are for the
Oh, they're not.
weekend.
Oh, wait a minute, they're not. They're not stable. There's three. This one, there's three.
Oh, this is used activities.
They're all in the same,
It's the manual.
and then the meeting after us is on there as well, so they're all on there.
Do we have a stapler?
Today
27, 2 p.m. That was a different meeting.
So this is art.
Jack. That's awesome.
No, this one's your bread.
That was from a meeting this afternoon regarding infrastructure. They're there at 2 o'clock. I was in a 2 o'clock meeting in Rome.
2 o'clock
He
meeting.
was
Oh, okay.
flooding in front of your house. We were arguing
The
about.
drainage, gotcha.
Man, they really did a good job.
Yes.
Some dumping for Halloween, I was like, wow. No,
Amazing where it'll push.
it's the president of the HOA. He
That's
told
the
me
president.
today 20 times that he pushed and he pushed and
They
that's
sent
how we
emails.
got it. That's how we got it.
Yes, but this was what Miami Lakes.
Are we
I
ready?
told them, I told
I'm
them that
ready
the
if you
streets were
are.
paved
Ready?
with under Wayne Smith.
All right.
Was there any extra adjustments right there?
It's a second.
I'm sorry. You set to go?
Yeah, I'm set to go.
All right. Call this meeting to order, Lock Loan and Homeowners Association. If we can start with Oliver, he's gonna lead us in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Oliver. Oliver Alonso, he is the grandson of Robert Alonso, who was our first vice mayor of Miami Lakes. So I suggest, Alex,
get the chamber ready up in Tallahassee, because this guy's gonna be there in a few years. He's in 5th grade at Doral Academy, doing some great things there. So thank you for coming and leading us tonight. Also want to give a moment of silence, if we could. Want to remember those who served our country, this community. Veterans Day is coming up. The veterans who from Miami Lakes, Loch Lomond.
And we lost a member of the family in Loch Lomond, Lisette Gonzalez's son. Please
Amen.
keep him in your prayers.
Thank you. Okay. So we can do the roll, please. Patrick Kunkel present. We got, okay. We got Angel Alvarez, our vice president, who is, yep, and we got Wayne down there as treasurer, Robert. And where do we have Albert?
Albert's hiding out.
Correct. Lake district there. All right. Moving on, my report. We got Halloween coming up. Always a big affair in Loch Lomond. It's always been a good event, I think. We do have a police officer specially assigned to our community that we hired. We also have Destin, who will be hired that night, and we're trying to get a roaming vehicle to go around. Golf carts are hard to come by right now. Trying to rent one or just borrow one or whatever. So any way you can help out with that, it would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, in the past, he used mine, but I sold it and they're using it that night. It seems like everybody's using it. But please, anybody who has a golf cart that's not gonna use it that night, Justin will take personal responsibility for it, as well as Robert, myself, and Patrick. And it's good to have him drive around.
Yeah.
You know, besides the police officer. So anybody could help us.
Knows as well.
Does Destin even know this?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Destin what?
Even know that?
Of course he does.
That he's
We're
gonna,
sitting here tonight going, we're paying him to be a Roman security guard and
No, I'm just bringing it up.
Okay. So if you can help with that, I actually have 2 spotlights, even if you happen to have a cart that doesn't have one.
No, I'm Jerry Hollister with Kent Security. Robert, didn't the last time we give you a golf cart for that night?
we actually used one that we had last time, with it 2 years ago. We used one of ours.
We brought one extra one in.
Okay, if you guys have an extra one, Jerry, that we can use,
Start tomorrow looking for one.
we always cover Destin that night and pay him, you know, for the night, because you guys already have your 2 guards that do a great job that night, but Destin always comes in and we give him a little something to help us out. So if you can help out, you can talk to Patrick if you have anything to do.
the reason, Jerry, if you could help us with that, the reason we use Destin is because he knows everybody. He knows who shouldn't be there, whose house, who's there, who shouldn't be.
And we avoid the police officer having to ticket actually cars, so Destin will go to the homeowner and say, hey, can you please move the cars around the street
Good
inside?
idea.
So I don't mean to put you on the spot, Wayne, because I didn't ask you about this prior to the meeting, but I forgot to put on the agenda treasury report. But, I don't know if much has changed.
We've collected, let me see, $120 in the last 3 months, and we spent $105 a month on Comcast, so we have a balance of around $11,000.
Okay, great. Albert, if I can call on you, how are things going with the Lake District?
with the lake, we have 12 lake residents that still have not paid. Everybody else has paid up to date.
Okay.
Is there any updates since the last time you sent it out?
No, it's what you have now is,
Same 12.
Well, in the past,
it's kind of the same 12.
yeah, in the past, if we say, you don't get your stickers unless you pay, it worked tremendously.
Yeah, 9 of those 12 will pay once it's time for the
Yeah.
stickers because they did it last year.
Yeah.
Because I did that, so.
Okay. I believe public comments at this time.
Okay, I was gonna ask where we were on the agenda, so public comment.
Yeah, I guess I jumped into my report first, but so.
Well, actually, under order of business, if you can add to our business, the request to put the notifications on Halloween, the handout, so we give I think you had mentioned we had to add that, right? To approve.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Can that-
Do you want to add it to new business?
So we can add that to new business, just the Halloween flyer from the association, and we can talk more about it.
I guess that.
Yeah, what it is, and I know we've done it every year, we send out, just kind of letting know about security and then keeping the streets clear. Park in the berm area or your driveway, but off the street so that the service vehicles, emergency vehicles can get through. And that was a big, what do I want to say?
I usually print those out and Destin is kind enough to hand them out to every mailbox.
So we can talk about their new business.
Do we have a second to add that to the agenda? Seconded by Mirta. Do we have a secretary?
Yes, she's here.
Ah, perfect. Nice to see you two person by.
All right.
Does that pass?
Oh,
All in
I'm
favor?
sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. So, all right, public comments. We'll give public comments, 3 minutes max, please.
A lot of time.
I just wanted to thank whoever's responsible for the paving of the sidewalks, whoever wants to take responsibility, thank you from my household, because it was in bad shape right in front. Thank you, whoever.
We actually requested about every individual person to just, monitor their sidewalks and fix them if they could.
It was massive. I mean, the guys came, it started on Saturday, that I know, early.
I think the town wanted to make sure that people didn't trip and fall.
Yes.
on Halloween.
Exactly.
But the threats were.
Albert?
I do want to make a comment also on the sidewalk. When they did my sidewalk, they cut my sprinklers. Well, hold on a second. It's a great story here. So I did what a good citizen's supposed to do. I went to the app, reported it. The very next day, my wife calls me, there's something I fixing the sprinkler. I'm like, well, who? They go, I don't know. They said it's from the city. And then today in the afternoon, I had an inspector come and knock on my door and said, did they fix your sprinkler? I was like, I guess so. He goes, can you turn them on? I want to see if they work. So I turn them on. They go, oh yeah, they fix it. They work. They go, okay, thank you. Just check that out.
That's a good
So
story.
it was
Very good
amazing. Really good. I appreciate that.
Thanks for bringing that up, Albert.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Public comments?
You had your hand.
This was a lack of communication, sorry.
You mean
Yeah,
this
people here.
meeting tonight?
Yeah, it was, okay? I have what my lakes used to look like, okay? I'm gonna be a broken record for the rest of my freaking life, okay? Come on, okay? Everyone better start donating to the Main Street Players, okay? We are, unless you want to have something more in this community, please, I know what it used to look like. And that's me with my little daughter, okay, on Main Street, and we had all this, come on, please. We had a lack of communication. I drove in tonight, okay, and there's the sign. I posted it on the chat a few days ago, and I sound like the broken record, and I will continue to be the broken record. My kids grew up here, okay, and come on, you want something better.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Anyone else?
Can I piggyback on what Joni had said about Main Street Players? I never realized, I've lived in Miami Lakes for almost 40 years, 30 something in Loch Lomond. And I never realized what a joy and what a treasure we have with Main Street Players until I started going to the productions about 2 or 3 years ago. And as you know, they're having to move out of their current location into another location. And that move is going to cost them $50,000. So there is a donor who has promised to match funds for that. And they do such an incredible job. It's one of the most professional productions you'll ever see that they put on. So along with Joni, I urge
It's a
everyone-
company that is making the move.
Okay, well,
Okay.
that's another issue, but the
Mhm.
fact is that they need the money and they need donations to help them with the move. Otherwise, they go away. And that is a jewel in our cap in Miami Lakes. So I urge everyone, even if you can contribute 10, 15, 50, $100 or more to please try and make sure that the Main Street Players gets our support. Yeah, thank you.
And it can be for your
bringing it up.
kids too.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Any other public comments before we close public comments?
All right. So, moving into old business, our minutes from the last meeting. I don't know if there's a printout of it in here, otherwise I'll just go over it real quick.
I saw what you posted, I'll make a motion to approve it.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I have a question, the moment of reflection.
Oh, it's not in there?
No, I'm just wondering what it's about, if you can explain.
Well, I guess when I start. the meeting,
Okay.
I like. to
I was just
kind of-
wondering if we're gonna have like a neighborhood moment of reflection where the neighborhood.
No, I guess.
No, I'm sorry, I just saw it as a thing there. and I didn't
I
know
guess I
it-
started a tradition. I like to do the pledge.
And I love it.
A youth
Great.
from our neighborhood, and then I like to kind of remember those, our neighborhood, the Miami Lakes, our country, that made it
Great.
possible for us to enjoy what we got going right here, so.
Great. No, I
that's the
appreciate it,
moment.
Patrick.
Yeah,
No,
Thank you.
I wasn't here at the meeting, so I just wasn't sure if there was
Yeah.
something special that was planned for that.
Okay.
Which maybe we could think about it for Veterans Day, but that'll be next year.
So we got a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, minutes are approved. Thank you. Into old, new business, excuse me. All right, we have Kent Security. I guess we have a representative here.
Yes,
Is there anything you'd like to say or?
No, is it- excuse me, any issues anybody wants me to address or? with the
Yeah, this is
garage?
more of an open forum now in case there's anything contractually going on. I know we've had some rough goings in the previous months and prior meetings, so Jerry's always offered to be here during our meeting, so this is more of a discussion portion. If there's anything you guys are seeing from the security guard aspect that may need revision or supervision, he's offered to be here as frequent as he can in our meeting, so by all means, he's here as a resource.
I have some comments.
Yeah.
I know there's some new security guards. And I've actually questioned Justin about how well they're trained. And he says, I don't know, I don't train them. And I said, I need you to talk to Jerry. And maybe it says something where Justin actually, on the other two shifts, has a couple hours just to train them. Just about, the sliding glass door being open, when you pull in and it's closed and they're sitting at light, as you know, if you're sitting at light and it's dark outside, they can't see nothing, so they're just sitting there and push, so. I know the level of your employees is, what they get paid, you get what you pay for, I know that, but just try and have try and schedule Justin an hour or two with each one of them to kind of teach them more of the ropes.
Well, we have-
And also,
Do we have a
I'm
place
not,
for them to go to the bathroom?
I'm not done. Thank you. Also, I've seen that some security guards, instead of writing down the license plate, they have a device that has a camera. Do you have that in any of your places?
No,
No?
we usually use cameras. But what we use the cameras for is two things. One, everything is recorded that comes in.
Right.
And two, it gives us a chance to do an audit of what the guard's actually doing. When I say audit, I'm talking about the number of vehicles that are on the login sheet as opposed to the number of vehicles that are on the film. And then the accuracy of the tag writing. In other words, did they get all the tag numbers correctly?
I just went
That's why I
I went
propose-
into a neighborhood and they just,
But
and what
we're
that
gonna-
does, that shows the color of the car, the license plate and the make of the car.
Yes.
And that way that removes all that error in writing down because they're trying to let the people in as rapidly as possible and there could be mistakes in writing down the license plate.
I'm going over, my voice is in Israel right now, should be back Friday. But I've gone over him with that, with providing tablets, not only here, but section 1.
Right.
So.
Okay, if you can look into that.
And with regard to the guards, we usually ain't gonna send any guards here unless they've worked the special taxing district. They might not have worked this one, but they work one in the county, so they know the postal roads are the same. But if anybody here sees a guard not coming out and stopping and bringing people to a stop at the stop bar, please notify me, we'll review the camera and we'll discipline him we'll terminate him.
Okay.
So I'm here to do a job.
I know you brought a new car in. and I love it. Instead of golf cart, I always thought the golf cart was a little impersonal, with the rain and the cold and stuff. And now you brought a new car and it's, I think it's done good for their morale, yes. And so thank you for bringing that.
Now, if I can add, I just want to say, I did notice some issues with the guards for a while, Jerry. They have improved lately. I typically come in later at night. I'll go out to dinner and come in late. For a while, there was a couple guards that were just sitting inside with the door closed, legs kicked up. I brought it up to Destin. Destin told me he was gonna relay it to the supervisor, and that was all corrected. So right now, per se, with specific guards, I don't have complaints, and I come in, I leave at 5 in the morning sometimes to drop off the kids at school and come in late. And the car change has been very much appreciated. I was a fan of the golf cart, I'm not gonna lie, but then you have brought in that blue SUV, which was a mom's vehicle that was put in with a sticker on the side that I didn't feel was adequate. This car is a little bit better now, so I think it's working out better. So I think we'll continue to evaluate as our contract time comes. But to Wayne's point, having Destin train them, it's beyond just training a guard, it's training them to understand our neighborhood and our community. Destin knows every house, the cars that are supposed to be in front of a house. And I know it's not just for my preference, it's for everybody. If he sees a car that's out of the norm, he finds a way to contact you and say, hey, there's a car in front of your house, is everything okay? So sharing that information with other guards just makes you guys shine. So using him to your advantage, I think is to benefit to Kent Security.
He should have say so in their training, he's supposed to have. So I'll find out if there have been some new people sent in and have not been sent to him to train, why and not to do it.
And as of right now, just speaking from my perspective, all the guards that I've seen in the last 30 days are great. I don't have a problem with
And
it.
like most industries, we've had
And
a
it's
similar problem of people having and trying to get somebody to come to work. I mean, trying to hire people.
I think one of the greatest thing about our neighborhood is, as treasurer before, I still wrote the checks. But, when it comes to the Christmas bonus, Destin provides a list for me, how many years they've been here and how many days a week they work. And I based their Christmas bonus based on that. And it was 25, 24, 23, 19, 17, that's how long we had so
We have to
many,
run through a long time,
and now we have a turnover, so we have to get used to it, we understand the way it works, but it was nice to have those long-term people here.
And that Christmas gift is much appreciated by the gods. It really is, they're very appreciative of that.
Joe?
Yeah, as far as that car goes, I have a similar car. I finally ordered a new car, a Jeep, okay? And I've asked them to give me the Kent Security because I drive through the neighborhood all the time.
It's a mom
And-
vehicle.
Yeah, thank you. And Destin really would like to buy my car because Fred, Senra, I have a Jeep ordered. And I either have to trade it in or he wants to buy my car, okay? The Kent Security car. So we could do another, a fundraiser for Destin. Wouldn't that be fun?
I was gonna make a comment along with what Wayne had said, is that I get the list every year too. But the problem is that I can't equate the names with the faces because they put a placard out on the outside of the guardhouse that where the guard is supposed to put their card saying what their name is. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. I would like to know the names of each of them, so I know who I'm writing a note to at Christmas time.
Should be in on
Can
every
we-
shift.
Huh?
Each and every one of those guards has a laminated
Yeah, but they don't
piece
put
of
it up all the
paper
time.
that with their name on it. And we laminated them so they wouldn't get affected by the weather. And they just slide it in and out. It's very easy to do, so.
You can just
If you see
read,
that, call me or call the company. and we'll-
I agree with her, it's half the time.
I have a question. How many guards do we have on rotation, shift rotation?
We have 336 hours of service. You've got 2 guards in each shift.
How many faces do we see?
It's around 9 or 10.
9 or 10 right
Yeah.
now?
Because you have a couple that only do 2, you got the full timers and then you got a couple that do
Right.
the odd the day that they're off.
To cover that many hours of service, you need 8.4 guards. Okay, that usually translates somewhere between 9 to 10 guards.
Right.
To adequately staff.
All right. Moving on. We have State Representative Alex Rizzo here, so I want to give you the floor.
Well, thank you, Patrick. If you give me a second, I just wanted to, if I could say a few words about Alex Rizzo.
Oh, my God.
Now, I know he doesn't have the
So-
qualifications Oliver. has.
I know.
Go
So,
ahead.
just so everybody knows, there's been the sidewalk issues and all these different things, and I take zero credit for anything. But it was a combined effort of Patrick as well as our Representative Rizzo and myself and Wayne and different individuals that have kind of pushed on the town as to what's going on with our infrastructure needs within our town, especially Loch Lomond. The mayor recently put a post about a $4.2 million home or whatever it was that sold in our neighborhood and how Miami Lakes is flourishing. But yet today I drive every day and I walk every day. Many of you must see me walking, but I walk and I see our streets, and I'm Cuban, so I can say it, but I feel like I'm walking through the streets of Cuba as our streets are just fading away and drainage issues continue to happen and our asphalt just continues to go away. I remember sitting with Jody one day and cleaning drains to get things off. So the town had sent a beautiful notice, and I had the pleasure of being not just a constituent, but a friend of Alex, and we work out in the gym. I go, Alex, you guys are up in committee weeks. What did the town send you? And nothing against our town employees. They're great. What did the town send you for Loch Lomond this year to fix our drainage system? He goes, nothing. They say everything's fine. What do you mean? So here we are. I asked Alex to come because he joined me today in a meeting at 2:00 and has been putting some pressure on the town to figure out what's going on in the east side of Miami Lakes. So I asked him to come and give an update, not just from Tallahassee, but from Miami Lakes after our meeting today. So I really appreciate Alex for taking time out of his day today to not just be here earlier today at 2:00 for a meeting, but to staying until 7:00 to join us for our association meeting. So thank you, Alex, for being here, and
My pleasure.
thanks for all your help.
My pleasure. I serve every single one of you in this room. So thank you, Robert, for that introduction. Patrick, thank you very much for having me. Hello, everyone. Good to see everyone. If you could take one of each and just pass it around, and we're going to talk a little bit about that, okay? If you want to do that. So last year, just with respect to what's gone on in Loch Lomond, there are two state representatives that represent the town of Miami Lakes. Tom Fabricio is from the Palmetto Expressway West. That's District 103, and House District 110, which all of you reside in, is from the Palmetto East. Loch Lomond is in my district, and I thank God because Loch Lomond is a beautiful, Miami Lakes is beautiful all around, but Loch Lomond is just really a special place, and I spend a lot of time there, obviously with Robert and with Wayne, and I consider you all, consider these two gentlemen family, definitely, but all of you friends. So when I asked the town last year, what are the priorities for legislation for appropriations, especially when it came to my district, everything was fine. The real problems are flooding on the west side of Miami Lakes. So of course, I put in an appropriation that was asked of me, and we were able to procure about $470,000 for an ongoing drainage project for the west side of Miami Lakes. Now, I work very closely with one of our council members, actually several council members, but Marilyn Ruano, who really is a champion for the town of Miami Lakes, as well as many people in this room. And so after last session, I wanted to know what was going on with drainage, with infrastructure projects. Frank Mingo, who is here today and was the vice mayor, was a councilman and a vice mayor, is a dear friend of mine as well. And we talk about these issues all the time because I like to believe I am a fiscal conservative, and I want to know that obviously the town that I represent in Tallahassee has priorities straight. And priorities for me are when you are an elected official, you want to make sure that you have safety and security and the services that the municipality is supposed to offer and proffer at their very best. So this year, when the allocations came in, and you know, I kind of looked at them, and there were several things. Not one of the appropriations was in our district. okay? And after speaking to Mika, Robert, Wayne, several other people, it was brought to my attention that you all have a flooding issue. Okay, and so I spoke with the manager, and he assured me that there is a bond issue that is paying for a project. Now, I don't know if you know that or not, okay, but I asked for a presentation, which gave us this meeting that we had in this very room this afternoon, and the entire stormwater drainage project was brought to our attention, okay? And I think it's very important, and I don't know if anyone in this room, other than those that were here, really know what's going on, okay? But this is a map that I'll leave with you that basically shows two, and Marilyn, if I'm incorrect, please jump in and let me know, okay? Basically, there's a town, two maps of Miami Lakes. The one that is more green, the one that Robert now has in his hand, is basically a map of projects, and they're listed there in the key, that are planned. Okay, they might be in a different phase of implementation, but basically they're planned and funded. Okay, and the different funding sources are there. Okay, the other map, which Patrick has, right, the one that has the orange sections, okay, that one has, and you have the orange one over here. Thank you. These are projects that have yet to be funded. Okay, and how they're going to be funded, well, that is kind of a question, I would say, for the council and for me. Obviously, part of my job is to bring allocations to the town of Miami Lakes. But all this is stormwater, okay? And as you notice, most of it is on the west side, but definitely there are 3 projects on the east side. One is in your neighborhood, okay? And it's highlighted there in green. Okay, it's number 7. There's another one on Cypress Court, and there's another one over by the, I think it's 59th Avenue, right around there. Okay. So there's also a timeline. Now, Mika, can I sheet over here with you? Okay. So what these 2 documents are, these 2 documents have been provided by the manager in the town, okay? And these are timelines for these projects. Okay, now this is a 10-year plan. And the town has done a very good job, I believe, of investing in its infrastructure. And it laid out the entire plan basically before us today, okay? Now, again, there is that question of how will the remaining $15 of $55 million be paid, but I'm sure as elected officials, we will get there, okay? We will have those discussions. Obviously, that's a big local discussion. If you could just wait until the very.
No, my hand's up. I'm waiting.
You're waiting or?
I'm waiting.
Okay, thank you. You can put it down. I'll call you again.
No, I'm
I was a
waiting.
teacher. I will call you. I won't forget. Okay, thank you, Joey. So if you look over here at these 2 sites, these 2 pages that I gave you, these are basically the different projects and where their implementation schedules are, okay? If you look at the one, and it's on here somewhere, I'm sorry.
Page 2, number 12 is locked.
Which one? Wait, what does it start with? Bond or
No, it's
ARP?
bond, and it's the
Bond?
second page, number 12
There you go, thank you.
is Loch Lomond.
So look at bond, okay? It's the 3-page
It's
packet.
in the middle.
And if you look at number 2, you're gonna see right around the middle, line 12, or it says 12 on there. And there it says Loch Lomond Drainage Improvements. Okay, Loch Lomond Drainage Improvements has already been bidded out.
That's a whole other story. We'll see that after.
It's gonna take 509 days. Okay, and that is, again, just an estimate, and about a year and a half. Okay, as you can see, start date was 10/1/21, so this project is underway. Okay, now, again, this is what's been told to me, but again, we need to keep everyone that works for you, including myself, very honest, okay? Not saying that anyone is dishonest. Now, it's supposed to end, completion is September 13th of 23. 3 is cut off there. Okay? September of 23.
I'm doing it.
If you could just wait, just let me finish,
You
please,
need to
Joey.
look at this. This is the Biscayne Aqueduct System, okay? This has to do with the state, okay? If I call and I've got something in my backyard, I have to deal with the state. I don't deal with the town of Miami Lakes.
Okay, so you can deal with me.
So, huh?
So you could deal with me directly. So what we've got going on here, and again, Joni, I'll be glad to,
And when will I
let me just
pay
get through,
taxes
let me
to?
just get through this and
Go for it.
we'll get to this, okay? So this will give you a little bit of a timeline here, okay? As far as, and I don't know, did the manager send you anything to print out as far as the budgets for each one of these projects?
For this project, no.
No?
Let's go with the movement. It's $950,000 that have been budgeted for Loch Lomond out of the $15.5 million.
Is the state
bond.
paying for it or us?
This is
No,
the
that's
bond?
a town,
You are.
but we are.
This
It's a
is
bond.
a town,
But we don't own half of that part.
this is, but
This is
you,
not the park.
this is your streets, which are the municipalities, okay? And so the budget is $997,000, so basically $1 million for this, okay? We talked a little bit more, the manager is gonna give me, an updated list as to all of the timelines, all of the benchmarks that must be met. Okay, so that you can know full well, the scope of the project and obviously what should be going on. Okay, so right now, that is with respect to Loch Lomond, what is going on. And also what is going on with stormwater and everything else in the town. Okay, as to what is in your backyard, again, I will gladly speak with you about
No,
that.
it is, people don't understand, anyone that lives on Glen Eagle, that water behind you, it's the state. We need to contact the state and get
actually-
them to be paying for.
So just so you know, today, Tom Fabricio, that was here, as well as Alex, asked the
Okay.
town if they have reached out to South Florida Water Management, which is in control of that water right behind you.
Right.
The town says they're talking to them, and bottom line, nothing against them. The town has not requested any dollars from the state
course
for
not.
our community.
But they
Okay.
should.
They told, so I brought it up, and
Uh-huh.
Patrick said, okay, if I can speak.
Yeah, please.
When I looked at this, I walk every day through Loch Lomond, you guys know that, and so does Wayne. And you see me walk around at night and during the day. And, first of all, I can't see myself in front of myself because it's so dark, because the trees and the canopy hasn't been cut. That's a whole other story. Then we have all the asphalt just going away. As you guys can see in the map, it's only covering 2.5 blocks of Loch Lomond that the stormwater is gonna, replacement's gonna work. When I asked the manager how the rest of Loch Lomond streets were gonna be funded, there is no funding.
Thank you.
There are no dollars, there are no plans. So as a community, what we need to do, and I let the manager know, is we need to become more vocal, because if we want to brag about the $4 million homes and the $2 million homes being sold in Miami Lakes, which are being sold in Loch Lomond, and are increasing our tax base and increasing the funds for the town, we need those dollars to come back to our community, because that's why we incorporated. When my dad was part of the incorporation, was to keep our tax dollars here and being used for here, not for pie in the sky projects that are being dreamt about by our council. Our council needs to come back to
But we
basics.
also have the state,
Right. So, but the state needs to be requested, and if our council is not requesting it,
right.
the state can't do anything. That's why I involved him, and I said, hey,
Thank you.
you need to pay for these things. And he said,
Uh-huh.
pay for what? They're not asking for anything. So.
Can I just make a comment? This is all well and good, and I'm glad to know about it, and thank you for coming here, making a presentation. But the town is working against this in another respect, and that is they're allowing people to pave over their driveways with concrete and fake turf for a look, which then affects the permeability of the land. So you can do all this wonderful drainage, and we're still, Maryland, going to have a problem in Loch Lomond, in Royal Oaks, wherever, until people start understanding and the town stops allowing people to pave over with these huge concrete pads because they think it looks so nice. It doesn't look so nice, first of all, in my opinion. Second of all, it does affect permeability, and that was the reason why we were only permitted to put pavers in, because of the drainage issues, and it allowed the water to filtrate through. And third, it just, it doesn't look like, the way we want our neighborhood to look. So I think really the town has to take another look at that and look at the land use regulations. And if you're going to support this and if you're going to put money towards it, why bother if on the other hand, the water's still gonna be coming up into the middle of my garage every time we have a heavy rain?
And Jody and I were out
No.
fishing and cleaning off our drainage so that the water can go in front of our
I
house.
have boots.
And my boys,
But
that's
the
right
other,
there.
but the other is, come on, why isn't the state paying for some of that stuff with our drainage?
I am
Come on.
more than amenable to put in for appropriations, okay? And which is why I asked for, I want to know what is going on with Loch Lomond,
Yeah.
okay?
We
Which,
got lots of
finally,
mess.
which finally brought it to my attention that there was a bond issue already bidded out and awarded to go ahead and deal with this. Now, I will continue to be on, obviously, I work for all of you, okay? So as issues arise, or as this issue continues, I want to be made aware of what has gone on. I mean, that's gonna take a lot of,
Should I ask what the golf course is doing and how they're dealing with it?
I don't know,
I'm
but
just
the
making a
golf
joke.
course is a
I'm
floodplain,
making a
yeah.
joke.
Okay,
I'm
I
making a
don't
joke.
know. I don't know, but I know that the golf course is a
But
floodplain.
we are kind of unique that we have all that behind us. When I say there's an alligator back there, I have to call the state.
Yeah, FWC.
I can't call
Where the hell is
Miami
that?
Lakes, you know what I'm saying? I can tell my neighbors, but I can't.
Right, so
So
we are.
why are we getting credit for that property
Well,
back there?
and again,
And why are we
I'm
paying
gonna,
taxes on it?
I'm gonna keep that conversation open with FWC and South Florida Water Management
Uh-huh.
to see what exactly there is. Are there, are there funds available to do some things or not? But that will be an ongoing process, okay? But again, this is, again, part of my job is to like stay on top of this and make sure that I work with local officials and make sure that you're unique.
We're unique.
So,
You had a question?
maybe.
Well, Alex, excuse me, she basically.
Okay, it seems like, I go to the council meetings. You're paying in your water bill a $4.50, that's what you were paying per house per month. Council brought it up to $10.50. Now, they doubled the money for stormwater utilities in your bills. That money is pledged to get the bond that they already got for 15.5 million. You already are gonna pay that. You're paying for this building another bond based on your electric bill. Those two have to be attached to something that's untouchable. And that's why all of those things go without your approval. What's coming to your approval is the one for the park. Because they cannot touch anything else.
And the
They
park
they
is also
pledged every,
on.
now, something I learned
School board
today,
property.
something I learned today that was very important is that we used to have a lot of money when they reconciled the budget in November, and it was my friend here was, Mr. Numbers. And Frank fought for us every chance. The money is pledged that comes in, the extra money that we get every year, because income is reported at 95%. So there's 5% that you play with at the end of the year. So you got an additional 5%. That money always was incremental. We always got it in November. Council usually put it into public works. It hasn't happened in years because that little budget of money, and this I found out today thanks to the councilwoman, has been pledged to 59th Avenue. So now you're gonna be able to someday, eventually, when we're old and gray, up to Costco without going to the public. That's where the money's going. Or we put the money in the design of the Optimist Park, which was $500,000. Somebody has to pay for all that. Somebody, and we're it. So unless you wake up and scream your head off like I do and they don't listen to me anymore, somebody has to fight this. And we are the fighters. There's nobody behind us. We're it. They're sick and tired of me. They don't listen to me anymore. Or
That's what I'm trying to do about what the state should be paying for. So, yeah.
And the state is here, and to that point, and Albert, first Albert speak.
And then we should let.
Yeah.
Mr. Representative Rizzo finish.
Yeah, thank you. Alex, thank you for bringing this up. I appreciate that. I just have a couple questions regarding the street in Loch Lomond, what they're thinking, and to your point, because I also run through the neighborhood all the time and I'm always looking at all the potholes and everything. Are they planning, or was that part of paving the entire Loch Lomond? Was that one? And number two is, how did they choose that it was just that corner that had the drainage problem? Because it's a whole, well, I mean.
just that.
Well, I'm okay with that, because
That's
that's my house.
Yeah. you're
I'm good there, but I know that because when it floods, and I also help right here in the corner, I'm out there with my boots and trying to help out as well, because I'm close by. But I'm just curious, is how do they determine that that's the worst place and not the other one in there?
I
Did
don't,
them study.
right, I don't know exactly, but I believe there was an engineering study done, a hydrologic study to see water flow.
Okay.
Okay, and where it backs up and where it needs to go, okay? But you can ask the manager for a town staffer or perhaps himself to give you the results of that and see what was the process, okay, to go through it all right? It's all public record for you and it's available.
Maybe Marilyn can, being that you're the only council member that can bring us to one of our meetings, our next
Absolutely,
meeting.
I would
how that
be
came
happy
about.
to. We have we put together, I don't mean me, because I'm not an engineer by any means, but there is a stormwater master plan for the entire town, where there are areas that have been identified for many, many years. And that stormwater master plan was updated recently means 2 or 3 years ago, was updated recently, and that is what we based these projects on. Now, there may be other areas that have not made it onto the stormwater master plan. As of right now, we have a list. The total dollar amount is $55 million. That's $55 million in 2019 dollars, maybe, let's say. None of that is actually accurate today because the cost of any construction project has gone up immensely. So that's how we came about. And then these projects were prioritized by our public works department. And so there's projects on mostly on the west side of the town is where more of our drainage issues occur because it wasn't developed as well as the east side.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that. My concern is that if they fix that, they spend all the money on that, you're still gonna have a lot of flooding.
And I asked that question today, and there is no plan outside of those 2 blocks right now.
And that's where I'm trying to.
And if I could just jump in real quick, so as far as repaving, a lot of times what happens is repaving, if you're part of a managerial staff, a town staff, you'll know that repaving, you're gonna hold off if you've got a project coming, because it's throwing good money, after bad, because basically it's gonna be redone, okay? So everything that you see there, and again, I will get you the exact scope of the project so that you will see. I don't want to assume that the entire shaded area there is gonna be repaved. I believe it is, but again, I want to see, I want to see exactly what it is, okay? To see, to answer your questions, all right? Now, as far as the rest of it, I will commit to you, again, this is not everything else in Loch Lomond, and I know Loch Lomond has an issue, okay? I will commit to you that, God willing, if I'm reelected, and I'm up there again next year, I will put in, if there's still an issue with flooding, once this is complete, I will put in an allocation to complete the project. Okay? And I will work with elected officials here in the town to ensure that there is significant buy-in also from your tax dollars, not just Tallahassee dollars, but local dollars, to ensure that you're getting the most that you can. Okay?
But as of today in our meeting, there was nothing beyond those areas, which Albert, you're lucky, you're in it. But it might just be half the road, which is.
Yeah.
The Representative Rizzo brought it up to me after the meeting today. He goes, hey, don't overly get excited because we haven't seen the full plan. And some of these engineers come and do half the roadway, which is where the drainage pipe is at. And we don't know if it's French drains or what's gonna come
Yeah.
in. So the important thing is that as a community, and as Mita
$1
said,
billion is.
we need to get involved. We need to speak up because we are the highest tax base probably in the town of Miami Lakes.
Yeah.
And we're almost turning into the stepchild, and that
Yes.
shouldn't be the case. Because if we want to brag about our increase in home prices, well, let's invest into our community. So I appreciate, Representative Rizzo getting involved. I asked him to, and he threw himself into the fire. And Vice Mayor Mingo, prior council member, Vice Mayor, I threw him into the fire too. I said, Frank, you know numbers, because I don't know this stuff. I mean, I'm a real estate guy with Wayne and a past IT guy. So I'm like, where's the money going? And we found out today that all of the money that in the past was used for roadway improvements, sidewalks, streets, trees, is now being fully allocated to the 59th Street Avenue project. So they've stopped that for the last couple of years, all the money that we used to use for that. And I brought it up because I'm sure some of you have seen, I bring my camper home sometimes when I come from a trip and I'll have it there for unloading and reloading. I can't drive it around the town of Miami Lakes anymore. My air conditioner is going to stay on an oak tree somewhere around town because they're all so low. And I brought it up to the manager because the same way I brought up the liability of the sidewalks that a kid's going to fall and break their head. I told him one of my air conditioners is going to land in the middle of a tree and the town's going to have to pay for that air conditioner. Because legally they have to provide a right of way so that we can drive trucks and campers and so on through. So I wanted to make sure we were all aware of where we were at today, where the funding was at, and let's not leave Mita alone. And I appreciate Mita always fighting for us, but let's not leave her alone and join her. It's not a fight. I think it's more of a unification and creating a voice for ourselves. Because at the end of the day, I would also think that Marilyn and the rest of the council want to do what's the best for all of us. But at the end of the day, it's who's screaming louder. And if we're quiet,
The state is paying for some of it.
well, they gotta get asked.
Huh?
They have to be asked.
Okay,
Can I ask
thank
a-
you.
Can I ask a more
Let's
basic
do
question?
it.
What's the purpose of doing all this construction if it's all just gonna be blown away by blasting anyway?
Oh, yeah.
That's the larger issue. What are you doing in Tallahassee about blasting? I
Why
haven't
don't I-
seen your name on any
Oh,
list.
I wrote that up.
I co-sponsored the bill to lower the blasting level last year.
I can vouch for all that they're doing in Tallahassee.
So yes,
regarding blasting.
my name was on, it, absolutely, and my name will continue to be
The
on.
problem is a gentleman by the name of Jimmy Petronis,
I know that name.
who has not signed their bill into action that they passed and is holding it hostage from going into effect.
So there are significant interests that apparently have lobbied not to hear our bill, which would lower blasting levels in effect. Basically, what it says is you can blast all you want, just make sure that it's not perceptible to anyone around you. Okay? It is a huge industry. It is a very needed industry. It keeps a lot of jobs. A lot of people in Miami Lakes, a lot of people in Hialeah, my district, which is Hialeah, Miami Lakes, a lot of people rely on those jobs. So it's a very necessary industry. However, there is no doubt that it is impacting your homes. And the closer you get to the blast radius, or within the blast radius, the more effect you will have.
It's not just the homes though, it's the town hall. It's the Robert Alonzo Junior Center. It's our sidewalks, which just got repaired and now are just going to be just blasted again. So it's not just our homes. There should be a self-interest in Miami Lakes to do something about it.
Well, there is a self-interest in Miami Lakes to do something about it. Believe me, I don't stop hearing about, this issue. And I do everything I can. And so one of the things that I do ask citizens to do is get more involved, okay? And by more involved, it is every single person. So it's not enough that there's a blasting advisory council. In other words, if there's 300 members, then 300 emails should go to the members, that I serve with to say, please, let's hear the bill. Let's hear the bill. 300 members should be sending these emails and phone calls to the chief fire marshal, who is also the chief financial officer, to say, look, the last bill that was passed, follow through with what it is, which means that every single one of your reports, when you go on the website and say what's going on and upload photographs and everything, then it gets on there so that people see the effects of it. The truth is, and I will, I'm gonna be as transparent as always. It is a multi-billion-dollar business in Dade County. We sit on the largest limestone formation in the continental United States. This is the largest operation of its kind. There's one here, right at Miami Gardens and I-75. There's another one in Medley. There's another one in Doral. There's another one down between Card Sound and US 1, way down, okay? The issue is that there are only 3 counties in the state of Florida that are impacted by this. So you've got maybe 12 members of 120 in the House of Representatives that say we've got a problem. And the lobby is very good on the other side, very strong on the other side to say, oh, these guys want to kill these jobs. So I've got members coming to me saying, why do you want to kill jobs? Why do you want to kill the economy? I'm the biggest, Milton Friedman, big, open up markets and let the markets decide guy. And so I tell them, listen, that's not true. This is the issue. And it just doesn't get heard. Okay. So I will continue to do that. I will continue to fight for this. Tom Fabricio is even more impacted in his district. So everyone that lives west of the Palmetto is even more impacted by this because they're much closer. My business is very close to here. Actually, it's a block away. It's right behind Publix. And I feel it at about 11 o'clock every morning.
Every morning.
Okay. And it's also dependent and driven by the economy. Okay, because what they do is they blast per order. So when someone orders material for aggregate, for anything, making cement, making a roadway, making blocks, they blast and dig it out. So when the economy is good, as you know, our economy is great right now. There's many more orders and you're going to feel that blasting. And it also depends on where they're blasting, how they're blasting. Is it a directional blast? Physics is involved in it. Some people that live on a lake, they won't feel it at all. And people 2 houses down feel it. It's just, it's weird like that. There's a lot that happens. I'm going to keep doing what I can. I will work with Tom Fabricio. I'll work with Senator Manny Diaz, that we're all working together on this issue. But again, we need help. We need numbers. We need all of you and everyone over there to do what we're asking you to just keep that, ball moving.
Yeah. And it's very simple to fix the situation. I was on the blasting task force 20 years ago when we cut a deal with the rock miners to basically lower what's called peak particle velocity, which is the size of the explosion. And they agreed to take it from 1.3 to 0.8. And the next thing we know, they took it away from Dade County and gave it to the fire marshal for the state of Florida. But all they got to do is lower the blast, but it'll cost them money and they're not going to do it.
Right. And that's what we've offered in our bill, is basically to, again, blast all you want. Just do it so it's imperceptible to everyone.
Or just put a fund aside to pay for all the damage that you caused. Yeah.
That could be.
But then we fix our roof and it's gonna crack when they blast again, so it's not gonna solve the issue. We just temporarily fix it, it'll come again.
Now, eventually that particular mine will be done and they will move on. They own thousands of acres of it. They will continue to move and this is the closest one to our community. Okay, so they will move west more, which you would think may minimize the impact of the blasts. But again, I can't guarantee you because physics has a lot to do with it on where they're blasting and how that formation, how your homes sit on that formation.
Unfortunately, they still have 500 acres just on the other side of the turnpike in Okeechobee.
Well, I
It's
think,
next on this list.
yeah, when that mall starts to go up, they're not gonna tolerate that.
Right, the mall, I
That's
think,
gonna happen.
a lot of Miami Lakes have been against the mall, but I think the mall will be a blessing to us because it's gonna force a lot of things to change back there, but
I want to take a minute.
thank you.
Jerry, you want to get, I know you're sitting here, you want to escape, but I'm.
What, are you leaving?
No, you're good, Jerry.
I think it was very interesting.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Jerry.
I'll let you keep
You can leave a credit card.
What you heard here stays here.
Yeah.
What you heard here stays
That's
here.
right.
Thank you, Alex.
So no, I mean,
All right.
like I said, I
Take
just
care.
wanted to thank you again.
To the point of funds coming to Miami Lakes, how much dollars, because whether it comes to Loch Lomond or not, it's still coming to Miami Lakes. What, can you kind of report of what was brought last year, what's coming this year, what the requests have been from the state?
Last year, my allocation was 447,000 for a drainage project to continue out in Royal Oaks, and it was approved. Again, because I asked and there was nothing in my district. This year, there's canal stabilization. This isn't, is this?
Yes.
This is our,
Yes.
this is the request, right?
Yes.
This is the request for this year
From the town.
from the town, okay? There is drainage, Miami Lake, everything is on the west side for drainage. 995,000 with a local effort of 328,000. Another one on the west side, 1.1 million. The appropriation request is 726,000. Another, this is canal stabilization, as you know, the canal that runs along 77, 170th and 77th Avenue. Okay, there was 2 phases of canal stabilization. There is 1 phase left. The last phase is here. It's basically $1.8 million with a local town match of $800,000. There is another one to widen the entrance onto the southbound Palmetto. Okay, just past.
What do we have to pay for that? Why did
Nothing. There is nothing.
Oh.
The town has put in not $1 as a matching fund.
Oh.
Okay, but that's basically $400,000. But again, this is something that the town leadership has come up with.
1.7 million for elderly community.
1.7 million, which I believe your Miami Lakes delegation, which consists of myself, Tom Fabricio, and Senator Manny Diaz, has said we will not do because there is all this infrastructure need. We will not put in for that. There is there a bike path in Park West? How much was that asked? $400,000. We will not address that at all. Because we believe that these are the things that it's our responsibility to work, again, along with your elected officials, to try to have here. And even though, again, I was gonna put in for something for Loch Lomond, there already is a project in Loch Lomond, okay? So we wanna see what that's going to encompass. There is no other request on the east side in my district, in Miami Lakes. So I probably will ask for at least one of these. And it might be canal stabilization to finish it. It may be because it does impact us on, in District 110 so greatly, is that entrance onto southbound Palmetto, to see about opening it to alleviate a little bit of the traffic when you're at right in front of Shula's Basin.
I just have one drainage question. It'll be brief. So I know that Frank had mentioned that there were studies, and we don't even know if they said, okay, well, Loch Lomond, we're gonna look at this and we're gonna see what's the worst in Loch Lomond, but the part that isn't as bad as Loch Lomond may still be worse in other areas, and we don't know that. But what I want to know is, how bad is the best case scenario? I'm an optimist. How bad is the best case scenario in terms of a timeline? Because how long did it take to even get to this Gantt chart for them, right? So let's say if something like this is on the horizon to continue Loch Lomond, how far out?
You mean if this is complete?
If we can get the rest of this.
There's a 10-year plan.
Well,
There's a 10-year.
we're not even in the 10-year plan for the rest of Loch Lomond, so it's 20 years. For the rest of
And
Loch Lomond.
that's what I
If
want
that.
to think.
That is all else. And again, let me speak a little bit to it as to what was presented to me, but you also have, a member of your council here. So what was presented to me is this, what is before you on these maps constitutes a 10-year overall plan to deal with stormwater mitigation.
And $15 million.
Okay, well, no, it's a
No,
total of
that's actually
55 million.
55, because it's the red and the green.
Right, it's
The
a
red is
total of
not
55
funded.
million.
This is, the green is 15 million, and then the other one is the remaining
Okay.
19 million.
So here's my, and maybe this will answer your question. Best case scenario, this gets done within this timeline, before this timeline that you have here. Okay, so before September 13 of 2023. Okay. Best case scenario is that your affecting Loch Lomond, that project is done before that time. Okay, right now, there is nothing else planned on the master plan of the town. Okay, for 10 years to deal with anything.
That's what I
Now,
meant.
that is that. Now, again, I have committed to you that if there is an issue, I will push for an appropriation from the state. If I'm still representing you, okay? To alleviate whatever else is the issue, because I know that you have an issue, okay? And it looks like you and maybe one other street that is not commercial, one other residential street, and that's over by the par 3, has been affected by flooding, okay? So, but again, that is my commitment to you, as long as I'm your
So
representative.
you'll be running for the next 10 years.
I'm running again right now, yeah.
I will make a commitment to you.
Okay,
And I'll vote for you for the next 10 years.
I'm running,
If you
I'm
make this commitment.
running again, right, I will term out if
At the
I
very
keep,
least.
if keep going, yeah, at the very most, it's
Thank
6
you,
years.
that's, I just wanted to get an idea of.
But that's what goes on. So basically, again, but what I would say, just in closing, because I know we've taken a lot of time. In closing, what I would say is this, is I work for all of you. I asked to represent you, okay? This is part of what I do. It's not just working to get an allocation, but it's also working with community leaders, working with all of you to get the best, to get the most out of your tax dollars, okay? And again, to make sure that, us, we, the elected officials, work for you in your best interest, okay? I would say stay involved, okay? So I am not a resident of the town of Miami Lakes, although, I do pay a business tax at Miami Lakes. I'm here every day. This is something that you need to keep an eye on, okay? I will continue to keep an eye on. You have elected leaders that are here. You have watchdogs. Frank Bingo is one of your biggest advocates of Miami Lakes, okay? And so, and will continue to, because he's a fiscal conservative and he wants to make sure that your basic needs are met, okay? Again, the other things that need to be met is safety. Do you have lit streets at night? Is it safe to walk? If you have uneven pavement, you're having a problem. You know what I mean? So again, but those are local issues. And again, I'm glad to help to get those things solved. I'm glad to do what I can legislatively or with an allocation to make sure that those things are met, okay? But you just need to stay involved. Get involved with your local officials and with me and the senator's office, because we represent all of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks for-
Patrick,
Appreciate it.
any other questions, Patrick? I mean, I serve at your behest.
We'll save it for another day.
All right, thank you all very much.
Well, thank you.
I'm gonna get over there because they want me to speak and they probably won't even be there anymore.
Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Alex. Almost, we got to,
Thank you.
bring up the letter.
Yes, the newsletter.
Let me see.
All right.
Yes, sir. The other item that we had was just to approve so that Wayne and I can use the standard template that we've always used. We'll have Destin deliver it to every house. It's a simple little newsletter. It just says, hey, Halloween's coming. Please tell your guests to park on the driveway. I mean, we all love to have people over the house. Loch Lomond is the place to be. And we love the kids running around, but the streets, there was 3 years ago where the streets were just loaded with cars. They were all Patrick's house. And there was a kid that was hit by a car. It wasn't thankfully bad, but fire rescue tried to come into the neighborhood and there was no way for fire rescue to navigate through the streets because the cars were all in the middle of the street. So just tell your friends, your neighbors, everybody that's coming in, park in the driveway, the swell area, keep the streets empty. Police will come and ticket, but the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna have Destin come and say, hey, please move your car in, because we don't want to ticket any of our friends or residents that are coming over. But if somebody's not listening, they will be doing it. So please do that. And that will be kind of what the newsletter says, unless anybody has anything else they want to add on to.
Yeah, on that,
Joni was
on
first.
that, Rosie and I were talking, if we could put some cones out on our cul-de-sac. So they don't come, I mean, you can still drive around the cul-de-sac.
You said cut off part of it?
Yeah,
Well, the association doesn't own cones, so I mean, if you guys wanna put up cones,
I know, I found a few when they were doing this.
yeah, you can do whatever. Jody, put them
I
up,
don't steal anything.
put up the cones, don't worry about it, nobody's gonna bother
We're
you.
talking about doing
Go ahead.
it, yeah.
When you do a newsletter, how about you let us know about this meeting? I didn't find out about this meeting until this morning.
And I guess that, Patrick, I'll let you kind of bring that up, but with this, there's been a little bit of a change with the town helping us with meetings now and stuff, so. Before, when Wayne was president and I was president, we were kind of running our own meetings, but now the town's helping us kind of manage a little bit of the meetings. Because it's, you know, is it special taxing district, is it HOA?
And
Is
that's
it?
what I wanted to chime in
So-
on. This is supposed to be for the security guard district, so really only things that have to do with those contracts. So I think we kind of got mixed in when you mentioned drainage, and I was like, is there a drainage issue at the guardhouse? What was that situation? So I think we kind of mixed the two tonight.
There is
which
a drainage issue. they need
I
to
will
back.
absolutely, which we will clear out for future reference. I'll make sure to understand the items that we're adding to the agenda to make sure they're security guard gate district items.
Two different agendas.
Correct. It should be two separate meetings. Those are HOA items, and we want to make sure we stick to this agenda and address these issues, and we'll go over some of that after as far as public comments.
Okay, the way it's always worked is Wayne Reinhardt printed out the papers and put them at the guard shack, going in and out,
Correct.
4 or 5 days before the meeting.
Correct.
Wayne Reinhardt. You know what I got paid? To move on to something,
So.
oh my God, hold on, I lost it. Oh. No, I lost it.
I think
our WhatsApp chat is a good place.
Yes.
You know,
I'm not on
I think
WhatsApp. So I think we still need to sign at the entrance.
Right.
So I think we can discuss it. There's gonna be regular special taxing district meetings that you guys are required by law to have. And I think to Wayne's point, and Wayne had brought it up to me the other day, we need to go back to having a regularly scheduled HOA meetings, especially now that COVID is kind of calmed down a little bit for now. Let's get back together, because as we heard today, we need to unify as an association to make sure that attention is being placed on Loch Lomond outside of the special tax district, which Jeremy has nothing to do with. And neither you, so we don't want to throw you guys into the fire. You have
Some
enough-
of it, there's some items that love
Right.
to hear about trees and stuff, so we'll talk about it later.
And to that point, the entrance signs are doing a little bit better, but for some reason, and I don't always talk about it, but I always send you guys emails and say, we need to stay on top of it. It shouldn't require us sending an email or a call. And I know it's out of your control, but the maintenance company needs to do a better job of keeping those signs in and visible. Because we've asked for a long time to raise them, and we told you can't raise them, that this, that that. And I know we asked for them smaller because we had some residents when we first voted on it that didn't want these massive signs, and we wanted something smaller. But the trees shouldn't come up covering it, the weeds shouldn't come beyond the bushes, and it shouldn't require us sending you guys a message to get that cleaned up. And it shouldn't be on you guys either. It should be the maintenance company that you're paying to do it. So if you guys can just, that would be my request, because I'm the one that usually walks by and takes a picture and sends it to you guys. So if you can just please stay on that.
I remember where I was going with this.
Wait,
It
can
took
I
me a
say
while.
something, talking
Go
about
ahead.
maintenance? I live on a corner where the parks, they're not getting mowed. Like my kid works, plays at the park, and I know that they're supposed to come every 2 weeks. Sometimes it's closer to the end of 3 weeks, going on to the 4th, and they're not coming twice a month like they're supposed to. I've called like Angel, who's in charge of the parks, and he's like, are you sure?
Now,
Are you sure?"
Jeremy.
Well, now it's me.
Now it's you, okay. And they're not getting mowed. Like you can literally, like, the balls
hit or
get
miss.
lost. They're playing
Hit or
ball
miss.
and you don't see
Yeah.
the ball,
They'll
And
come
I-
around sometimes, the same with the palm fronds that fall from those massive trees that have not been cleaned in a long time, because
Yeah.
Tony had told me once that they're self-pruning, which I don't believe, but whatever. When they fall, 1 week they'll pick it up instantly, the next week it sits there for 6 days. And the poor little guy comes by sometimes, and sometimes he just disappears for a week, and then he comes back and he picks up every day. So I don't know, like, is there a standard rotation? Is it 1 week on, 1 week
There
off?
should be, I'll check in, we don't manage that contract, but I'll go ahead and I'll check in with Public Works. I know that whenever there's an issue, we handle it
Yeah,
directly.
and whenever I call you, you guys are like immediately there, but.
But it should be proactive, it should be
Right.
reactive.
Yeah.
That's understood. I'll go check in with them and see what's the status
My
of the
thing
site.
was,
Wayne's gonna forget.
Just one thing. Okay.
Yeah.
My thing was with the state. There are those homes, and that the state has to maintain part of that too.
Right.
And I did not say it correctly, but that should be something we should look into.
let's definitely bring it up.
Okay?
Okay, you talked about, I suggested we have the annual meeting to elect officers, which we're supposed to do every year. And you said the town wanted to do it in January. I pulled the bylaws. If anybody wants to know, I have the bylaws. It calls for a meeting in December, so I'm gonna make a request. You make call for a meeting. Doesn't have to be with the town. It could just be us. Robert's backyard is fine with me.
A party.
Yeah.
Let's have a party.
Like the first week of December, something like that, to elect new officers.
And I think what happened was that the town piggybacked off of our HOA meeting, HOA board to be the STD board.
NSDs now, but yeah, so
NSDs.
so you guys
You're
are actually
like
very
STDs.
unique. The adoption of your committee is actually directly your
It's
HOA.
neighborhood, whatever.
Neighborhood
Not
services.
service district.
Yes.
Alright, so
So
we'll have
by that
our
adoption-
election and then you guys can just piggyback off of those in January when you do the election, or we can just vote to say, keep the same board members for the HOA to.
Whatever the result of your December is, you would just inform us and we would update it on our side. However, like I said, your criteria is much different than the other NSCs. It's immediately your HOA board.
Right.
But we're looking into the state.
And let's get together and talk about it. So outside of in the newsletter, outside of parking in the streets, and we'll always have our guards anyways ask at the gate, hey, where are you going to? Do you have a house you're going to the park? Because you can't just park in the street in here. Does anybody have anything else that you want in the newsletter for Wayne and I to put that's gonna
So
be
would it
distributed?
be a good idea to put the cones on the?
Put them up, definitely.
Okay.
So if you wanna put them up,
I'm not
Jody.
gonna complain, so go ahead.
There's no reason for a car to have to go around.
To
that
go
cul-de-sac.
around, that means
So,
they're not there, or not parked there.
Yeah.
So
And
we
it's safe for the
can
kids
do,
walking
we can do
inside.
on our cul-de-sac, Leslie, and.
What type of candies are you giving?
Huh?
Full size M&Ms.
Full size M&Ms? I like with peanuts.
Johnny's a long walk from, the further you are from the.
Let's vote to adjourn.
You gotta get there before 9, because you're such a light.
Motion, a motion to approve, I guess, on the newsletter, we good?
Oh, all right, yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Party.
Excellent.
Was that
My
motion
wife-
seconded? I'm sorry, there's a lot
Yes.
of conversation.
Yes, it was seconded.
It was
All in
seconded.
favor?
All in favor.
Aye.
Okay, passes.
See, now it has
Then-
to be done in the morning.
What about Patrick's?
And then you have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Yes.
And there was a
Second.
second already. Yeah.
There was a
Second.
second, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Patrick, what
Patrick, are you buying drinks at Chalice? Let's start celebrating your birthday.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. Thank you, Councilwoman Ramos.
My pleasure. Those on the bottom.
It's his birthday. You know?
Thank you guys for having us.
Absolutely.
You guys are awesome, great job.
My wife's gonna be-
I told her back, man, just said, yes, dear, yes, dear. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, you guys are awesome. Thank you, Christine. Good to see you, my love. Thank you.
You guys will do this year. So 23 years ago, I continue.
And you know which
I
time?
almost lost my with that tree, you know that corner tree? I was putting one.
Oh, you got mine too?
Oh, the corner tree and tree in December?
Yeah, so
Let me know.
I'll see you right there. I'll be with it.
I'll be by you.
Right with, before the garden gate, there's a house there that's kind of like in that corner.
On
There's a
the,
tree that comes out into the middle of the thing, every truck that comes through.
I gotta take a look at it, but yeah, anyways, Tony, I guess you spoke to Tony about this also.
I
If
brought
you see that
it.
issue, let me know. But yeah, you guys are on this year.
All right, Patrick.
Okay.
It's out of your computer. As long as I reach you guys can
And I
do it.
still-
And then you,
Two
it's
minutes.
a 3-year cycle.
And I brought it up today to town staff, and I made it very clear to the manager, to Tony, that I was not here, right, I was not here to complain, I
So we
was here to tell
were
the council.
kind of almost.
I love all the
Moving
great
forward, we'll work on it
I
together
had
to
to
make sure
focus
that
on
people
the other
adjust
things.
the items that
You know,
are here.
yes, we wanna.
Just for
we want
like-
these things, but let's not forget about the other little things that aren't sexy sometimes, but
But it makes a day-to-day difference.
it makes a day difference, it's a point calls.
But yeah, Tony brought that to my attention and we just, we're gonna move you
Right,
guys.
I told Tony, we're not gonna have a couch, we're gonna have a temporary seat.
You would say it's under 14 feet, that tree,
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure?
Oh, 1000%.
Perfect.
When you come into, so you know, when you get the Turnberry at the stop sign,
Uh-huh.
you make a left to come into Turnberry, so it's 9-minute way, I guess, in Turnberry. You turn in, right, you know what that's, that little entrance, it's that little cul-de-sac?
Yeah, it was a large cul-de-sac, and then that first house on the right.
That first house to the right, there's a tree that comes out, that's gotta be it, 12 feet or 10 feet.
Okay.
You wait.
Yeah, so they're finishing up in the Royal Oaks area, and I pulled the next work order, because I gotta review it, and I already had yours drafted for later in the year, but We'll make it
Yeah,
happen.
and inside locker room, I mean, to me, inside locker room is embodied, but inside locker room, you're pretty, the lights don't work inside
Because the canopy's covering.
Not only that, and then the LED lights, we all know this, are not as bright as the other lights. So when it's dark, Dr. Pasitas, my doctor, the neighbor, he always grabbed me over and he goes, no, they leave.
Who's that?
Dr. Pasitas, he lives in the back.
Okay.
And I go, you almost grabbed me over, he goes, no, they leave. He goes, test that. He goes, if the roads had a line and there was lights, my car would automatically drive by itself. So. But no, oh yeah, I know you guys do whatever you can, it's, in no way do I ever have a problem with you guys.
No, I had that same conversation
well, I
recently.
had
I
both of them right
explained,
here.
listen, the adopted plan is 3-year cycle.
And that's
Outside
what-
of that is when we get funded.
And Josh said, no, we're talking about the 2 years. I go, 3 years for these trees is a lot of time.
And at one point, Steve had done, Steve, our previous arborist, had done actually drafted, how often, what's the growth rate of these trees?
They're growing fast,
Yeah.
and with the rain.
And that's the other thing.
And we've been lucky right now.
It's kind of dry.
Yeah. If a hurricane comes and those trees start falling.
That's some way of getting trees trimmed. Have a good night.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Not a problem at all.
And again, great to see you in
Good to
person.
see you again. Take care.
Yes.
Yeah, are we still?
Yeah. Then when you say, are we still, it comes up.
Hey, yo.
Let's get the other committees in.
Yeah, so, well, I wanted to put more because there were so many people.
Okay. I'll go ahead. So what happened is they have ceased their meeting now in sense of water. They ceased their meeting, so they a lot stronger as a little Edward. Yeah, so he assumed that they enjoyed it. And I told him once before, but because they can't meet, I guess it's the time they bring their HOA to adjourn. Because they usually meet somewhere privately. Literally, I think I picked up something, but because I was like, COVID, they usually. Okay.
Hello, Christina. I know, right?
Virtual.
Back and forth.
If you want, you can, well, or get, you know, the direct connect, okay, you know the direct connect to print it?
No.
Okay. Oh, that one was a little long-winded.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're doing, you still like long walks on the beach, and you still like singing in the shower, all that? That's all. Yeah, we don't have too much. More, a lot of it's feedback to see where we're at.
Right.
And now, starting in October, we'll talk about the fact that it's gonna get even better, because now we're jumping up even more cycles per year. I mean, per month.
You guys have, mine looks fantastic, and how long have you been guys doing 2 cycles?
Well, they at least, they're not at 2 cycles yet, they're only at 18 for this year, before that, we were still 12.
Well, I thought you guys had, I thought we did what they were doing.
No.
No, it comes after October 1, right?
Yeah, as of this October, we switched twice, before it was twice on some months.
Okay, and let me ask you that, basic after.
They do the same amount of services, they just pay a lot more and they get, what I look at is just like a white glove service.
So they get twice.
No. They were doing twice a month, they were similar to ours where it was depending on when they go to check the water. However, what they did more aggressive was their dial was way more aggressive. If you go to the capper, it's blue. Yeah, so, and that's what the biggest return, that amount of blue is gonna keep the water temperature down, it's gonna help it out.
So it's really rough work.
I know.
I mean, I had that, what would look like seaweed.
Oh, no. Are you on the finger?
I'm at the end of the thing.
Yeah, so the finger.
On the west side.
You wanna come in or not? Let me see.
On the South Dakota, now we're
There you
South
go.
Dakota. Thank you.
You got it.
There you go.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you.
Finally showed up. Do we need?
I want to say, the first number that comes to my head was 4, but I'm,
Wait. 7, so yes, 4.
I don't know if that's gonna happen. But we'll see, we still got a few more minutes.
We shall try. And then the past minutes are on here as well, if anybody wants to.
Can I see that sheet?
This
The
one?
roll call one? Yeah, just to make sure.
I was actually, I pulled out the paper, looked at it again, maybe I'm a week early.
I've done that.
We were up at 1:15 this morning. Back up, hit the road.
You guys, what is it?
Got a little sleep.
Thank you.
How are you guys doing today? Pretty good, not too bad. So you guys like the late meetings, huh?
We like that, we're trying to get something done with it. I'm not necessarily sure if I want to be here, but we got to see, someone's got to take care of and speak about what's going on, you know?
You gotta have seen what these lakes looked like a few years ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so improvement or no?
Big time improvement now.
Big time
Now,
improvement
but it's
now,
still-
but
but
before,
still-
but
we're
still
still a
a
little
ways
bit
to go.
late, yeah.
Yes,
I mean, I moved in like 5 years ago, and I swear it looked like I had I still have the beach. I mean, if you just take a picture like this of the beach and you don't make things like it, like then
wow.
it was clear blue, like light blue, it was gorgeous.
Mhm.
So I know what he's talking about. I only got it for a couple of years, and then it started to,
Not do so well.
downgrade, yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm on the west side, so the wind blows towards my house every day. Here comes the coconuts, the trash, all
The
the other
stuff
stuff.
from.
This
yeah.
time of year now? So
All the
you're like
time,
me.
all the
Oh,
time.
I only
I
get
got
this time of
constant,
year.
Wind out of the east, basically, I guess.
Yes,
So, well, not really. east,
this time of
it's-
year I get it, because it's coming from
Changes around a little
the
bit.
north, yeah. So I got the coconut palm.
I got pictures where that stuff was way out there. Unbelievable. And the biggest problem we had was everybody would complain, but nobody wanted to pay anyone.
Yeah. That's a regular thing around. Sometimes people like to complain, but they don't want to pay it. Well, I'll raise my taxes. Bro.
What do you wanna do? Yeah.
My neighbor, well, she complained, called it Swamp Hill, this and the other. But all the years I've lived there, she never paid once.
Oh, wow. See if anyone sent a message about attendance.
I don't think what else we could have done. We sent the flyers out, everything.
Oh, yeah. I got the flyer. I even got an extra flyer today.
You got
Really a
two?
Flyer, no, I thought I did.
Oh, I'm like, wait, I put them on, I thought I was.
No,
only-
I don't, I gotta talk to somebody here because they sent me a thing saying there was debris or something from, I guess, code enforcement. And I'm like, I don't know what they could be talking about. I
What
don't have-
debris?
Yeah, it says trash/debris found on my property, but I don't have anything. Never have. My property is always pristine.
Yeah.
So I don't know
That
if
was what, maybe it was meant for a different house.
Maybe, I gotta look. I thought it had definitely had my name on it. It was regular mail, so I'll find out. Maybe they saw something, maybe the gardener was there and they thought,
No clue, yeah.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, probably just make sure that they don't charge you for anything. Take a picture and just send it off and be like.
No, I
"Hey."
have it in the car actually, but there's nobody here to talk to this time.
No, but if you want to send it to me and I can ask
Okay, I have.
anybody about it,
Yeah, I'll go to that since you're here.
since we're waiting, yeah.
I'll walk out and grab
I'm
it, see if
waiting
you
a
can find anything out.
For sure.
I have to let me in. So.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Bang on the door.
Strange, no one said that they would not be here. I only got, I will attend.
Yeah. That's like I said, when they think
Did
of
they
it,
usually, I feel like, would they send us with like a picture of the?
that's
said
what
trash?
I'm saying, because I would like to know, unless maybe they have it on file, they don't want to send it.
Oh, and then maybe,
And
okay,
then, you know, when you come over and say something, they show you, but
all right, send it to a friend and see if you can tell me what this is about.
appreciate it.
You got it.
So what's the time that we allow? Is it 15 minutes to school?
I mean, no, I mean, it could be 10. I mean, if usually someone, if they know that they're coming and they're running behind, they'll message and say, hey, I'm running a few minutes behind, give me a little time.
Right.
I haven't gotten any messages. That's what I wanted to check my email just to see if anybody said anything last minute. I only got responses for yes, like I'll be there, but. Sounds like he's talking to somebody.
We got a backlog on materials. They pressure washed out, saw that. They started already getting ready to iron things out, and then they got a call in that some of the materials are delayed.
Hello,
Hi there.
how are you?
Very good.
Good,
Good to see
good.
you, sir. Very good. How are
Come
you?
on in. I think we're waiting for one
One
more.
loss.
One more.
Good to see you. And Kristen, where do you live?
I live in Deerfield.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
you going home
It's a
tonight?
track, yes, sir.
Right here, I'll put you up.
I have a cot in my office just in case if I
There
need it,
you
just
go.
roll it right up.
There you go. Well, that's a hike. Oh, you go I-95?
Yes, I 95 to 826 sometimes, or sometimes it'll take me turnpike,
Uh-huh.
so just
You're
depends.
a brave soul.
Just depends. I put in my GPS and roll the dice, figure out which way it's gonna happen. About 50 minutes generally, without traffic, so that's good. There's
Yeah,
no
like
traffic.
today, you shouldn't have any.
There's not gonna be a car on the road. I'm lucky if the streetlights are still on, so.
Hope your day hasn't been too long.
No, it's been good. I came in later, anticipating the late meetings, so I'm solid gold.
Oh, good. Glad to hear that's great.
Need one more body then.
One
I was
more.
standing outside, I didn't see anybody.
No.
Yeah, he went into the front, before he saw me out front, I guess he went into the front, went into the chamber, saw there was no one there.
Oh.
Oh, so were you waiting outside? I hope that didn't happen to anybody else.
Jared went around pulling all doors, they were all locked, and there's nobody around.
Yeah, before I went out and before Sam checked in, she had relocked it, just because I guess there was a lot of people from the apartments like hanging outside and she knew that they weren't from here, so she was like, let me just lock this in case.
Okay, for sure, she's the only one in
Yeah.
here, so I don't blame her for.
But she opened it back up now.
Okay.
What prompted the move from there to here, to this one?
This is where community meetings used to be held. All of our committee meetings used to be here.
Yeah,
Well,
this
they
is
used
the
to be,
original.
they used to be at different parks or different community centers.
Right.
But now the idea is we're taking this one out so we can continue doing the virtual like we used to do in there, but we can do it here a little bit smaller and more. We don't have to be yelling across.
I was gonna say, the sound system will pick it
Yeah,
up.
it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it's,
Oh, yeah,
you're
it's picking
typing
up
as
the
we
audio there.
speak.
How about that?
Yeah,
Whose software is that, do you know? Is it Microsoft or?
custom live streaming service, I'm not sure. Well, we do it via Zoom.
Yeah, so the actual meeting's held via Zoom, but I don't know what our third party streaming service is.
I asked because I think Apple's software stinks, voice recognition.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, some of those aren't.
And it's never getting better either, I mean, I think it's been years where it's been questionable, and
That's too funny.
they just
Think
get on
it'd
to
be-
bigger and better things, making money.
You know it. New iPhone, how about that?
I know, I was thinking about that. Project out how many years for an iPhone 20 and what the price will be, and you're talking about a down payment for a house.
Literally, that's what it's gonna come to that, for sure. But I mean, the cameras keep getting better, which is a beautiful thing. You don't think it can get any better.
Which I think is the only thing.
That is just about the only, like,
thing.
it's
We
just the
had one of
camera.
the guys that was with us, he had one that took pictures, I mean, they look like professional.
No, yeah.
Like edits and everything.
Well, yeah, people are using it now for filming short videos, like full on short movies and.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like I usually I have a nice big professional camera, but.
You don't even
know,
need it.
I went to Disney this weekend with the kids and I'm not carrying that around.
Yeah, you can't put that in your pocket.
No. And
Literally.
it takes just as good picture like it says.
And then they're already on your phone, whatever you
Yeah,
wanna do,
walk around
send
the
them,
park with
post
that
them,
thing,
done.
it's like,
Yeah, and it's even got a zoom, so it's incredible, you know.
Really.
That I wanna look into how much telephoto, because I think that's an adder that you have to get for your phone, but.
Well, not even my stupid little thing has it, it might
You
be
can do
just
some.
20, 25 maybe, or 30,
Right.
I don't know, but it's got some.
Yeah, I've seen a telephoto that somehow seems to attach onto the phone.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
you
and
can buy an
create an
extra lens,
extender.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
I've seen,
it's
there-
magnetic.
it's like Army certified, it says, like,
Oh, how
it'll
funny.
get you in the dark too.
Oh, wow.
Somebody went above and beyond there.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Pretty soon this thing's gonna be full of just cameras. It's on the back
Just
of
one
it.
big
It's got,
camera.
I've got, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5 different holes now.
We were in Panama this past week, and we live in a
Ooh.
community that's protected. And the guardhouse, they have a guardhouse there, and I was asking them, because there's a lot of construction going on, what do you do about construction workers that come in? You keep track of them. And they said, yes, we do. They take photos,
Mhm.
every single one of them, because it's easy, you
Yeah,
can
it's
store
quick.
it. And
And then it's
bingo,
time
they have-
stamped.
Yeah, exactly. Their level of security just went up a whole lot.
Oh, wow.
Because they check them in and they check them out too.
Mhm.
So, kudos to the iPhone for that.
Right. Seriously.
More photos.
I guess I'll
And
check outside one more time.
my
to
own
get
problems, I have no idea how to organize this stuff. I have Dropbox. and-
Okay, what's the rule here? It's like in school, a teacher 15 minutes or how does this work?
It's really dependent on you guys, on how far you want to allow to wait out. I mean, if there's.
Rudy is usually a latecomer.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
We have no inclination of anyone else coming out, that's your call.
I guess we'll wait.
Do we know Rudy's telephone number?
I'll give him a call. I'll step over.
That would be, he'd be the one I would think would come.
I got it here.
And ask him what inning his kid's
Yeah, I
baseball
was gonna
game's
say,
in.
are they winning or losing?
I got it. I got it.
That's right.
I'll call him.
Oh, I'm ready to hit him up. I just hope he's not like showering.
Sleeping. Like, I don't think there's anything really critical to.
It's more of a checking in, see where we're at.
Budget matters are okay.
That was already handled. The only thing, no, there is no, that was the last meeting. You guys are squared away.
This should be just a follow up stuff.
Oh,
I called Rudy, didn't pick up.
okay. I don't have anybody else's number. I don't
Yeah,
have Patrice's number.
Anyway, I have yours. I don't have yours.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
305.
Hold on. Of course. What's up, brother?
Maybe we could do a spreadsheet. get
Pull in.
everybody's number.
That's a good idea.
This is pointing back all the way for him.
No, I don't know where he says, he says I'll be there in 2 minutes, which means.
He's probably on field 5.
He's probably.
walking back to the
yeah,
start.
It isn't the exact.
That's the background.
I say, if he's anything like my daughter, it's 20 minutes.
Angel, what's your name?
Del Fuente.
But no, Sam, I'm looking forward to the resurfacing
305.
and bring those courts back to life.
979
4559.
559.
979 4559.
And if you would, spell your last name,
It's DE.
right?
LA.
Capital L or
It's capital D, capital L, capital F, UENTE.
and I'm sorry, tell me your first name.
Angel.
Archie.
That's sent to my text message.
Text it to me.
Just for clarity, no issue with you guys communicating so long as it's never with any matters relating to an actionable item here.
Correct.
Just want to make sure I clarify that. You can call and ask how our dogs are doing,
Right.
how your front lawns look, who's throwing the party this weekend, but nothing related to committee matters.
Tell me how loose, but you're in the spot going. You're not doing this anymore, right? You're doing something else?
So what Danny, we used to sit on the meetings, was
Yes.
doing, yeah, I'm now the director of Parks and Recreation.
How's that going?
Good, good. I mean, I've been in the department now for 7 years,
Right,
from an intern through coordinator, programmer,
nice.
manager, Christina's position, which she's doing a better job than I am already, and then now director. So yeah, slowly acclimating to it.
And where did, you said
Danny?
Danny go?
Danny moved as the director of building now. Yeah, we didn't let him go. You're gonna hear cars screeching in a little bit, turning into the parking lot.
Is that gonna be him?
So it's all we're waiting on you, because if he thinks that we've,
Started.
he might not, but sure he's on.
Christina, we didn't get any check-ins from anybody else, or for sure not gonna make it.
No, nobody told me that they weren't coming. I only got, I'll be there, thanks.
I was at the chairs meeting last month.
Last month.
And there's been a lot of issues with attendance. And they're trying to make a big deal about it now. They want to like.
And start moving people who,
Start moving
yeah.
people, certain amount of absences.
Some other committees, some other advisory boards, even during kind of the allowance of the attendance for the COVID and all that, there was some that just took a hard stance on it too.
There he is. I didn't hear the car screeching. Hello, wow, look how nice you look tonight. There, baby.
Other nights, is that what it is? Yeah, trying to say dresses down?
Yeah.
There, you can give that one to him, that has minutes on it as well, this is just the agenda.
305, 558. That's no more.
Floor is yours.
Yes, sir.
Got Sam office number, Sam. I got your office number.
You have no one too, right?
I have a 305-670.
Sure, yeah, that's where.
I'm gonna call you there, man.
Team is here.
All right, let's call this meeting to order.
It's Wednesday, October 27th at 8:48 PM.
Roll call. Christian Garcia.
Absent.
Sam Budnon,
Present.
Angel De La Fuente. Gisela Soberon,
Absent.
Patrice Morales,
Absent.
Rudy York.
Present.
Order of business. Mhm.
We finally got some minutes. So, I don't know if we look at them, if you guys want to peek at them.
So the order of business is there's anything we want to move around.
Yeah, I got
Yeah, this is if we want to move anything, add
Add
anything,
Okay.
delete anything that maybe there was a topic, this is just for reference. There's a topic that one individual, let's say Patrice had an item, she's not here, we can go ahead and omit her
I got you.
her item if she's not here.
Oh, that's
So this
right.
is the portion just where we add and delete the
Right,
actual
right, right.
items.
I have no idea. You're right. Okay, let me put it on that. Now, let me ask you, if I want additions, like if I wanted to add something to the meeting today. Okay, I wanted to talk about how Lake Hilda has those no fishing signs. And if it was possible for Lake Patricia, or if we haven't gotten them, are we gonna get them? Or if not, how do we get them?
So you want to add that as an item for discussion
Please.
under new business?
Any second?
Second.
Okay.
For the purpose of the record, who is the second? Well, do we have a,
Doesn't matter,
whichever,
whoever.
He said it nice, on the night.
all right.
So yeah, I mean, any discussion before we go ahead and vote on it and then move it into new business?
No discussion on that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes.
All right, so that'll go ahead and just move it. Any
New
other
business.
deferrals, deletions, additions?
What's the new item?
Fishing signs, no fishing signs.
What did you wrote out, so make sure we have.
I wrote no fishing signs.
But no fishing signs as Patricia,
Right.
specifically, yeah.
Public comments would be next.
I don't think we have anyone from the public.
Seeing none, public comments is closed.
Are we being broadcast?
Yes,
Okay.
top left live.
Now we can do approval of minutes.
There you
Any issues with the minutes? You guys stop now.
I went over, I didn't see anything.
go. No comments.
Okay, so now,
Motion.
motion to approve the minutes for June 23rd. I mean, July, yeah, June 23rd and August 25th.
Second.
Right?
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Minutes passed.
So both approved. Thank you.
Okay. Old business.
Yes, so the water test lake consultant follow-up, I know the committee or last meeting requested that we get additional quotes from other vendors, and we actually did. We received a quote from one other vendor, and the numbers are pretty similar to the quote that we received from our vendor.
So keep in mind, this is just frame of reference, this is for the additional water testing, that's outside of contractual scope.
This is coming off the heels of a one MDFR testing that came above average. So we went ahead and we provided you guys, I think, 2 meetings ago or a meeting ago, with the price, what our current contractor did. We went ahead and reached out to, I think it was more than 5 vendors. Six vendors total. Only one was playing ball, sent us back a full proposal for the exact scope. And it was, if not a little bit more expensive, right along the same dollar amount. I don't know if you have the dollar amount there on you. It might be on, if you want to.
What are we comparing to? The one the county used? Or
No,
we're
the one
comparing-
Solitude provided,
Okay, solid.
which was 4 months of testing 4 sites twice a month.
16 total.
So I'm sorry, so then once a week. So it was testing for 4 months at one time a week.
Or maybe 16.
16 total tests, correct?
And what were they testing for?
This is the enterococcus bacteria. So not just fecal coliform, but it was further testing for a specific type of bacteria, which is what the MDFR study, water sample came back above average.
That's for public swimming criteria.
That was for the diving criteria, for them to go ahead and hold fire diving training.
Which they've never had an issue before.
And I.
Very few lakes in the Cayuga County have passed it.
Right, but they do it every time they do it. They do the drill once a year.
Yeah,
So
but
obviously.
I mean, we go diving behind the Union, and it's the most polluted place in the world.
I will also add that when we finally got one response back from the other vendor, they did bring to our attention the same thing that our vendor did. And they said this is a super highly specific bacteria to be checking for. And usually this doesn't come in high often. So the reading, from what their understanding is, it could have been a poor reading. Like I mentioned before, remember, readings in one section of the lake versus 2 feet, 20 feet over can be much different. So that's where they also opined with with Solitude, our vendor, and stated that it could have just been a bad reading, but this is something not even they have gone into, and it took them some time. There was back and forth confirming what the testing needed to be.
Right. See, we had one homeowner in Lake Hilda. He wanted to find out if it was okay for his kids to swim. So we had a test done and it ran like $150, but I really, we don't have any records of anything anymore, but I don't know how in depth it was. I know it was just for swimming. What would you not want, in the water when you're swimming around?
Yeah, the biggest thing
I mean-
on that end is gonna be that fecal coliform test, which we under contract get it biannually. So we test that as part of your guys' contract biannually. We'll test for fecal coliform and we'll test for some of the other basics, but that's gonna be at a certain plot point one time, not the extended period that we're requesting.
Let me ask you, Road and Bridges does all the cleaning of the canals and stuff. Do they do any testing of our lakes or anything?
Road and Bridges?
Yeah.
No,
They're on 58th Street. They do all the water,
the only other individuals that go into the lake that we are aware of and we manage is going to be our park aquatic maintenance, which on those beachfront parks, we also have an aquatic service that comes in regularly to clean debris along the shore there, to make sure both along the water, I think a foot in, up to the actual shore and beach area, to make sure that's all being maintained. They also do testing. Their testing is actually in-house. It's incubations. It's a simple version, but they do that monthly. And part of one of the recent actual council items is we will be sharing that with the appropriate HOAs. So one thing that we'll be doing is with our park aquatic maintenance, at the end of their monthly billings or their monthly reports, we'll be adding that to reports to you guys and to other HOAs that they.
And how often do they do that?
Once a month. Now theirs is, but remember, theirs is in-house. Theirs is and that's one thing I have to clarify though. Theirs is in-house incubation, which means it's done by themselves. Our testing, and the further testing is certified to an actual independent lab. And it's ran and it has to be state
This is
approved.
the one that's already being done.
No,
No, okay.
no, yeah. The one that's being done monthly by Park Aquatic is in-house,
And the other?
is done by, it's one time biannually, so twice a year, I'm sorry. And that one does go to a lab. That one does look
And
like,
and as far as Lake Patricia, the county fire department does it once a year.
they do their own testing,
Right.
If they go back in there.
which they
They
did.
did, they did. They came
and-
back
And
when
we came back well below the.
So it may have been just like you said, maybe a
the
false
one.
reading.
That's what was the indications, like I said, from the vendors that spoke to me.
Since we're talking about swimming, may I make another comment? I've often thought the point about the sign of no fishing, that a sign that says no lifeguards, swim at your own risk might be relevant. I don't know how far the liability extends if there's to be an accident to a swimmer on the lake. I believe it extends only to the town of Miami Lakes and not to the residents of Lake Patricia. But in my residence, a person died many years ago, right next door in my residence, swimming in the lake, and the county was sued. And the settlement was done without public notice. So I'm familiar with the liability issues. I don't know how to eliminate them.
And that was
But-
completely on private property.
It was in the lake. They died in the lake. They were caught up in
Hydrolus.
hydro,
Yeah.
hydro. And they died as a result of that. And the county at the time was the owner of the property of the lake. And so they were sued. They tried to sue Lake Patricia and they were found not to be the owner, so the county had to deal with it. So we have these issues with possible contamination. And the idea of somehow protecting swimmers in town and ourselves with a sign as simple as no lifeguard, swim at your own risk. I don't know how that balances
Yeah, but
out with,
Would you be then encouraging them to swim? Putting it
I don't know. I don't
Just maybe we did no swimming allowed for county code, or something.
That's sort of why I said no lifeguard. A lifeguard is there to help you from drowning, usually, right? Not from chemical issues.
If I'm not
Biological
mistaken,
issues.
I didn't have a hand in the updated signage that got put out for all our parks, but if I'm not mistaken, our beach parks signage states no swimming.
Yeah, it states no
Good,
fishing too
good,
and all that
Yeah.
stuff.
good then.
Yeah, so there is signage. It's placed, but now that's where my question was tailored to. That's gonna be for the public aspect.
Right.
Now, I don't know, that's where I was asking about the individual, where they entered the lake, because that's where the real risk is, where you're entering the lake. So I know on our end, if I'm not mistaken, I wanna say I'm pretty sure that in that sign, it's probably one of the latter items of rules, and it said stay no swimming in there.
Mhm. Okay.
But I mean, if there's something additional, that's where my hesitation is how if the county and the lake itself was held liable for something that I'm sure the injury was from the
So-
private residents.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that was the case. I would say they came and entered on the beach.
Okay,
swam
okay.
along, and
Understood.
got
Understood.
caught up.
Or maybe we could run it by the town attorney, what he thinks of liabilities could be. Just to get a quick little opinion,
Yeah, let's put a note on that and just make sure that's sufficient. Because I know this new signage probably took place, I was still managing the park, so 4 or 5 years ago maybe. So I'm sure this happened well before that,
I was in the mid-1980s.
Yeah.
Okay.
but we'll just check with legal, make sure that there's no issues on that.
So that you know, part of the settlement was the county was required to pay for the elimination of hydrilla. And that was through treatment. And I believe the county dropped the ball and didn't fulfill their commitment, which I believe was forever. But that's a legal matter. No one is going to find out about it, sure. Yeah,
Well, that's good to know, though.
Whatever other settlement there was done without public notice awareness. But the treatment of the hydrilla was part of the lake.
That was interesting.
And then while we're on that, I just want to clarify. Have we seen an issue with any outstanding hydrillas? Because I know
I don't know, but that's always caught my ears when I hear people, whether it's our current vendor or other vendors we've had, talk about what's growing in the lake. My ears are always listening in to see if they say hydrilla for that reason.
I know that they have the proper chemicals for the treatment specifically of hydrilla, but we can always also check in just with Todd, Kay, and make sure that if they know of any outstanding areas that they're behind the ball or anything like that, they were made aware.
So thank you for letting me open up that little can of worms.
No, I mean, it's good to look at it before anything happens, for sure. Yeah.
What are we looking at cost?
So Aquagenics was this is the other company, not ours, came in at $7,840. This is for the 16 tests.
For the 16.
This is for the 16 tests. $7,840.
Where, if any of the other lakes are having, like Martha.
Those are all private. I'm not aware of anything that we manage that has had that same bacteria
Yeah,
testing.
well, that's what I'm saying. If you guys were aware of any other testing being done.
This vendor services multiple lakes within the town, and they were also befuddled by it. As far as getting a reading that high in this area. Hey.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi there.
Sorry.
Hello.
I think you should pass on this.
Just let the record reflect, we have Gisela Soberon here at 9:04.
So we'll go to the next line item, more business.
Thank you.
We are right here now.
So wait, before you go, Ruben, yeah, and how much our company was charging for this? What did they come back?
I'm sorry, the estimate
current
from
company?
Solitude.
We have that number.
Yeah, she has it.
Okay.
Should.
Same number of tests, right?
Yeah, 16, same scope.
Oh, you said 14 on one, 14?
16.
16.
Four weeks.
Once a week for 4 months.
Not to be picky, but I would hope that the 4 sites will be tested.
From different.
Move around.
Yeah.
So $960 per month, the service fee is $3,840. 3,000.
It's a huge difference.
Huge difference.
I misread that.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I don't.
I thought it was
We had
6,000.
this
I
one
thought it was
back in
6,000.
August, and this is like a newer one.
Yeah.
Okay, so 3,000 or one?
3,840.
So severely less.
That sounds more doable.
And that was the first number that was questioned as to it being high. So then we went out and like I
I
said,
guess they maybe
what-
give us a break because they do the other treatments, maybe.
The service, pretty much the service.
yeah, and that's what they also broke it into. They I think they even mentioned they can put it into the services.
I'm
Into our
looking
monthly?
now,
I'm sure they can.
Yeah,
Sure they can.
And
put
they
it
just
in.
break it down into there.
So do we have this kind of money?
I don't believe we have, oh, we have, let me pull it.
The budget?
Yeah. I'll pass it around as well.
Yeah, everybody can have one.
I think with the
extra.
we're doing
Yeah.
the double services, that kind
Oh,
of,
So this is the next, we get another?
you know, that
Even
kind
more
of gets
Yeah.
very complex.
It's front and back,
And so we're looking at,
like Hilda's on.
yeah, but like, if I'm not mistaken, this is, we're looking at solely for Lake
Patricia.
Patricia. Just so we're all on the same boat there.
We need one more, anybody?
Yeah.
We have additional services left over of 944.
Wait, which one is which? Because I'm looking on the top, it doesn't say name on the top. of the
No, it's in the middle.
It's in the middle, it's right here, and it's kind of light.
On page 68, so at the bottom you'll see 68, yeah.
Yeah, so water treatment
So
services.
maybe, sorry, just to make sure,
Okay.
maybe next time it could be added up in the title somewhere, so that way we can.
This is printed
This is
directly.
directly from the budget book. Yeah, this is directly from the budget. book.
But you get this on a spreadsheet type of thing, so maybe we can remember.
It, the updated budget, the amended, or adopted, I'm sorry, 21, 22 is still not completely out. So what we pulled was what we gave you guys back when we're proposing.
When is that meeting? I thought that was already taking place.
The meeting took place.
Yeah, it's already been approved, but actual budget, finalizing the actual document hasn't been done. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. How long does it take for that to be updated?
I know it's been working on, it's been worked on daily. Yeah.
And the testing now for seniors?
No, so we went over that before you came. So our previous, the first bid that came in, or not bid, I'm sorry, the first quote from our vendor was
$3,840.
3,840. And then we got, upon the board's request, we went ahead and went out, reached out to 6 other companies, only one responded, and that one came out to
$7,840.
for the exact same, it's 4 months of testing once a week, in different locations every week.
And we're gonna do one for season, like a fall?
No, so this is just coming off the heels of that one test from the fire department that came in high.
Right.
So this is the testing sufficient to track that certain bacteria to see if there is a continuing issue.
Okay, so you're reading the numbers?
Yeah, so just looking at your water treatment service, you have 944 that's left over that's not tied to anything, it's just left for additional services. And then looking at the other options, which, I mean, you can always move around, is if the fish stocking wanted to be pulled. And then I'm looking at the top here of the second page and your contingency reserve. You can touch your contingency reserve, except you would fall below your 10%, which means you may need the following year to raise your assessment. So there is no other infrastructure line item or you guys run a very lean budget.
The 944 is per month, or that's for the
No.
entire year?
That's the entire year leftover amount.
And that's after already the extra.
Your contract is for 24 services, and that's adding already 1,500 for your fish stocking.
That hasn't changed, that's always been.
Yeah.
And if you could remind me, without this provision, what testing would we receive?
We would still get biannual testing for fecal coliform, and there's one other bacteria that checks for. And then that is done typically, we'll go winter and then summer, or it can be upon request. So if we have an issue, we can call it in earlier and we can stage it dependent on that. If not, we'll probably go in sometime soon, and then once right before we start to get into the summer months.
And I'm sorry, go ahead. That one that you say that goes in-house, the other company.
That is Park Aquatic Maintenance.
Right, and do they give out the results, or is that?
They
something
send it
only-
directly to the town,
Okay.
because it's only reflecting our park. So their testing is always gonna be directly in front of the
Yeah,
park.
that's gonna be only there.
And again, that is, they test that in-house. They don't send it to a state certified lab.
Yeah, it's not taking a sample and getting it, sending it to centrifuge, it's, they literally
I'm just
incubate
trying-
right
I'm
then
just
and
trying to
there.
think if this is.
And add all the paper, the color of the paper that they test for, it turns whatever color dictates if there is high or low, and at that point, if needed, they'll further test.
The 16 are only done at the beach?
No, this
That's-
is the monthly for Park
Oh, the
Aquatic.
regular.
Yes, not for your services as a lake district.
No, right, so but the 16 for from
Would be different locations throughout the lake.
Solitude.
That would be different locations throughout the lake.
Okay. Who gave 16? How did that number come about?
That was what was derived from looking into that certain bacteria and putting a testing structure together. So in order to track that certain bacteria, they wanted to go ahead and put a 4-month tracking once a week to
Who
make
did
sure.
that? The company did?
That was the company, Solitude.
So I guess that would be the summer months, I guess, which are their most active.
They remember, this is all coming off, this is a reactive response to that one testing that was high. So it would be as soon as possible, what was we originally went for.
No, but I'm
Which was
saying
in the
if
summer, I
we got it though, it would be for the summer, basically.
Right, I think that's when they did get that result, it was in August, right?
I'd have to double check on the emails.
Because
We got it in
that's when people are
August,
gonna really be.
August 24.
Yeah, the company input on relevance timing would be useful for us to know. if the company says, well, like what we're saying, summertime is when you're gonna have this issue, that's when we should test. That's good, but if they say it doesn't matter,
Like I said, their first thing was, this is the first time they've ever dealt with this.
Right,
And they're a large,
right.
they're a long time standing company who's been absorbed, bought out.
Right.
So they haven't seen this. And same thing with our other proposer. They also said this is something very specific that you don't see often.
And then a few weeks later, they did the test again.
The county had come back in for another dive and they ran it again and we were well below the any worries.
Who got those results?
MDFR, and we sent them out if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So, yeah, they just.
So they were the ones that put the 16 together. So this is not something that, like Sam says, that we can go back to them and ask them and say, hey, first of all, why do we need 16? Right? A little bit of explanation as to why we need 16. And two, if we didn't need the 16, this is just that you came up with that idea, whatever calculation you did, can we get less and spread it throughout the year? Maybe we don't need 16, maybe we need 6 plus the 2 they do is 8, or maybe we need 12 once a month. I don't know, we definitely don't have the funding, that's understandable, right? I think unless there was a real problem, then I would have been the first one to make a motion to take money from wherever it is. And if we have to increase whatever we have to increase, then so be it. Because definitely safety is the -- priority. There's no question asked in that. But I would like to get more information, at least so we can make a more educational decision, right? If it's something where it says, look, no, then how can we tell them those 2 testings that we get at no cost as part of the agreement? But yeah, I would like to have a little more detail on why they went with a 16 and 4 months, back to back. And like Sam said, is it during the hot months that you're gonna conduct this, or it doesn't matter? If it's anywhere right there.
Let me throw something else out there. Because remember, FIU had done the testing way back where they did the sediment on the bottom, high waters. Why don't we talk to them and see if we can come up with a program with them as part of their college curriculum to test our lake, and we will pay X amount of dollars.
I think that was already.
Yeah, we already went up that route, and I reached directly out to the director of that program. And they, at the time, that's not something that they wanted to do a project of. And then they also priced it though, if you wanted to go outside of getting it for free, and it was a good dollar amount.
could you say it slowly and give me the technical name of the bacteria that they're testing for?
I can look it up. I'll pull up on my emails.
Not the one.
My
that
brain
additional
is
testing?
thinking a little bit like yours. We as citizens can have our water tested.
We sure can.
And if I know what we're testing for, I wonder if I can do that.
I did it.
And, right.
I did it myself when I first bought.
I'd be happy to share it with everybody if I.
And it makes sense, and it may cost less. Yeah, I mean, you're going through a municipality, the whole.
How you do it? How you do it as a private person?
You call and say you're from counties. That's it.
That's just the beach area. So now we gotta go out away from the beach.
And the one that's.
Enterococcus species.
Wait.
Yeah, you might want to spell it.
Enter,
I don't
E-N-T-E-R,
know.
enter. O-C-O-C-C-U-S, so enterococcus.
That's one word.
Correct.
Sounds like a bird.
Enterococcus.
Animal control?
Enterococcus species test sample. And the other one is fecal coliform,
That's the ducks.
2 words.
What's the second one?
Fecal coliform bacteria.
And that's your more basic, yeah, that's the one that's basically the staple for all lake management services.
Enterococcus.
I feel like we just got freaked out that first test and then it came back, but.
But
better
what
make sure.
committee member Urado brings up is a valid point. If at this point it's not coming off of a potential emergency, can we split this up,
Right.
reduce the amounts?
Right.
Enter, E-N-T-E-R.
There's a space, but it is.
Is that
only
coming
one
from the proposal or from the, okay.
word. And do you have the readings?
That is from the county.
You said one was high, one was low.
Yeah, the county one.
When I did the word, a bird did come up. I'm just kidding.
What?
Long neck. We see them around the park. I always see where they get the name. So yeah, I think let's, and Sam brought another valid point with that. If it's something maybe that it costs us less, we can call a company ourselves and everything. Accounting, I did it myself. I've done it a few times in the back of my house. As a scene that I've done services in the back of my house that I've paid out of pocket. I think that would be a good option because maybe it's a lot lower for all of us and we can put out a notice and say, hey, look, as a whole, it's just at this point, it's just not something that's affordable. But if you want to call them, if this is something that concerns you, you're more than welcome. And this is where you got to test for.
In an effort to save taxpayer dollars.
That's it.
I like that.
Anything else on that before we move on?
If you-
He's
if I
waiting
could
for the
spend a
reading.
moment, I want to defer with the reading side.
Okay, so on the first one, which is in April, is when this was reported. Lake Patricia read for enterococci 80, which, let me give you, the reading is 80. And
August this year?
August of 21. And good is 0 to 35. This is per 100 milliliters of water.
Good equals 0 to
35,
25.
35,
To 35,
Mod-
how many milliliters?
100 milliliters. Moderate is 36 to 70. And then poor is anything over 71.
And that was the August or the April?
April, I'm sorry, this is April.
And in Lake Hilda?
They don't dive in Lake Hilda. So this is the fire department.
This is the
Okay,
fire
so-
department.
So that was reading number 1, you said there were 2?
Yes, and then reading number 2 came. I'll find the next attachment.
And what was the reading on the August one?
That's the one I'm looking for.
April, the April was 80, and then he's looking for
80.
the August one now. Mhm.
August 19th. 21, we then tested Lake Patricia, tested at 14 out of 100. 14 per 100 milliliters.
Yeah, significantly better. They almost just got a sample of the thing.
Yeah, those were probably sleeping.
I will also mention one of the closest other lakes to us, which is Country Village Lake, which is just north of us. In April, they too tested in that poor 70. And then in August, they tested at 32, which is within the good standing.
So it kind of sounds like it might be a seasonal.
My brain also goes to things like aviation exhaust. We're in a flight path and I have no idea what the consequences of that might be pollution wise, but that's what my brain goes. I can tell you,
love these
that
questions.
I can tell you that I get dust in my patio that I'm convinced comes from Opa-locka Airport.
The bird.
At the end of the contract.
Let's move on.
Sir.
Old business, you got something to say?
I just thought of a question, totally unrelated. Well, not totally, unrelated, but the helicopter flight paths come right over the lake. They in fact come right over my house. Any idea how I can get them to change their flight path?
No. Because they're running in between the aircraft flight patterns. So they'll run midfield or they'll run across field.
Yeah. I know there's a runway that runs parallel to 138th Street.
Right.
That's what I think.
That's what they're shooting their approaches to.
Yeah.
But it's not only the- it's
That's
not only
basic, Coast
fire.
Guard is basically doing training there.
Yeah.
That's close.
And then the county helicopter runs the middle of the airport.
Yeah, the county helicopter comes over. Low and loud.
We get his call and tell him, practice noise embankment, and they'll go from 750 up to 1,000.
Informational session.
Wow. I'm
That would
learning
be
a lot.
helpful.
Thank you for that.
Whole business. Better be.
No, no.
My report on Lake condition.
Kind of touched it, but anything else you guys have seen out there? I know Christina's done well with working with our vendor to make sure that the pictures are changing locations and it's not just them picking the best looking locations. But
The
we'll
only thing
request
that would be
it.
good if they say, these pictures are from Lake Patricia, these are from Lake Hilda. Because sometimes you've got to try to, where's that house?
Recognize.
So I know where-
I think I was able to do that. I had a little bit of better understanding, but just reach out to them and have them
If they
separate.
could,
My other suggestion is that most of the pictures are taken at a distance and you can see what's happening on the shore, the bad activities on the shore. And August and September, at least in my backyard, and I have a huge shore, it was filthy. Filthy.
As far as what?
Filthy with algae?
Algae and all kinds of things. It was like, yeah.
When you said when it comes to that, feel free to reach out to me, reach out to Christina directly, so we can tell them exactly where to get a picture and update it. If not, we'll also see how we can respond to it. Unfortunately, they're our eyes. So if you have anything outside of what we get from them on their normal reporting, feel free to let us know. So
My
we can
suggestion
hop on
is
it.
just get closer to the shore, because if you take it at a distance, it's very difficult to see where the bad activity is happening. And it happens at the shore.
Are you also on a finger, on one of the finger lake, portions of the lake?
You mean like the narrow?
Yeah, the narrow we're
Oh,
cutting.
no, I have a long view this way and a long view this way.
so you're gonna call the satellite.
Yeah, right, yeah. I have a long view looking 67th and looking at Miami Lakes, Lakeway South. So no, I don't see the narrow
So
side.
she's another victim of that wind,
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
bringing everything in.
Let's, after the meeting, let's just try to get a order of property and we'll let them know specifically to check there.
Okay.
Just to make it part, at least of the next one, but you're saying it's gotten better since the end of
The
September?
worst was, yeah, it's better now. This last couple of weeks is a lot better than it was in the summer, like August, September was filthy.
And this goes for, I mean, for everyone, if you see outside of the norm, let us know. The quicker we can find out, we can get on the horn with them directly and specifically ask for certain locations.
Are you having a lot of, Ruben, I don't know about you guys, are you having a lot of aquatic growing close to your shore? Because I started seeing
I'm sorry, what was it?
aquatic life growing up,
Yes, a little bit more than usual.
because I saw that online. But I know that we're gonna start, well, we have been doing 2 months, but hot months. But now it ends, this was the last month of October, now we're walking to
Yeah, but
November.
we never really stopped. We've been doing two. we're gonna continue.
Correct, but-
So there shouldn't have been this, right?
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that that thing has been dragging since December of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just, hard to control. Now we're gonna see the real deal, because now we're going into October and,
Two cycles a month.
into November, and then, the 2 cycles are gonna continue. But I have seen, and even going farther into the grass, a lot of this weeds, or just grass growing. So I don't know if they're going, I don't know, a few inches close. I don't know how it's close to what other shoreline do they do, but I definitely have seen that on my end.
I don't think they do any of the shoreline. I think from what I've seen them, they're spraying on the water. I mean, they're maybe 6-8 feet away from shore.
They'll spray copper sulfate on the shoreline, which
Yeah.
is why you'll see brown grass.
Yeah, so they do get a
Yeah,
shoreline,
that's how you
especially
know.
when there's excessive shoreline vegetation encroaching into the lake, that's where they'll.
They're definitely not doing it on my side.
You may not have.
You may
any
not have
Tall
the-
growth, tall growth.
No, it is, that's what I'm saying, that's what I keep seeing, that not only inside, but there's grass that are growing right on the shoreline.
They're gonna come and visit you back.
Yeah, they should.
And he knows that they do spray it, sometimes they
Yeah, no,
go a little above and
definitely,
beyond.
definitely
I'm
give them.
starting to get like a little,
Okay,
like a little peninsula.
Oh, they growing
on my
inside.
side, Yeah.
so we'll check it on some merged vegetation and let them know that there's an encroachment slowly making it to the shoreline.
I have a question to ask.
What are they put to prevent that vegetation, the aquatic grass? It works. Because I several months ago, I had a lot of it going up to the shoreline and I could see it. I mean, it was like almost popping out of the water. And I flagged the guy that was doing the service and I pointed it out to him because he was spraying something that looked very blue.
The blue, right?
Blue dye, blue dye.
So I
Where
called
was
him, yeah, I waited and he came and I told him, you know, look at this, how bad it is. And he got closer and he sprayed more. And I noticed that the next time he sprayed again, he remembered, and I've seen a difference.
He's been doing this for many, many years, so he responds very much to personal requests.
Yes.
He's
And
very attentive.
he's actually he's a very nice gentleman,
He sure
but
is.
on
He
my
is,
end,
he's
on my
very
end,
nice.
there's a little bit of contractual things that we'll handle though, because that should be going on regardless.
With the back of every property.
Correct.
Correct. I have a question to ask that dovetails fecal coliform and the lake condition, which has to do with Muscovy ducks. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask now, but I see fewer of them, and I've seen some communication in the town social media. Not in our lake so much, but others. We found dead ducks in the lake. I think I saw one 2-3 months ago, close to my shoreline. Any news, updates, anything on Muscovy ducks?
No, we pushed out our lake notice a few mailers ago. What I want to do moving forward, just as a parks department, because a lot of our parks overlook lakes, is I want to use what I sent you guys and what we developed along with the neighborhood improvement committee and push out more information on that. It was really all of water maintenance. Muscovy ducks was one of the items there. But I do know also our communications team is working on some information on aviary botulism and trying to do a little more of an educational piece on it. That'll go out townwide.
I think she recently posted something this week about it as well.
Yeah. So I know that has been a hot button topic on our communications to make sure we keep pushing that out.
Okay, I mentioned Muscovy ducks, but it also covers the
The
Egyptian.
Egyptian geese as well. Well, that was
We have more of those.
our flyer covers iguanas, covers home fertilizer as well. And I think that was it.
Have we heard from anybody about the maybe funding for the aerators?
So you want to handle that one as far as grants and securing other outside funds?
Yeah, so what we would need for the grants department is to formulate a scope, a budget, and the exact what we're trying to do. How many aerators would you like? Where, are those supposed to go? We have to create that to provide two grants before they could actually go out and just figure out which grants align with the goals of the committee.
Any other discussion on the conditions?
Just one final question. From whom would the grants come? Were they to be who?
That's
Beds or something like that.
so that would be the process of finding what the scope is, because if we can tie it to certain projects that may be locally funded or federally funded, that's where our grants writer is phenomenal. She does a great job of wordsmithing and tying us to make sure that we fit properly with grants, but she does need that information, because that helps us make sure that we're applying for grants that we have a good, strong tie to possibly winning.
I think then it might be in order to get us a few vendors to come in here and speak to us, tell us what they recommend for each lake, how much it costs and all that, and then we go from there.
Then create the scope from that, from the feedback that they give, and
See what's better, how would they tie it in, and so forth. How much power they require. Or are we gonna go solar, all that kind of stuff.
One separate note, just to bring up, because we're going through it now as a parks department, one of your neighboring lakes is actually going through the installation of aerators and fountains. So they're going subsurface bubblers along with top fountain aerators.
Is that Martha?
Yes. So they are going to be somewhat of a guinea pig, because they're working with the town directly as far as establishing some of the sites. But they are gonna be up and running pretty soon. So I'm looking for their information. They're gonna start generating to see the changes with their aerators and start trying to see if I can pull some of their data as well. I wanna see what their current readings were at and what they're gonna be at a month
And they
in,
wanted to
6
do
months
this because
in.
they're having the same problems with.
Correct.
Yeah, they got all
Right.
kinds of stuff.
Their dissolved oxygen levels were much lower than ours
Okay.
And how did they get the funding?
internally within their
Through
HOA.
time.
Yeah.
I had a property there and it was through time.
So
They
that's
have an
just-
HOA?
Yeah.
So they passed a special assessment,
No,
so they collected in their budget.
within their HOA, they were able to collect enough. And like, I believe it was a good amount of time that they've just slowly been piggybanking it.
Yeah, because what do you have off the top of your head? what
Their amounts, no. How much it cost them?
Right.
No, and this was also purchased years ago. They've been having an issue with installation.
Oh, okay.
So this was purchased years
I
ago.
think when we talked about it, it was pretty kind of.
Yeah.
And also size of lake matters.
Big time.
Yeah, size of lake matters.
Yes.
So what we can do is, I'll put a note here, I'll reach out to them and ask them at their, whatever year it was, what that figure was.
And they have drainage, right? They have drainage.
From the outfalls, yeah.
They had, my unit was on Jack Veranda. And they had some kind of things growing straight up, some kind of a weed. It was, and the people said, hey, we've never had this before. We don't know what it is. And it was kind of a little bit stagnant.
Yeah, so I don't know if on any of our lakes, I don't know if you may know this, but do any of Patricia or Hilda have water cypresses growing all along the water?
I'm not sure what water cypress is. Can you
It's a
describe it?
tree and it just looks like a normal cypress tree, but it grows directly almost in the water. It has those roots that come upward off the floor,
Like a mangrove.
not like a mangrove.
No.
No,
Remember
They're-
Cypress Gardens?
they're very specific, yeah, they're very specific. I was just
there
wondering,
aren't any.
because I know they have.
Yeah, there are no trees.
I've never seen them in Lake Hill.
Okay, that was just from my own peace of mind to see, because I know Lake Martha has 3 or 4 of them.
Okay, any other?
They do?
No, what is that? That's a straight up tree that grows in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's cool, I guess it's cool, but it's not if it's on your property, because the
Sam.
roots are serious trip hazards that come up and out.
Like, Louisiana.
Yeah.
swamps.
Yeah, like a bayou kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so next.
Like a
we
site,
get to
yeah.
know how those-
Yeah, any, we'll go on to the next one. I'm all for the activity on the beach. I guess we kind of hit a little bit on that. We're trying to see if we can get the no fishing signs. That's on.
Well, that'll come up in
business,
your new
right?
business.
But other than that, I mean, other than the usual, at least on Lake Patricia, other than the usual, every once in a while, people coming in fishing and trying to steal fish. It's been pretty quiet since the last. I don't know if you guys seen anything else.
When did we,
Now, I've noticed something that bugs me. There's a fence that goes along the south end of Lake Hilda, and it runs parallel to the canal all the way to 67. So there's a fence, a good quality fence with a gate. That gate is constantly being broken up. And I see it fixed, and it lasts only like a week, maybe at the most. It's broken again. And my concern is, you know how alligators, they travel through the canals? My concern is that they're gonna go go through the open gate and get into the lake. This is my assumption is that the fence is there.
What are you talking
For
about?
that
The
reason.
gate by the gas station?
Yeah,
It's that
Okay.
MDX.
It's
area.
always
That's
broken.
actually MDX property.
That's, yeah.
and they
that's
fix it, but
access.
they fix it, and within days it's broken
Is it currently
again.
broken now, or do you know?
I don't.
I tell you, you drive by one day, it's locked.
Yeah, and
And it'll
one day
be
it's not.
open for the next 2 months.
Yeah,
And I don't know if it's kids cutting the lock to go fishing or what.
and
The
sometimes
guy-
they take down the gate, I mean, you see the door.
The county goes in to mow the lawn,
Yeah.
from time to time, and I would expect they have access with the key to it, and they may.
No,
not
it's
be
just
doing
sometimes
it,
they
but Your
just,
concern is a great one.
yeah, no,
I
my
would
concern is
not be
that an
comfortable at all.
alligator is gonna, switch and, cross over to the lake.
Definitely gonna get to get Lake Hill a lot quicker than Lake Patricia,
Yeah.
undetected.
They have
floods.
They have captured.
The alligator walking
the
like
last
that.
10 years. Alligators on the other side of 67th Avenue in the canal.
In the canal, exactly. I
Right.
remember a few years ago, it was in the news all over.
Right.
And
Not too long ago, a year ago or two, a year ago, a gas station right in the corner.
Right,
With all that flood going, there was an alligator walking in the gas station.
right, and that's the.
Like, he
canal
like
that
nothing, he was like, oh, I'm just chilling here, everybody wanna give me a
Stop by for
snack?
gas.
Yeah, and so I'm
Get a
concerned
Slurpee.
about alligators, crossing over and getting into.
I
the
agree.
lake.
Yeah, so I'll look for a contact with MDX and see who manages it and see if we can get an idea of why that's constantly unlocked.
Could you ask another
Not just
question as
unlocked,
well?
but I mean, you see it, that somebody drove over it, or, I mean, you see it like.
Sometimes
the gate
it's
is
like they
flat on
ran
the
into it
floor.
with a truck or
Yeah.
something.
Right, yeah, like somebody came with a truck and smashed it.
That
And
could be
drove
vandalism
over it.
trying to get back in there.
Would it be possible to also ask them if there is grading on the pipes that go under 67th Avenue for that canal? That would prevent a gator from going along the canal east of 67th Avenue? There certainly should be, if they've been found once, they're gonna be found again, east of
They're gonna agree on
67th
their
Avenue.
insurance.
Right.
And like, Patricia isn't too far away after that.
What are those called?
I'll tell you.
Called culverts, no?
Yeah,
Culverts?
The culverts have some kind of gating system to keep gators.
But that's what it is, right? That's a culvert?
Culvert, yeah.
Unless they do it at nighttime, if they got out of there, tries to walk to Lake Patricia in the daytime, he's gonna get cooked.
Yeah.
Anything else on that?
Yes. What the police department, our police department said, I know that we're supposed to talk to them with regards to the issues that at times we've had residents call for unauthorized, visitors and activity. And it's come to where you hear the police officer saying, oh, yeah, I'm not here, I gotta do something, they called, that kind of stuff. But what did we speak to the mayor, Ranger, what did it say?
So the enforcement is gonna be on the park lands and the steps that should be taken, and it typically won't be taken unless it's the same repeat offender, is a trespass placed on the park entrance. So because it is it is public property and it's a park essentially, we can place a trespass against the individual if it gets to that. I did explain that this is something that has happened, and I explained those situations where the officer is like, I called, I have to come out. And he says that pretty much if it's an unknown offender, at that point, we'll take a stand and place that trespass.
But that's only if he's like fishing, but he can be at the beach, anywhere can go, it doesn't matter where you're there.
Correct.
Right, and I don't think we have a concern with that. The
And so
concern
that's
is
what I wanna
just,
make sure, it's that, it's going into either private land, which then becomes a different matter completely, because that's trespassing of private property. But when it comes to the park and fishing, the individual can be told, it's within the park rules, and he needs to be told he's not allowed to do so. Now, if he continues to go against, and it's the same, say it's the same kid
Right,
again,
then there is-
at that point, it'll then be upon us to place a trespass and not allow him to be there. And then after that, it becomes a civil matter with civil fines.
Do you know if a police officer is authorized to ask for a fishing license from anyone who's fishing?
I believe that's FWC.
Correct, that I know, but it's a police officer that I'm wondering, because he's the one who's, FWC is few and
Probably
far
not.
between
Yeah.
to come here, but a police
I-
officer maybe, and if he.
My inclination would be not.
yeah, probably.
But regardless of the no fishing, so we should.
So it's gonna be a park rules.
It's gonna be regardless illegal.
And then once you're told, like I said, we're lenient with that as far as being told, but then he expressed that essentially, like we do in our parks, same thing happens with us. If we have an individual that is constantly going against park rules, against certain ordinances within our parks rules, the next thing is.
How does that work,
trespass.
Jeremy, as far as what you guys do there? Is it like hey, I've seen him 3 times, because if you got a different cop every time.
No, when
How they-
we would cite that, when you get the call, this is the same individual, this is not the first time. And at that point, my understanding is they would be in contact with us as the parks department if we want to place that, finalize that trespass.
Yeah, because they don't document anything, then I can call 10 times on the same guy and no one.
It's not really gonna happen, you're
No,
right, that is
I
never
know.
gonna happen. Because if you're not documenting, and doing an official
Full,
report, exactly,
warning,
whatever is correct.
warning.
You know, like if I stopped you and all of a sudden I give you a warning, now documented, it's in
Then
the
they get on the
system.
system.
Exactly, all of a sudden I pop up, I run your tag, oh, you already got a warning, here's a citation. That's a typical. Have we spoken to him and just at least let him know that maybe on his, you know, one of these, whatever you call them, you know, staff meetings or whatever it is, roll calls, kind of just to from time to time mention and say, hey, guys, we're having these issues of delays. Just please, you know, be conscious about it. We get a call, just kind of go over there, you know, do your job, that kind of thing. Don't get caught in the middle where you're telling these people, hey, you know, I got a comment, and the neighbor who called is 2 feet away from you, listening to the conversation.
Certainly a parking violation could be issued. Many people that come to fish on like, park their car right in front of the lake, and there's no parking signs all over the place there as well as a curb.
I've added, I've requested.
Certainly give a
You know where they're parking? Where they can.
Yeah.
Which is across the lake on the swell.
Yeah. I've seen them.
Well, they're not doing it anymore because since they put the curve,
Right.
they're not doing it there anymore. So now what they're doing is they're just parking across the lake on the swell, which they can. So at that point, really, that you can. And I've even seen some people park on the street themselves. So they'll park on the street, they'll leave it there and they get off and then do
Well, that's
it.
immediate. Yeah, that's immediate. You can contact PD and that should be easily enforceable.
But in the park, in front of the house and in that little triangle on our side, I had them install no parking signs there. People were parking there, either in the park across from Lake Patricia Drive.
Right.
So there's signs there, so.
Yeah, but on the swell, you can
No,
park.
on the swell, it's terrible.
Yeah,
I
there's
feel bad
nothing.
For guys like.
Yeah, on the swell, unfortunately, there's nothing that we can enforce it. It's only up to, I think it's 12 AM. They're only parked up to 12 AM, then after 12 AM, good luck trying to enforce it, but yeah, that's typically.
But yeah, I'll definitely have that pass on to the major.
Just
authority
yeah.
During their morning roll call, and also I can tie it directly with some of my other park issues. Some of the park issues we're seeing over there in enforcement, I can tie that also with what I sent.
I don't know there, so that way they're doing a roll call during every shift, to say, hey, guys, keep an eye
Keep
on
an eye on
this.
Reminder.
If you get
Yeah.
a call, yeah, just, you know, go there right away, whatever the case. may be. Just another, you know, to add to their 375 items.
Since we're talking about fish, do you have any updates on fish stocking?
Yes, so they get the fish from up north. It comes from Georgia. And they should both be done at the same time, Hilda and Patricia, the stocking for both. The numbers I was getting was in the beginning of November. Because everything is delayed, everything is, you know, just like anything else, back order.
It is?
Everything.
No.
Since when?
What caused that?
I was joking this morning, saying my whole life is on back orders, and everything, no furniture, no anything, so.
Are you gonna give us a heads up when they come, so we?
They
Absolutely.
typically do. Yeah, they typically do.
And do you know what fish are to be
Yes,
included?
bluegill and bass, let me.
I think it's bluegill and smallmouth bass.
And we have
Whatever with a big mouth.
Largemouth fish.
no.
They were the best fish to fish. They jump out of the water, and it was like you were on a TV show. Like watching it.
You should get those
The
in.
peacock bass won't do that. They'll struggle under the water, but the largemouth bass, they jump out of the water.
Send them a message.
Like,
ask them.
American
That's because
sportsman.
the peacock, there's no one that's above the peacock. So the peacock doesn't have to worry about leaving the water. Peacock is the big.
Correct.
And the bluegill does a lot of.
Bluegill?
Bluegill, which the interesting thing about bluegill, and typically you'll see that on most of our fish stockings, is that they also assist with eating mosquito larvae. So they're a huge plus to lakes.
But there's no carp in it.
Carp?
Yeah, they didn't place carp, and they might have told me why they didn't. I don't know if they explained to you why they went with those two.
No.
But there was a reason why they didn't add carp in there.
It's prolific. Carp, multiplies.
Well,
It might be a
they're
control issue.
they're sterilized. When we did it, they came out of Orlando area.
Yes.
They were sterilized and it was for eating all the plant life.
Right.
That's all they eat is plant life.
Right.
Mhm.
And,
And it scare people because they're quite large.
yeah,
Yeah, they get a pretty good size, but that's about the time they die. I think they're good for 70 years or something like that.
We still have a few.
we do. It's true.
I see them.
They're survivors.
Yeah.
I wanna say, I think the county, because this is, she pulled up what we put in as extra, not what the county puts in, right?
This is what we do through our contract.
The county puts in part of it. They stock it.
Any idea what the
Oh, I know,
quantities
we pay.
are that we're
We
talking
don't, the
about?
county don't come and stock our
Lake
lake
Hilda or
either.
Patricia?
That
No,
I'm aware of.
No, it's the same company. Same
So
company.
if we
The
don't stock
company-
our lake, no one stocks.
Then nobody's.
Right.
Correct. The county at one point was managing your lake, that's why you probably saw county vehicles
Okay,
out there
yes.
sometimes.
But they never stock early.
No. We had to pay more.
No.
We paid as much as 12 and a quarter, or 12.50 a fish. That was a big chunk of the budget.
We're trying to dodge on it.
All right, if we didn't got anything else, I mean.
Considerations, like, put them on.
We touched some things, yeah. So for future considerations, I do have, I'm gonna talk to Solitude and talk about breaking up the testing, like Rudy had mentioned. Seeing that now that there's no immediate urgency,
Right.
what can we go work back from essentially? And spread out a little bit more, to make sure that we still are getting more testing and see if we can bring that price down to something that is within our budget. I'm trying to think of any
The
other
police, the-
future considerations. I have the pass on to the major, so adding that additional check-in on the change off of Bravo shifts when they're doing their little stand-ups. Make sure that we're mentioning some of the items to look out for. It's not just those parks, but our lake parks, following through with enforcement of the park rules adjacent to the lake.
And to do, you can add it just to drive-bys. They're already there, but you know what happens is sometimes they drive by, they see somebody and they don't do anything.
Yeah, they assume it's a resident or something.
Right, whoever it is, it can. So they see it,
Yeah, put two and two together. You see a car parked illegally or not illegally.
yeah, the cars are pretty, they're.
Whether they're parked or not, if someone is
If
standing
they're
there
parked on a
fishing or
swale, they
doing.
don't know
yeah.
any better, but they're usually parked on the under the no parking.
I have a follow-up question for my fish stocking question. Do you know when the last time was that fish were stocked?
In Lake
This-
Patricia?
Yeah.
Should be last year about the
Yeah,
same time.
last year on the same time.
Once a year.
And it was a smaller amount though. I think it was slightly smaller. As far as the total amount of fish.
Any idea how they evaluate the success of the stocking? I ask because I've never seen anything other than peacock bass.
Yeah, so I asked this year round specifically if there's any other means of getting the fish elsewhere. Because you will lose a good amount of fish to the peacock
Absolutely.
right out the gate.
It was a
Absolutely.
massacre last
Yeah.
time. There's definitely gotta be something that we gotta figure out.
And the way that they're brought in and the way that they're placed into the lake, there is no way that they can do it. Or that they currently do it.
Yeah, I ask because I sort of think it's a waste of time to stock fish as long as you have a lot of peacock bass in the water.
One thing, and I meant to follow this up and I'll put it down too, is if there's a way we can see if we can entice them in another area. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, see if we can
Yeah, bait them somewhere.
bait them elsewhere while we inject the fish. So let's put that as a note to talk to them
Well,
about.
the thing too is, depending on the size of fish you buy, depends, you know, if they're gonna make it. You get fish that are
Right,
6 inches
one
at
way
least,
to live with America.
then they got a pretty good chance.
6
But if you
inches,
get
I would
2 or
imagine
3 inches.
It's gonna cost you a lot.
I know, that's what I'm saying. We used to pay almost 12 and a quarter.
They were all looking at us.
So currently they're 2 to 3 inches and,
Yeah.
and 1 to 2 inches for
Which
bass.
is dinner.
Yeah, very bait.
More like appetizer.
Yeah.
So let's check back in with that. I know I questioned that immediately, because I remember last year's issue we had.
Even if we have to go with half the amount, you know, and double the size or whatever.
Hopefully this.
Let's follow back up
hopefully
with
this year you can
Okay.
come by and check it out.
Double the size and go with half the amount.
You know, well, we'll see what they say,
options
but
they have.
something, you know,
I know that they did mention when you asked, I think initially, I was copied on one of those and they like, they can't do anything about the natural occurrence of the lake unless if they, I
Right.
mean, how do you, fish
how
them out?
how many
until
fish
you-
are they talking
We had that
about?
conversation. We were there the first time I
In
did.
Lake Patricia, 600 fish total added, 500 bluegill and 100 bass.
That's not a
I
lot.
believe Hector sent me videos. I think Hector was there too possibly.
Yeah, Hector was there too.
What are they charging us for this? You know, per
1,500.
per each?
Per fish, but it's the full number of transporting them down and dropping them into the lake. That number is
Oh, no.
That's a
we
total.
budgeted
She went,
1,500.
yeah, that's what we budgeted, and I believe that's what.
1,100. 1,100 for Lake Patricia,
And how many fish is it?
600.
$1.83. Yeah, it's under $2.
And for Lake Hilda, 700 bluegill, 150 bass. That's $13.50.
If we put in more game fish, it's gonna attract more people. Hate to say it.
But the game
They
fish will,
don't-
what
they
is what would get rid of the other fish? Is that what you're saying?
No, what we're saying is, that's why I was asking about the cart. The only way you get those was with bread or something like that, you know, they're bottom feeders. But they're not that easy to catch, so, you know. Even if we got 25% of them or something.
So do you want us to request a quote for adding a few carp?
Well, we're just.
Yeah,
we'll
Just a
just
second,
throwing
okay, just
things
seeing
out.
what the options could be, okay.
I can't find it, but I took a video. The peacock bass nest off my shoreline. And you can see their nests because they clear out the bottom of the lake into a circle. And when they laid their eggs and they were teaching their little babies how to swim, I kid you not, it's 10,000 of them. It was like a cloud going by in the water. How many of them there were? It's just an inundation plus.
So you're saying right behind your house is a good place to dump them off?
Or if you want to go fishing for peacock bass, come on.
I'm definitely going to your site.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a way, or if that company like says, hey, you know, you guys have an abundance of bass, like, let's put more, let's just do 1 year of all bluegills, or, you know.
Well, that's what they've done. They take into account what they see on their services, and that's where they usually go with bluegill. I think maybe 2 years ago, we went with bluegill and then another smaller.
Shiners.
I think it might have, I don't know, it was, they give me the other name of it.
Or China, then they did bass for free.
Oh, that's right. They had a few bass from another side, I think, and they threw them in there.
They did actually, yeah. But they do, he did mention that even though there was a calculation they do, that with the number that they dump and they know that they're gonna lose, exactly. So that's the reason why they dump that many, because they know you're still gonna have enough, they're gonna make an impact on the life of the lake and the ecosystem.
Or whatever.
Right?
All right,
You're still in consideration?
yes, you got it.
Yeah, can we add an item right after new business that can be called just announcements?
You mean for the next meeting?
Yes.
Sure,
Well, all ongoing meetings is what you're looking for, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
announcements.
And
under
that
new
way, if
business.
there's anything else that we want to just throw in
After your
there,
business, like,
just announcements. So let's say that there's something that just came out, but I remember, I'll say it there. It's not really something that we want to talk about, but at least just to express it.
It's a great motion.
I did, oh,
motion to add announcements to the next agenda going forward. All in favor?
yes, need a
I
second.
need a second.
But
So you motion,
I can.
I think I motion
you
it.
second motion. You should
I
have
motion,
seconded
you
it.
second
You
it.
seconded it, yeah.
Okay, second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion passes.
Motion passed.
Sounds good. I can definitely add that, and feel free when I send the agenda, if you don't see it, but I'll make sure that it's on there.
Thank you.
All right, so I think now we're on
The added.
the new business A, no
for
fishing
Lake
signs.
Patricia, no
Lake
fishing signs.
Patricia.
Well, I mentioned that because I saw the signs on Hilda and they look nice, and I know that, like we were talking about earlier, every lake has its own rules and regulations on a small board that you have to like walk up and read with a magnifying glass. And when you tell someone about it, they're like, I didn't see it, and you have to go really and almost show them. Nothing, we have other issues than the illegal fishing and stealing of fish. So I saw their sign and I was wondering if what it would be or cost for us to get some of those signs, or at least one.
The rules, you mean?
No,
No,
just
it's
the
a
no
no
fishing
fishing.
sign.
Hilda
But I
had one.
thought that was gonna be for all parks.
That's what I thought too.
No, so that was to replace the ones that were missing. So the last one we discussed.
So that's what, the ones we put in, somebody
P21,
stole them.
yeah.
They're hanging in somebody's bedroom.
Yeah. There was never
I
poles
probably
placed or U channels. So the cost on what you're asking is, what was the cost of these signs?
For 3 of them, it was $93, but they already had the posts, so if there's no post, we would have to factor in that cost
Yes,
as
the
well.
installation of the U-channel post.
So in this case, but that should be a town thing, because if we have it right in one park, then they should go on the next one.
And that's something that I'll look into, because I know when it comes to signage, some signs are put there and we really don't do them anymore. They're kind of grandfathered in, because you have some that say Miami Lakes residents only in some areas.
Those were completely taken off.
So I'll look into it,
Yeah.
and if it is something that there's no objections, we'll do it internally, we'll evaluate and have them at the parks.
Yeah, those were removed completely. There's not one park out there that has, I can assure you that.
Okay. But like I said, I'll look into it just to make sure I don't step on anybody's toes, as far as putting those up, because I wanna say that you're right, it should be unanimous. On lakefront parks.
Yeah, like I was talking to Angel, I wasn't sure if it was something that was there all the time. I know like they were having problems, you guys were having problems with theft with them, but I wasn't sure if it was something that we were lacking and never got, or if it was something that they.
I thought we had them.
No.
On P, with a P
That should be, honestly, that should be an easy one.
eight, operation should be able to handle it.
That shouldn't be a complicated one. So I guess just next meeting, just.
Yeah,
regular-
Set as a
Follow
whole
up,
business, yeah.
yeah, so
follow up.
it'll go back to old business, it'll go to old business and, we'll provide.
And not only for Lake Patricia, for all those lakefront, Town of Miami Lakes beach parks that we have.
Just an oddball question. Has any of the other lakes inquired about joining the district?
Lake Martha, at one point was pursuing it, but then it looks like their focus shift on just getting their aerators installed, and maybe that's something down the road.
Like Catherine,
Lake Catherine has also, was it Lake Catherine that reached?
yes.
Which is owned by Publix.
Lake Catherine,
Okay, those are the ones that wanted to go in special tax district.
Yeah.
I don't know about Lake Martha.
yeah, no, Lake Martha, I had a meeting with them.
Oh, they
So,
wanted
yeah,
it too?
Yeah, they wanted it at one point. And now they're, like I said, their focus is strictly right now on getting their aerators, and then they'll focus if they want to continue that process.
Because I think they are at least collecting some money. Lake Catherine was having a bigger challenge on collection. And that's when you want to go to the special tax district, you have the challenge of collecting.
Well, the thing is, the more lakes we get involved, the more clout you could say we're gonna have and be able to get some of these things done. Make them uniform throughout the town.
Well, we can still do it. They don't
Yeah,
necessarily-
that's
not
what I'm
necessarily.
saying.
It's all, funding thing, whatever it is. I think the good thing is now, if they're gonna go through it, that's definitely a good, baseline to go off. Very good one, very good, because even the pricing of 2 or 3 years when they bought their equipment, that's still a very good
I
baseline
think
to
it's
go
like
off.
5 to 7 years about their equipment.
Did they buy their equipment?
Yeah, I know they've been.
You can put another $4,000 or
years.
$5,000 on top of that.
And if you got that off the top of your head, what was their prediction as far as when you would start to see?
I don't have that.
Okay, yeah,
I don't have that.
because I'd like to see before we spend that kind of money to even.
No, but I think those are pretty
Yeah.
quick turnarounds.
Even
Yeah.
the FIU study
Yeah.
said that was one of the best things we could do.
Yeah, those are pretty good turnarounds. My fear honestly with that is, God forbid, it's just get electrocuted somewhere in the bottom of the lake.
If I'm not mistaken, and I have to double check.
Get rid of the peacocks.
Yeah, right? That's my only
Then that's
fear.
totally gone.
And I think it may be like low
Yeah, I think
voltage
it's low
or,
voltage that enters.
right, that
And the
go
panel holds, so I'm not 100% sure, but.
with this piping, I know, but I don't know why, I always have that thing.
But yeah, they went with colored fountains at certain pinpoints and then bubblers throughout the entire lake.
That's big.
So I'm definitely keeping my.
What do you think, Sam, 50,000?
No, more.
More?
I thought somebody said the price is 70,000 for each.
On our end, I
We're gonna have
believe,
hundreds.
at one point, I think we had a ballpark, this was probably before my time though, close to 70.
For one.
For one.
Right.
Because it's not the
200.
aerator so much, now you gotta run power from there to.
Transformer.
And really, the only place you can put them is where there's a park, because the park has power. If you're in the middle of a bunch of homes, you can't do it.
Not all parks. We're finding that out with Martha as well.
Then not all parks have power?
Yeah, we have to run a little closer. The power is much further. It's just a longer line.
Rudy
Right.
let it put power in.
So it's Sam.
I can tie it to
So
your-
we
I
can
can
put
tie
power
it to your
from
meters,
you?
I can tie it to your meters, right?
Rent it to the town.
You're right. You mean ultimately you rent it to yourself? Yes, I agree. I'm okay, listen, if I beach state, look at the Bahamas, I'll give you my electric.
All right, let's, motion to.
Wait, one more thing. See, that's right, it's good announcements. Um, What kind of tracking system is staff recommending starting November to monitor the lakes and their service?
Well, right now, one thing is gonna be the reports. I'm gonna be testing to see how much, and remember, and make sure we have to clarify this, so, now you bring that up, is, we wanted to see more of the amounts they're using. So if we see amounts needed going down, that's one factor that I'm gonna be looking for. On top of that, we definitely should build a QAP. I know we don't have a quality assurance that is outside of the contract, but we're gonna look at establishing one staffing wise. So that means when I used to drive out there, I used to do it every so often versus establishing a set parameter. So that's something that we'll look at and we'll discuss, but essentially we'll develop a quality assurance program specifically for that. So we have it with other aspects of our operations for parks, so that's something that we will look at implementing here. So it's not just what's being told to us, but some of our manpower is gonna have to go out there and make sure that we're checking in regularly.
And that would be made available to us.
The QAP?
The report.
Yeah, the QAP is gonna be a checklist for the most part.
Yeah, that's what Aquagenics used to do, was 9 or 10 items, whatever, and they tell you what they've done.
Yeah, so ours is, I think, like 6 or 7 items that is contractually given to us, but I think what Rudy's going for is now, especially since we've added, essentially, the level of service has gone up. On our end, we should also be looking into it and us ourselves regularly seeing the lake.
Yes, because myself, I'm guilty as charged. I've permitted this dog to buy me enough times. It's not gonna buy me again. And I'm not just gonna give them our money and let them just go run wild with it and sit ourselves in the same situation in March. It's not gonna happen. And we're talking about 2 services doing every month for 12 months. And we need to be able to monitor. So that way, okay, now I'm looking in January. What are we looking at? What are we looking at the end of December? How do we start in November? How do we end the month? How do we start December? That needs to be frequently so we can nip it right there and say, oops, wait a second.
Yeah, we've switched to what you
Yeah,
requested.
hold on. Not even what you requested. What you're doing it supposedly in a lake that is working. Now we're really putting ourselves out there. There's nothing else we can do, in my opinion, unless somebody else comes different. But we can't just let them be. We have to closely, and I'm talking closely is on a monthly basis, monitor the improvement and why if let's say you came here or before and after, here's a phone, boom, from Cisco. Okay, I saw that S that was a little dirty. Next month, I have to see that S, a little clean. If not, why not? Because now you're servicing it too, and we're not even in the hot months. I would start cooling down now. So that would tell me if this is really working out or not, preparing ourselves for the hot.
And then one other thing is, since we switched to those pictures during services, basically using what we've seen last year and what we're gonna start seeing this year. So a comparison as well.
My
Yeah.
That's probably one of the
Closer to the
storylines
shore.
report.
right.
Christina.
Sorry, Christina. My recommendation, Christina, is maybe we want a number, right, these pictures. South A or South B or Northeast, whatever it is, location. So that way, maybe when you're creating the quality assurance, you can kind of, log them in or give them a column. And you have a title, then you can go back each time, twice, and you can say, okay, well, here's a picture for this, or here for this. And it allows you, how you have to do is, at the beginning, yes, it'll take you some legwork to put it together. You can utilize the ones that we use, for the parks, but then all you have to do is just, move the picture right into that, into that box and just write whatever notes. That makes it easier for you, and it makes it easier for us to track. Now, the responsibility, to a certain degree goes away from you. Now, we also have to make sure that we keep an eye on it as well as you guys.
Are the figures of the links
Accessible? No, the fingers aren't. We can always give it. We can provide a legend that shows the lake, and we can decide this is finger 1, finger 2, and so forth.
Okay.
Just remember that not all fingered, most of them probably are not accessible unless you have easement allowed from the property owner. Yeah, so we would have to go from our lakes, and pretty much that's where we would do our assessments.
Yeah, here's
It's one of the pictures from the
Program, quality assurance program. Yeah, it's just the checks and balances that we usually do with our with our contractors.
So this is a perfect example of all this green. That's taking over and growing into the
This is a picture from the company. As you zoom in, that grass is growing back. When usually at this time of year, it's gone. You know, it doesn't start getting like that till the summer again. So I don't know.
You see the shoreline is pretty close to the shoreline.
Yeah.
And we've been doing two
Since
since what?
May.
May, we started earlier this year,
Yeah, May, June, July, August, September.
and then October hit the 2.
Which is usually at this time.
Yeah,
of
and
year.
that's one of the items here is the.
No, October, no, all those were 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And then
saying.
November, now we hit the 2.
No, so
That's-
October
that's a
one
lot.
is your new fiscal year, and that's when the 24 cycles per year starts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Even though we still have this,
so then we started in April.
so you started in April, not May.
I know we started earlier than we have in
Got it, then
previous
it's
years.
8, then April, you tell me.
It's 6 that we
It's
did.
6 months,
Yeah.
right? So
I
you
don't
tell me.
know if
So that
this
means
is-
that this month we already got hit with twice.
Yeah.
Part of the new,
Yes.
I mean, the
Part of the
services.
new services.
Yeah, we need to, the most important, Christina and Jeremy is to monitor. We really need to know what we're monitoring for. That's what I'm saying. It helps to tag those pictures. So you literally can do an exact before and after. At the beginning of the month, at the middle of the month, and at the end of the month. So anyone out there in any of these 2 links says, what are you guys doing? What is this board doing? Well, I'll show you what we're doing. Right? We're not only spending our money, right, because it's our money, I'm paying it too, but look, we have a cruise monitoring system to make sure that things are getting done the right way. Excuse me, and if they're not, then we already know what the next step is.
Well, you know, we're almost gonna have to do like this here, take this picture when it was done, then take another one next
Exact
month.
same
And
location.
see what it shows, and if I got one,
That's-
I've got to do the pictures.
I was
And
gonna
say,
say,
hey,
like,
this was
even
this
better
month,
than that is in your backyard. You take a picture now and you take a picture then, and you're like,
Yeah, because
Yeah,
if you tell
that-
them to do it, they're gonna focus.
they're
on
gonna
that.
take it
Yeah.
from different distances. I was in the
That's what I
boat
was
10
putting,
feet
that's
out,
what I
I was
was
in the
putting
boat
some of the
4
onus
feet
on
out.
us, but just like I had to preface, remember, that's only gonna be taken from the parkland. It's gonna be the same images every single time.
And it's the same.
We're not in the boat.
There's there's riparian rights. You guys actually can walk the entire thing, except when you get to Sam's house.
I was gonna
You gotta run
I don't
against
wanna walk
the
into
hole
that
with the
backyard.
peacocks.
I don't wanna walk into the wrong backyard.
I don't really understand that. I mean, I pay taxes for property that goes into the water.
25 feet.
Right, so why is someone else allowed to walk in my backyard?
Good luck trying to find that one.
They're not, that's private property.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
but
right.
should be
Riparian
private
rights.
property.
We're the only ones, the 2 lakes that don't have an HOA and it doesn't exist for us.
I mean, it doesn't
No, it
happen in
does
my
exist with us.
backyard because I'm way far away
Our
from the
property
water.
goes to the lake.
No, but it doesn't matter. There
We
is,
don't have an easement in the back.
it doesn't matter. There is, that battle was fought and it was cleared up. There is riparian rights on Lake Patricia.
Oh,
That came,
absolutely.
yes.
Well,
So-
that makes
so-
sense.
So yes, you as a neighbor can walk around with a little fishing rod, right? And keep fishing and keep walking until you hit one of these old grandfather and chain link fences. But yes, you could. That was already, I heard the stories and
I'm not sure you're saying that right. You cannot walk on the shoreline.
No.
You're trespassing against
Yeah.
people's property. No, that's not correct.
I'm sorry, I'm
That's what
going to do
rights
a
are.
point of order through the chair. I think we finished with the no fishing signs for
negative. No,
Patricia.
I got one more.
Is it about the no fishing signs with like
No,
Patricia?
we're on to the announcements.
We're on
portion.
announcements.
Yes.
There's no announcements.
Right,
That was for next meeting
right.
and the following. So
Right.
per the agenda, I think
Right, but that's why I keep,
Discussion.
that's the reason why we keep talking about it. Because we have all these things to bring up, but there's nowhere to see
No
it.
venue for it.
Right, so,
Right.
so at this point, we're just pretty much just kind of a little open forum kind of thing, and we're just allowing each other to bring these items and these questions. So that's what we're at right now. Is that okay?
I mean,
Yeah, do I
the
need to-
purpose of going with the agenda is, for public notice so that everybody's aware of what we're talking about. So
But this is just comments. We're not voting on anything. We're not discussing items that we're gonna vote on. This is just.
are we sure about that? We're not
Yeah,
gonna
possibly,
vote on
right.
anything?
Right now, there is no voting. And the only thing that we voted on is making sure we had announcements.
For next meeting,
Yeah, that's it.
okay.
As long as there's no direction or voting.
No,
Yeah,
so
no,
far, I think we're
So
good.
then if it's just discussion, should we close the meeting and allow the conversation to continue, or do you?
No, I don't think so. As a matter of fact, if you want to be more transparent, you want our residents to listen to whatever it is that we're discussing, instead of closing out the meeting.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be an issue because essentially it is matters of the actual district, but no voting is gonna take place. So something that is gonna come before, or something that a resident could not be privy of, because they're not gonna be taking any matters into
I
voting.
know, I just wanna keep it to the agenda, so if it's not on the agenda, I'd rather not discuss it, just to keep it.
She has a little bit of PTSD with prior issues. that
She can
happened.
have it, but we're gonna continue having our meeting,
No, I'm just saying.
if the chair allows.
If it comes, and that's the other thing.
But
That's why I did
Her-
say point of
yeah.
order through the chair, so if you
Got
wanna allow it, it's fine, but
yes, please.
Good.
We have concern.
Good, again, this is the reason why we need that item there, so we're not restricted, and I completely hear you where you're coming from. The other item is notice to this meeting, right? I just received notice, a few days, prior to the meeting, it was about maybe 4 or 5 days.
from the last
what-
meeting, I know you said
For this
2
meeting,
weeks was too much, correct, and then you said about 10 days was better. These notices were mailed out Monday,
Yeah, we took care of these.
on Monday, they were done,
one Monday.
it was actually at,
10/14 is the date of the notice, or the date of the letter, October 14th.
that's the date that it was printed out, I
Right.
handed them to get mailed out on the 18th. That Monday, the 18th, because 2 weeks would have been too much. They were, and so instead of sending them out that Thursday, I waited until the Monday. You know, just based off of what Mr. Urin said last meeting, that the 2 weeks would have been too much,
Too
you'll
much,
forget.
To get
So
closer to
wanted
the
to
10
receive
day.
closer to that.
Okay, so, my recommendation, it's when we mail out a notice, it actually has to go out with a date on it, it actually has to go out that date. So, maybe what we wanna do is, talk to the mailing department, recommendation, hey, if we give you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the mailing
We're the
department?
one
we
who
built the
printed it out,
mailers,
we
make
have to
the-
fold them
okay.
all, we have to
So-
put
so-
them
so-
inside,
so
glue
talk to-
them and drop them to the
So,
press.
talk to you guys, and if it's gonna take you, 2 or 3 days, it's reasonable, whatever it amount, just make sure that the date on the notice, okay, is the day that you actually put it in the mail.
The date
Okay.
on the stamp,
The date, right, well, the day on the notice should match the day on the stamp. That's typically how.
We
you-
did the notice ahead of time. We
Correct, you did the
pre-drafted
notice
it.
in the 14
Yeah, we
and you-
pre-drafted the notice. And then waited till closer to the 10, well, would have put us within the 10-day window to mail it out. It's just simply the same date that we know we're gonna go ahead and stamp it and push it out.
That's the day of the notice.
To the USPS, that's the same day the notice should be drafted for. The
I
date
see
that's
what you're
noted, yeah, the
the
date that it's
date
noted.
that it's noted.
Yeah,
So
so we can
put it
draft
out a
it, we can
couple of
draft it
days.
today for the next meeting, just that date that we know should be the day we know we're gonna mail it,
Correct.
which is.
So if it's
somewhere-
going out today, it should have 10/29. Wait, I don't even know what today is, 10/27. So if today we're gonna go out, then, but if you, let's say it's gonna go out on the 29th, today's the 27th, don't put the 27th, print it with the 29th date.
Yeah.
So that when you send it out, it goes out on the day of the notice.
Okay. I mean, the only thing that comes in with that is that anything else pressing takes precedence, like anything for day to day that has to get addressed, this or that, then it's like, okay, throw them all away and then reprint them with the date that's incorrect.
No, but no, you should, honestly, I'm not trying to tell you how to conduct your business, but if you print a day of a notice, the day of the notice, you have to make sure that it goes out that
It
day.
needs to go out on that day.
Yeah, you can,
It has to be sent, it has to be sent
He's saying-
downstairs at that date or
It has to be dropped off at a USPS drop off.
on that date. Okay.
And or guaranteed that we know where it's gonna be picked up from front desk.
you guys don't have, you guys don't have.
The time that
No,
they pick up.
it's a pickup. We have a small box and it's
So
a
you don't
pickup
have a
by
stamp,
individual.
you don't
No,
have
we
a
don't
stamp.
have an actual box for others.
Okay.
In the past, days to make sure we meet timelines, I've dropped it directly by the
Well, have you?
McDonald's, no, the McDonald's on.
Oh, got
yeah.
it.
I've dropped it there
Got it.
before.
Got it. Yeah, yeah, here's what happens to that, right? Now you printed a letter on Thursday on the 14th. You got them out, right? Envelope stuff by the 18th. Now you took it to which maybe, I don't know, where did you guys put this one this time?
No, this one was picked up from front desk.
Okay, so maybe they picked it up. By the time I got, it was just another day or two delayed. And then by the time that I got it, it was only 5 days.
Well, that's what we're saying. We try to mail it out with knowing that the snail mail is gonna probably reach back in 3 to 4 days, more or less. So we booked for that. Now, if there's anything outside of that, that's kind of outside of
That's really, we just need to kind of, right, when I said 10 days, meaning 10 days on the mail, my mail, so maybe you guys need to do it 15 days in advance.
And that's probably what we'll end up switching to, just to plan for any.
Any unexpected delays, holidays.
That's very simple.
My other recommendation, and I think I might have said, because I typically work the same way when it comes to the notice, we already know our dates, we already know our times. So maybe on the next one, we should let them know ahead of time, because I think 10 days, 15 days, that's just something reasonable. But if I know that, you guys meet every third Wednesday of the year, of the month, that I can plan myself accordingly. Well, you know what? I can't make it to this one. Maybe I'll make it to that one. I just gotta sit down and hear what's going on in the lake. So maybe we want to do it on our next notice or on the cover page, whatever. Say, hey, we just want to let you know so you can plan accordingly. This board meets every third Wednesday of every month at 8:30 in town hall. We will welcome anybody.
I don't think that, so this is not like other committees that have to meet monthly. So
That's right, you're right.
we don't
Take that
have-
back. I'm thinking
don't have to be
special next edition. You're right. So in that case, cross that out. We'll continue, but definitely for any delays, I would say 15 days.
15.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I
push
think
it out
that's something.
without even just.
Exactly.
Push
The
it out
moment,
15 days.
yep, I think that would be reasonable and we'll back it up. I just don't want anybody, oh, wait, I only got it a day or 2 days ago. How do you expect me to plan for it? I think
Just for a frame of reference, so what
When
was
did
it?
you get it?
When did
Yeah.
you get it? That's my
Curious.
frame of reference that I want to know.
I picked up my mail the day before yesterday. I picked it up, I think, Saturday.
But you got yours when? Is that 5, 6 days ago?
Yeah, something like that.
It's probably about the same, because today is Wednesday or Tuesday.
5, 6 days ago means that it took 2 days to get.
Let me add to the conversation. Hopefully, we can bring this point to a close sooner rather than later. The results of any notifications have been slim and none anyway, whether it's through there or people coming here. So if we're noticing, nobody seems to notice.
But it's
nice to do. I
Right, it's still
we're serving
with a purpose, right? It's
But-
still our responsibility. It protects also staffing that nobody can ever turn around. And that's what I want to make sure, right? To protect the job that we're doing, that nobody can ever turn around and says, no, you did not bring me notice and you did not. No, we sure did. And look at this minutes. We discussed it and we make sure that it was done.
I don't disagree with that. The timing of it, I don't know that that's so relevant.
Okay, so. Motion to adjourn. the
Second.
meeting. Second.
Beaches.
All in favor?
All right. You guys have it.
Thank you, guys.
I wanted this
And,
one.
We meet like once a
Laundry list.
That would be much, you know.